Hello, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. Uh, I have no idea. StreamYard is not working at all today. It seems like it. Let me try it. No, see, get it. I can't get it to work in landscape or widescreen. It apparently maybe they've shut off the ability to do anything but broadcast to TikTok with this skinny picture that to me is unnatural. Uh, So I spent an hour trying to figure out how to switch it back the way it's supposed to be. Um, it doesn't seem to work. Or maybe my new iPhone is broken because usually when I turn it this way, the picture's supposed to turn with the movement of the camera. So StreamYard has no phone number you can call, no. Um, and then as far as chatting with some AI robot to help the problem, just got to put it in your email. You remember the password. Um, Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. I hate this skinny picture, but if other people come on, I guess they'll fill in the holes on either side. And then it won't let us look as obnoxiously unprofessional. And I can't use my tripod because the tripod fixed to hold the phone sideways, so I don't got it resting against the pillow. So anyway, amazing. I've got oh shit. The whole point of today. I will return. Let's see here. Okay. Here is what? Where did the picture go? Oh, sorry. This is GoFundMe thing I've set up. Can you? Yeah, you can see that. Um, so basically, we have no air conditioning, and today is not as hot as it's been. In fact, today's kind of a cooler day, although it's starting to heat up now. Um, my wife says, "Hey, there you are." Yeah, here I am. Okay, so uh, air conditioning unit not working. Um, we're getting by with fans. My wife works from home, so she's able to, but she put some fans around her to cool her off while she's talking on the phone. But the loud noise of the fans are hurting her. The bosses don't like. They listen in to see, the performance of the agents, and it's like, oh, there's some cutting out. fans are making some noise. It's like, so, so as it gets hotter, you tend to become, you know, hotter, crankier. Right now, I'm starting to get annoyed. Plus the fact that StreamYard that we pay money to each month, I have no idea how to. Maybe did the things. I shut down the browser, whatever you call the router, the brow. I wish the internet had never been invented. To be honest with you, only, well, not in 100%, because I would have met my wife if it wasn't for the internet. But other than that, the internet has destroyed everything I love. Magazines don't exist anymore. Can you imagine newspapers? Things I used to love to open up the newspaper on a Friday and see this big spread, several pages of new horror movies and what's playing at the drive-in and all that. All that's gone because of the internet. My wife says I'm like 4 minutes behind. Well, just I have said nothing interesting in the first 4 minutes, so just fast forward to now. Just Um, just there's nothing. The past does not matter. So we're trying to get the air conditioner guy out, and the air conditioner, you know. So he comes out and says, "Well, you have no Freon left." And okay, and this is the expensive because the government has gotten rid of Freon because I guess it's causing the planet to come into a fiery destruction. So you need 11 pounds, or one time he said 12 pounds of Freon. Yeah, but this is the expensive stuff. It costs $190 a pound. Then the work to do it, well, that's going to be like $2,400. Now, we've got this home warranty that we paid $1,500 for the, I don't know, was it a few years? I don't know, but we paid that much into it. And then it turns out, well, we only warranty $1,500. So why, if you only warranty $1,500 worth, why not? But anyway, so the air conditioner person's supposed to call the home warranty people and say this is the condition, and then they're supposed to approve it, and then it gets done. Well, I think the air conditioner guy thought, well, these warranty people, they ought to listen to me as a professional, and I'll tell them that the whole system needs to be replaced. The outside unit, the inside, everything brand new, so we can put in the cheaper Freon, whatever. And I think the guy on the other end just thought, nah. And then so they told us, well, we'll give you. I think I put on the GoFundMe that they offered 200 to give us $200. Actually, I'm wrong. I need to edit that. The $100, which you can't do anything with $100. You can't even buy a bag of groceries for that ridiculous amount of money. Now, if the AC guy had just said, well, we need to replace the Freon instead of the more, oh, I think he did supposedly told him, well, there's two things I can do. I think he may have done that too. But anyway, they're not going for it. So that's not something we cover. So, so anyway, it doesn't look like they're going to cover it at all. So we're screwed. I could take off work Monday and try to get a bank loan. But bottom line is, as the weeks progress into summer, uh, I just don't think this is going to work. So, um, that's one of the reasons I haven't been doing shows lately. To get the AC going, I wanted to do an elaborate telethon tonight with music numbers, production numbers, and all that. But it's starting to get hot again. I should turn the lights off, actually. In fact, I really should go do that. This is the GoFundMe. I hate to come to you. I've put I have 1,244, I believe, shows up on YouTube. Some of those shows go on 8, 9 hours. So the number of hours of entertainment that I've given you is probably equivalent to the number of hours Johnny Carson put in during his career. Just because I'm completely obsessive, compulsive, and maniacal and insane enough to deliver that much entertainment. Oh, I haven't given you a way to get on the show. That would be good. Because you don't want to listen to my cranky bull BS and line of BS. Uh, this is how to come on the show. Now, magically, this could all be fixed this afternoon because there's a lot of really generous, nice people and friends out there that might just deliver me out. Because the air conditioner guy says, well, if you pay half down, I said, is there a way we can pay you over, set up a payment plan? He says, well, listen, I'm not a bank. And it's like, yeah, I was kind of a weak ass pussy for asking that question. It was my, but I don't know what to do, man. I can't. I just we're not gonna make it in this heat. I just know as a 60-year-old, although I'm changing my diet and trying to exercise, that's just started. And over the summer, I plan to try to become the best physical condition person that I can be at my age. And my wife and I are going to endeavor and strive to become stronger in health and in Christ and everything else over the summer. That's my goal. But without air conditioning, oh, and watching my dog panting when he's inside. This dog never pants, doesn't ever do anything to exert himself except chase a cat sometimes. But I don't like seeing her sitting next to me watching TV panting. And, honestly, the worst it's gotten to is like 85, 86 outside. But when it gets up to be 100 degrees outside, we're going to be in another dangerous situation. Because, so Kevin from Gotham City Comics kicked in $50. I really do appreciate that, man. You're a great friend. I saw he did that last night or this morning or at some point. And if a bunch of people help us out, it's not just my wife and I. And that's the other thing, So let's say we raise $1,200 and get the guy paid the initial. Then we got to pay two other installments. And then, but on June 19th, I'm supposed to get both of these new kittens. Ugh, look, I'm throwing gang signs. These two new little kittens that we got, they're supposed to be fixed on June 19th. And then Drew was supposed to have her teeth cleaned, but and that who knows what that's going to cost. And so, you said, well, why did you put $5,000 on that goddamn GoFundMe? Because when you set up GoFundMe, they say we recommend that you put down $5,000. Okay, well, if that's what you say, Mister GoFundMe. But anyway, Mister GoFundMe, the guy that invented the platform, he should know what he's talking about. So, um, I don't know if you understand what heat is like. You could. I just don't have anywhere to go. And he said, well, why don't you sell that New Mutants 98? I'd love to. I'd like to see, I wipe my ass with that. I hate Deadpool. And you know what, though? But who wants it? There's like millions of them out there. And you know, the stuff I've got, some I'm very attached to, and some are not. That's, I just, I, I put out so many hours of entertainment, and it's like these other assholes on YouTube. They once you get over 1,000 subscribers, it's like, well, thank you for the $200. That's really nice of you. And there's just people putting little things, so they read their stupid comments. It's like, well, thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you. thinking, man, $30, man, that would pay for my dinner. That's great. You can just talk and spout bullshit, and people just throw money at you like you're in a nightclub. Let me see what these people are saying here. Gotham City Comics says in Arizona, insurance doesn't cover AC units unless it was hit by lightning. Damn. And then if you don't get it fixed, you're pretty much dead. Uh, it's unexpectedly humid here, says my wife. Well, yeah, during the summer it is. Hold on a second. What the hell is going on? Hold on a second. My fly was unzipped. It was bothering me. And then I point the camera up at the mirrored ceiling. You probably see me zip my fly up. It doesn't. It's like, okay. So this is the link to get on. Uh, so someone says, Last Avenger 85. Is the bat still in your house? What other show has people in the chat asking comments like that? I haven't seen him, her, it, they, them, whatever its pronouns are. Today, I assume it left the house. I'm sure if there's a way to get in, there's a way to get out. I don't know. Maybe they can make themselves super skinny and get through some crack in this house built in during the time of World War One. But yeah, the bat is not visible. Um, not round. Of course, it's daylight. Yeah. My wife says I haven't seen the bat. She never was aware of the bat until she saw the video. uh, the bat was around 4:30 yesterday morning, and anyway, Gotham City Comics is praying. Thank you. Um, so bu- 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 so the let me see something here. Okay, I'm back. So this is a completely incompetent technical show today. I've got the camera propped up against this pillow that is the only surviving part of the couch left that my mother bought new in 1972. And I saw that couch again for the first time in a many, many years when I was going through scrapbooks the other day. And, and I really miss my family. And, we're out middle of we're in a new place. I don't know that many people. Uh, my friend Gerald, that was always visiting, he could have probably helped me with this air conditioner situation um, pretty easily. Um, Jambo, if you're watching, maybe you could pop on and give me some advice. I probably should contact him through Instagram. He knows about all this. I Anyway, so the home warranty people, which I should give you the name of the company, but it's like I don't want to say the wrong name and it's some other, but I'll figure it out. I'll let you know because you don't need to mess with the company that doesn't help you with things. We had our our dryer for clothes stopped working, and someone came out, fixed it for $125. But I don't know. The warranty people, they didn't help us with that either. I don't think they've done anything for us. Um, so hold on. What happens when I get off? Does this just show the whole background and my picture just disappears? My wife says the pets usually ignore my attempts to give them cold water from the fridge, but lately, Callie, the little white cat, and Drew, our beagle, have been absolutely indulging. Ambrose, who's a black and white cat that we just adopted. Callie and Ambrose are brother and sister. Ambrose knocked the bowl over. Ellen has not been coming up. Well, there's water sources down here and on the level of the hotel that we sleep on, and there's water. But we also put a little water bowl next to the bed where we sleep. Um, Alan's not been coming as much as I. Hold on, I think as she's having as much as she's trying to say. And then Apex Comics says, "Hello, Grottu Orloff, Grottu Orloff, Les the Venture 85, got the Pacific Comics. Hello, Apex Comics." Yes, indeed. I need to go upstairs and look for a Space Mouse comic. I'll do that in a minute. Um, Again, for those of you just tuning in, we're having an air conditioner emergency. We have no air conditioning. It is not as bad today because it got cool. This morning it was kind of almost cold, but it's going to be right back up into the pushing 90 before long, and uh, it's just the lack of Freon and the fact that Freon is very expensive now because it's an evil, horrible thing that is destroying the world. So we have to charge lots of money so that these evil poor people that have old style air conditioners replace them with better, good air conditioning systems. And they must be punished for being poor scum like us. So you think, well, he's got gold ceilings, but this is not a. People say they live in a mansion. It's big, but it's not a mansion. I don't. Technically, it might be in size. It is pretty big, but it's wasn't expensive. So it's like, well, if you can afford a mansion, wouldn't you do it? But then there's upkeep, and then you're screwed. And anyway, uh, Grottu Orloff presents Space Mouse. Yeah, well, Space Mouse is there's a space. Oh, stop! You got to stop that. Apex, I'm asking for money. You're calling it a mansion. You're dirty, rotten. The Space Mouse. There's a comic book. Dell Gold Key, right? Space Mouse. Walter Lance's Space Mouse. You think Space Mouse? That looks like a cool character, but when have you ever seen a Space Mouse cartoon? You know Woody Woodpecker and Chilly Willy, whatever, but Space Mouse. Well, there people say, well, there was Space Mouse cartoons. Well, there was one Space Mouse cartoon, and I don't know, unless there's a Walter Lance DVD collection of his complete works on YouTube. All you can get is the opening credits of this Space Mouse cartoon. So I've never seen it, but I became aware of Space Mouse by looking at the family album and seeing my older brother there with a Space Mouse comic book in 1961 before I was born, and I thought, well, I need to get that Space Mouse comic. And so I've gotten Space Mouse comics over the years, but I don't know if I have that particular one where Space Mouse is on like a Sputnik satellite. I've seen the cover so many times, and but I don't know if I own it, so I got to go upstairs and see. Because if I don't know the comics I saw in the scrapbook the other day, it was Mother's Day, so I was looking at the old family albums. I want to get the comics that my older brother had back then during the Kennedy era before I was born. And so they're not high dollar books. It's not like he had Fantastic Four #1 there on the coffee table. So it's a doable thing to reclaim these comic books that should have been handed down to me if they weren't destroyed or whatever happened to them. Um, but oh, something. This phone's gonna probably need to be recharged here. Uh, well, so Trump's going to talk 10 o'clock a.m. on Monday with Putin on the phone, and then he's calling Zelensky right after. So who knows? Maybe Monday the whole situation will be over there. Uh, no, how about that? God, I can't see anything.
He was the world's first superhero. His first film set the standard for decades of comic book movies to follow. Easy, miss. I've got you. You got me. Who's got you? And made audiences everywhere believe that a man could fly. So how did Superman wind up with two versions of his second movie?
uh,
Alan, I have some news about Superman, and I'm going to reveal this news, and it could be considered major spoilers. Okay? So let me say this as delicately as I can, and then I will not say anything further. But I'll say this: the trailer dropped this week.
the home warranty company has absolutely not done anything for us. Yeah, I think we're going to need to get another. There aren't many air conditioning people here in town, but we're going to probably need to get someone else out and get a second. Not that it matters. We don't have the money for whoever does it. Um,
Also what exists
it says I shelled out money trying to be responsible, but got ripped off.
the movie turns out to be incredible. Now we don't know what that is now, but I do know that a second test screening of Superman happened recently, and it's different than the cut that was shown about a month ago. 69. And what I learned is that the recent trailer that came out is a misdirect. There are things in that trailer that will misdirect the audience. So, for example, I don't know if you remember the Batman v Superman trailer, but there is a shot in that trailer where Batman is, clutching next to a building and kind of, catapults out of frame. He sort of, shoots his boomerang gun, whatever, hits out of frame, and then a laser blast hits him. People assumed that was Superman. When you saw the final movie, it was not Superman. So there is misdirect in this trailer, and the movie is not giving away things from the third act. It's trying to confuse the audience. I do think maybe Lois Lane bitching at Superman and questioning his judgment. Maybe not the best way to start the trailer, whatever. But I can just say that the trailer is intentionally misleading.
Um, my wife says Chili Willy and Woody Woodpecker were top faves of mine. Yeah, I'm sure Space Mouse would be too, but you just can't. I looked up Space Mouse, and there was one Space Mouse cartoon, and there were more, comic books than there were cartoons, obviously. And anyway, don't know. Uh, yeah, maybe someone could look up on Amazon because I hate to keep getting off and leaving a blank screen here. But there's probably a Walter Lantz collection and of DVDs where you could see Space Mouse. But that's not my top priority right now. My top priority is if anyone knows how to fix this, where I can turn the screens and make it fill, the screen. I don't know what StreamYard's doing. They keep adding horrible features to StreamYard to make it worse. Maybe I need to be using Zoom, or what other alternatives are there to StreamYard? Someone's got to tell me because this is getting to be unacceptable. Being a little skinny, TikTok idiot with this little skinny screen. This is for 12-year-olds. Um, my wife says, "When I fall asleep, I'm sorry I couldn't sleep at all last night. It's almost noon. Haven't been feeling very well. I've had zero tolerance for anyone's shit lately. I'm also beginning to learn. Uh, I'm also beginning to learn a new way to make a living, and the pressure is on, but I'm optimistic." Yeah, but with all the pressure we've been under, everyone has been under. Four people just left. Thank you. But all the pressure people have been under lately, and depression that many people are feeling now, and I mean, I'm optimistic because I like what Trump's doing, but we're seeing that there are tons and tons of people embedded in the entrenched in there that are going to be fighting against what Trump's trying to do, and trying to keep him from doing things. So I'm optimistic, but right now we're going through a phase where I think everyone's a little depressed because it's like, well, I don't know. Plus, who knows what they're putting in our. I think they're cleaning up our food and water, and hopefully they'll stop the chemtrails and everything. But uh, it's just, I don't know. I can't even think clearly without air conditioning. Sorry. I mean, in Texas, I've had the air conditioner go out when it's over 100, and I survived. That was before I was married. And then my friend came out and fixed it, but I went several days without it. I don't want that to happen again, where I'm walking around like Johnny Weissmuller, basically with no clothes on, trying to survive. Uh, what are these people talking about here, man? August Ascetic says, speaking of space, I'm still looking for the DC issue that had a carnival merry-go-round on Saturn's ring. One complete run of the merry-go-round was one complete orbit of the ring around Saturn. And then my wife replies, have you seen the South Pole of Saturn? That's not how my wife sounds. That wasn't a good voice for her. And then she shows the eye. Uh, some of you know what I'm talking about. Google it if you haven't. Oh, you have to see it to believe it, says Grottu Orloff. Here's what I will do. If you donate money to this GoFundMe, I will devote 2 hours for every donation. Well, if it's a real big donation, might be more than 2 hours. But like um, Kevin kicked in $50, I'm going to do a 2 hour show, a 2 hour commercial for Gotham City Comics. One of my upcoming episodes is going to be 2 hours because I'm during the summer, I'm going to have some extra time. I'm going to, if you put in money, I will, it'll be worth your time. Trust me. I will advertise your channel, even if you don't have any content on maybe you don't have a single thing on your channel. I'll make it where you got I'll try to get tons of subscribers for your channel that has nothing on it and probably never will have anything on it, but it'll just look cool, man. I've got 100 people subscribed to my channel. I'm never going to put anything on it, but they're just hoping someday I'll put something on it because that Grottu Orloff said I'm a great guy. Uh, anyway, um, if you could help us out, because I mean, it's just, I've got my wife and I've got 3 cats, a dog, and apparently a bat I've got to support. And there, actually, if you watch that footage I put up yesterday, unless that bat's doing it looks like it kind of looked like there were 2 bats, man. Uh, while you're at it, also look at Saturn's North Pole and go go fund me. Maybe should I keep the link up? Let me go get the. God damn. Does anyone want to come on, man? Talk to me, man. I got to talk to Mike from who now lives in Thailand. It was Thailand, right? I can't even think right now. I don't know. Moved it. I think it was in Thailand. Yeah. Let's see how he's doing. Okay, so what else do I need to do here? Oh, yeah, the other thing. Okay, I'm back. What is you son of a bitch. Greta, I googled it. It mentions a vortex, and then my wife says that's the North Pole, and then I put the GoFundMe address. No one else has donated so far. It's only Kevin. And Kevin's dog has been going through some rough times, and apparently the dog's doing a little bit better. But we need to have the dog in our prayers. And if you can't afford to help out with this GoFundMe, that's fine. But please keep us in your prayers. And yeah, that just is good. Um, usually with God's help, we pull through somehow, man. So. Um, that vortex is in the shape of a hexagon, says my wife. And then You need to see the images. And August Ascetic says, by golly, a hexagonal vortex. Certainly unique. We have very intelligent viewers here on the Grottu Orloff television program. My God, it's full of stars.
Leading the audience so as not to spoil the movie. In the recent test screening, there are two post-credit scenes. I won't tell you what happens in those scenes, but I'll tell you who is featured. Would you like to know? And if anyone here wants to dip out, I'm going to say it, and then we will not discuss.
Chris Gore is about to reveal. Chris Gore, Film Threat magazine editor. I guess the magazine isn't published anymore, but he's an internet guy now. He's about to tell us they've added two post-credit scenes in the new Superman movie that, at least according to the latest screening of the movie, they've had two test screenings, and says he's about to tell us the characters that are introduced in the post-credit scenes. So August Ascetic says, cannot find the images yet, but I'm still striving. Oh, Missing Mars is here. Hello, Grotz in Greta, says Missing Mars. This very famous Missing Mars that has, let's see. Missing Mars, I'm trying to. This is the most laid back telethon ever. I would be more enthusiastic if StreamYard would work, but I can't perform in a little, the stupid little skinny TikTok, Instagram, moronic whatever that generation is that likes the little skinniness of a cell phone screen. Someone's coming in. Who could that be? Why, it's Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Yes. But what is going on? Look how what is going on? Hey Kevin. Oh, there's your dog. I'm trying to figure look what they've done to the StreamYard. You're way over there. I, how's your dog doing? Let me can I give you great.
I'm
Oh,
holding her up, the
oh
little
I
sling, so she can walk there.
oh my god. That is so cool of you. So she stays at the store now for temporarily?
Yeah, once she gets in the store, she can walk on her own, but on like rough terrain, I gotta help her out.
Yeah. So are you about to go in the store? Is that what's up?
Yeah,
So did you see the Captain Strange Life new show where you the stuff in your store?
oh, last night's episode he did for the Ben Cooper figures, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, yes. I
Yeah,
was I was
it's pretty funny because he was saying, "Oh, you didn't give me any stickers this time," and then they were at the bottom of the box.
yeah, yeah. Everybody loves those stickers, man. It's like this. They're probably thinking he sends all these stickers to that Grottu bastard. Why don't I get any? And then they were there because I've got a whole bunch of boxes with your stickers on the front. Then I started making bootleg ones. those. I on a photocopy machine. I started making copies of your sticker on a bigger scale than I would put them tape them to boxes. So some of those are not some of those are not official, but I think it's such an amazing logo that you really ought to make more shirts with that logo. Hey, can you show us the new shirt that you were talking about? Is that a
Yeah,
secret?
I'll
Okay.
show it to you.
Yeah, Kevin had some new shirts made, and are they available for sale now?
No, I'm not gonna sell them until I get them here.
Oh, you don't have them. You just have a.
I could have like pre-sold them, but I'm just gonna wait until they're here.
Oh, so you just have one sample? Is that what's going on?
I don't have one. I don't have one here.
Oh,
I
it's
just have.
just computer screen, the image.
I have a picture of the I have a picture of it.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I thought you had the shirts in person. He's got some cool new stuff. There's some good facsimiles coming out Wednesday. Uh, let me try. Oh, he'll show you. Oh, that's great. I don't know why StreamYard's giving me such fits today, man.
They are coming! Leave this place! Lest you suffer our same fate! Run! While your legs can still carry you!
Is that vintage? How old is the? That's amazing.
I don't know. So kid brought it in. I gave him $5 for it.
That's worth. You're not going to sell that, I assume, right?
No,
How would we ever find another one? Is there a name, a company name on the bottom?
I'll look.
That's one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, so you had some high vet bills, but then someone bought a wrestling figure for the exact amount of the vet bills, and the is that correct, or do I have the story messed up?
Well, she's still not better. I still got to take her back. I went to an emergency vet. Now I have to take her to a regular vet.
Yeah. But anyway, someone bought a wrestling figure of what, Roddy Piper? Is that right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then
That's my dad's. My dad's name is Piper.
so is that is so weird that money came just at the right time to help you with vet bills from a wrestler who had the same name as the dog. So to me, that is a sign of, from above that someone's looking out for you. Oh, she's getting around.
She does way better on this kind of floor. The tile is not good for her. So
Oh,
I
because
had extra. I didn't know it. I had some extra pieces of this carpet in my garage, so I
uh-huh.
laid it down in my house. I laid some of this carpet in my house now.
Do you have hardwood floors?
No, it's all tile.
All time. Oh, okay, because you're in a desert place. So it's like a
Yeah,
Mexican restaurant and yeah. So
yeah.
you
So what she would do, like, what Bambi was doing when he was on the ice, his legs would go out.
right.
That's what she was doing, but now she's getting some traction, better traction on here.
Yeah, I've seen my cats go flying just this morning when they were running around upstairs on hardwood floors. Uh well, that's great. Maybe that's something you could do with the carpet. That's great.
Oh, here's my new mummy mask.
Oh, that's a really good one. Does skull say other things or just that one thing?
I think it says more. Look at this mummy is discolored, but it kind of makes it look better.
Yeah.
See how it discolored? This side's lighter. This side.
Yeah, it's neat. My wife says the Saturn the only planet. Okay, what were they saying? Always says the South Pole is way crazier on Saturn, and always says sweet doggy, and
Look what I sold one of my mutants because it broke off the stand
yeah. Was it
and rolled across the floor. So I'm like, I'm gonna sell it.
was it damaged, or you just did was
No,
superstitious about it falling?
no, I wasn't superstitious, but it was just I don't need two of them. I got
Oh, it was a duplicate. Okay, yeah.
this one had better color, so I kept this one.
How much did you sell it for? Or
500. That's what I paid for it.
yeah.
In 1998, I think these cost 200 or 250.
Oh wow, yeah. They're nice, man. Does anyone know what I'm doing wrong on StreamYard, or is StreamYard just gotten having a weird day today? If someone could help. Oh,
Turn away from this place. Nothing here awaits you but bad fate. Get out! You still can! For the rest of the show. Thank you, Emma. So here it is. Two post-credit scenes.
Here's the figure that I got to ship out.
oh, let's see.
Another featuring
Wait, let me see. What is it? Can't
It's
see.
Roddy Piper. I guess
Oh,
in one of his matches, he painted himself half black and half white.
oh, like that Star Trek episode. Wow. Well, that's a new thing. I've never seen a wrestler do that before. There is a
Yeah,
Mexican,
like like blackface. He did like black body, like half black.
yeah, there's a Mexican wrestler. One side of his mask is different than the other side, but not quite the whole body paint I've never seen.
No, he was. I think he was wrestling a black guy that match. It was probably pretty controversial.
Missing Mars asking Power. Yeah, Dynamo.
Somebody knows. Somebody in the chat knows about that match.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Missing Mars Tower comics were great. That Wally Wood and some great. They were trying to compete with Marvel and the DC in mid '60s, but I think their main.
do not go further. It's a trap. You know not what lies beyond. Beware. Turn away.
Oh my gosh, everybody's starting to talk about Aleister Crowley in the chat, or Crowley or whatever you're supposed to call it. Yeah, the Dynamo, the Tower comics are great. I think the problem they had is that they were giant size 25-cent comics, and they just couldn't compete in the market because kids would rather pay 12 cents. I assume. I can't think of any other reason why they didn't take off. Yeah. I figured the name August Ascetic that he must be into the occult kind of stuff. I don't know. Something about that name. Well,
I'm gonna plug my phone in and charge it up, and then I'll come back in a little bit.
okay. Ooh, someone else donated. Who is this human? Anonymous. I've seen that guy, man. Anonymous. He's got a V through Vendetta mask. He comes on the internet. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $20 donation. I really, really appreciate that. I'll do a whole episode about Anonymous, but then YouTube will think I'm talking about something you're not allowed to talk. Let's see. My wife says, I've never read his books because of a couple of things I don't like about him. Yeah. but I'm probably going to. I only have one, The Diary of a Drug Fiend. I haven't been motivated to watch it. I've been, uh, to read it. You mean? I was more. Uh, I tried watching a book once, and it wasn't very fun. Kevin still got old comics for sale. I think yes, Missing Mars is the claim sales must not be doing it for him. He's and my wife says interested in Jack Parsons or I don't know. There's no question mark. So interested in Jack Parsons. I think that is more of a statement rather than a question. Uh, Is me, Grotz. I just donated. Thank you so much, Missing Mars. I'll do an episode about Missing Mars and how he misses his own planet. Or maybe you could come on sometime. It's great you work for yourself and have the freedom to take her to work. Yeah, oh yeah, that's great. Yeah. Um, yeah, because yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, Missing Mars, man. $70 is really gonna help. So I get I get a retirement check at the end of the month, and I get uh, the job that I do now. I work 10.5 hours a day, and I get that payment on the 20th of every month. So if we could get a, if we could save a few $100s, sometimes it's hard to, but let's say we could pull 300 out of that by living super frugally and then add the set. Well, we already have 370, and supposedly this home warranty is going to give us 100. How do you do that stupid thing from Austin Powers? $100, So, we're- so we're getting there pretty quick. I believe it on an hour, 57 minutes. Except the $50 was before I started. So far that's $20 an hour. I figure if I stay on for 10 hours, oh, well, that would be $200. Well, hopefully it'd be more than that. I don't know. We'll see. What are these people talking about in my chat, man? What are they talking about, man? August acidic. Crowley was somewhat depraved, but he designed a great deck of tarot cards. Uh, and then my wife says, I know enough about the inner workings of his cult to agree that he was a degenerate. Yeah, man, those people, they like to squirt and shit in the cookies they eat, and then uh, they do things with everybody, and they're just a bunch of apes. They're like a bunch of apes in a zoo, you know. Then they dance around like a bunch of degenerate monkeys. I'll have to see what they look like. What's they? Oh, the tarot cards, yeah. Well, he used to talk to this little gray alien that was a demon and named Bub or something. And he revealed the secrets of the universe to Aleister Crowley. And then he got to be on a Beatles album cover. Um, my wife Greta said his poem about Celia was absolutely disgusting, but very ahead of its time. But it wasn't as good as Rush, man. The greatest band in the world, man. Sometimes I cry when I think about those drum solos. Uh, okay, now I'm gonna finally hear what Chris Score says about the characters introduced at the after the closing credits of uh, Superman.
Hal Jordan, Green Lantern.
Okay, Hal Jordan. Not to spoiler alert. Hal Jordan of Green Lantern, the real Green Lantern, appears in the close. Good, because I don't really like to see Guy Gardner with the fishbowl haircut appear before Hal Jordan. To me, that's kind of sacrilegious. Okay, so all right, fantastic. Let's see who else. Um, so anyway, Kevin, missing Mars. When Kevin comes back, I'll remind him that you're apparently wanting to do a comic thing. I don't know if he has old comics, but he does have some facsimiles that have come in that are pretty neat. That I would recommend. Uh, Wednesday is the first appearance of Galactus, which was what was it issue? Is that 46, 47 of Fantastic Four? The one with the Watcher on the cover. The one that has the first cover appearance of Galactus. I have that. I think that's issue 48. Yeah. Anyway, the first. So I guess they're going to do all three issues of the Galactus trilogy in facsimile form, and then there's a facsimile coming out Wednesday of a Sergeant Rock. Our Army at War is coming out. So yeah. What are these people talking about? Oh, there's a bunch of Grottu Orloff says, I want to make enough money as a successful freight agent to buy really cool stuff like Jack Kevorkian's art. I heard he did art, but yeesh, is it good? I'll trust my wife on that. I had friends that back in the 80s would buy art by serial killers like Henry Lee Lucas and John Wayne Casey and stuff, and it's like, yeah, people, I don't know. I used to read a lot of true crime also, but having stuff like that, it became kind of trendy to have a John Wayne Gacy painting because he would paint them in prison and sell them to, weirdos. Um, my wife says, well, it's good to read about what people believe and get up to. Yeah, yeah, that's true. August Ascetic says, Crowley's pictures on the Beatles' Sergeant Pepper album. Yes, everyone knows that. August Ascetic. You think we're barbarians? Yes, we know that. But so's Mae West. I prefer Mae West. My wife says, certainly is. Yeah, I think that was John Lennon that wanted him on there. I'm half asleep from being awake for so long. King Dinosaur. Well, hello, King Dinosaur says, good morning, Sir Grottu. Well, hello, King Dinosaur Esquire. We're here raising money this morning so we don't have to die an untimely death. I should post the link again. I'll go get it. Paste. What the? That's not right. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Shit. What? God, free Daniels. Uh, I don't know. StreamYard. Okay, what are alternatives to StreamYard? Because this is unacceptable what they have done to me this morning. Um, oh shit! Someone donated money. my God. What the hell? I don't think I did that right. I don't think I put a giant link that I don't think even works. That's wrong. Yes, thank you for the last donation. I just saw S.J. Williams donated a lot of money. Thank you so much. Golly gee. Let me figure out how to do this right though. This isn't right. They're giving me this ridiculous. That's not the right link. That doesn't work. Bub? Who's Bub? Who's Bub? Okay. I don't know anything. Nothing's working. I'm trying to put the link to the GoFundMe, and it's giving me this ridiculously long thing that doesn't. Oh, these. The link works. I just donated. Thank you, King Dinosaur. Um, okay. Yeah, but I don't know if this. See this thing. I don't know what that even is. See, look at that. It said copy link. So I don't know. Um, oh, Friar Tuck's here. Hello, Friar Tuck. Um, oh, I'm missing out on people showing up. Last Frontier says hello. Good. No, he doesn't say that. He says good afternoon, everyone. Not even reading. I'm just. Uh, what are people talking about? I think it was called When Celia Farts and it was gross. What is that? The Crowley poem or something? What are you guys talking about? At least I hope it was yours. Huh? Yeah, you're. I assume you're Mr. Williams. Uh, my wife says hello to them. My wife's on a delay of 7 minutes, so I guess she's just obsessive compulsive like I am. She has to watch the whole thing, so it's nothing interesting is happening. Just fast forward to the present. Uh, okay, so in the chat she's up to date because she's seeing the current chat, but she's hearing what I said 7 minutes in the past. It was a poem by Crowley. You can just read it online or listen to it on YouTube. A poem about someone farting. I am Williams. Oh, oh yes, of course. Scott. Yes, is Scott. Thank you, Last Frontier. Okay, well then, hopefully, I don't know how many. Oh my God, let's see what's going on here. I'm all confused. Oh yeah, there's been 4 donations. Oh no, shit. Oh, this is so confusing. Okay, so there's 2 guys named Scott that donated. There's Scott West and there's Scott Williams. Oh, so confusing. Okay, now, so 4 people have donated. Thank you so much. That really makes me feel good. $120 what we got raised. That's enough for a pound of Freon. And then we could probably, yeah, but we got to raise enough for 11, 12-ish pounds. Yeah, I am West. I'm Marshall West. I'm the law here in these parts. My wife says, thanks for the help, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, buddies. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see. So, Hal Jordan's and Superman. Let's see who else. Let's see what else.
Exactly what happens or what the context is. That is what I was told, and there have been changes to the movie from the previous test screen. I'm not sure how dramatic they are, but the film is evolving, and this is normal, folks. Don't I mean, the point of a test screening is to give the filmmakers feedback so they can make changes to improve the film.
August the setting says, never heard Celia, but I remember Mad Magazine had a vinyl record of someone burping. Yeah, it was called It's a Gas. Fantastic record. One of the best records. That was just fantastic. As good as anything on Sergeant Pepper. Oh no, this is really gross. You have to check it out. Why? What are you talking about? Ah, already. It's so weird that I'm on this delay, says my wife. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Let's see if there's any more uh, donations. Ooh, there's something more. Or no, there isn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're up to 170. That's the great thing about being demented. I'm all excited about 170, but I already knew that. But I thought we had 120, and now it's 170, and so that's cool. I'll get excited when I go back in a few minutes and it's 170. Wow, it's up to 170 because I have no mind. Uh, I hate the skinny picture. This is not intentional, even though it's cool to see these spook show posters. I am not doing this on purpose. I spent an hour trying to figure out StreamYard has no phone number. And I don't know how to fix this. And, if I turn my phone sideways, I'm just sideways. Used to adjust. And I put it on landscape, and it just won't work. Uh,
changes.
Let me put the link to come on.
The final result. Everything from Star Wars to The Godfather to Annie Hall to so many epic stories behind the scenes of movies that changed, that were even a mess behind the scenes to make the movie. Probably a good example of that is The Godfather. Watch The Offer on Paramount Plus. It's a great series that gives you a really specific example of that. And even the original Superman had its trials and tribulations with the producers delivering a 300-page script because they planned to rip off. They tried to trick Dick Donner into directing 2 movies for the cost of 1. That's right. It's a lot of movies that turn out to be great are messes behind the scenes. So make of that what you will. But the movie has been altered from the original test screening.
People are coming in.
Only hope that
What's up, brothers in arms? Brother in arms. Sorry, misread it. Not much. Trying to raise money. Our air conditioning is on the fritz. So we're doing a GoFundMe. But nothing's working today. I wonder if other people are having trouble with StreamYard giving the skinny picture. It's not that I don't know anything about StreamYard. It seems to be just a real pain. You had called the alien Iwas, or whatever his name was, Bub. I'm on a delay. Yeah, oh, well, yeah, I call him Bub because I'm not going to say his asshole, the fucking asshole's real name, because I don't respect demons. This might help, says Deadite83. Well, this might help. He's gonna tell us something. Okay. Oh, my wife says, "Hello, my Danzig brother." This must be someone she knows from the Danzig fan page. My goodness gracious. Glenn was awesome. Um, oh, wait, I missed something. My wife says, I think there were 2 aliens. Probably. August Ascetic says, Night Tiger, I enjoyed when you had the competition with Captain Strangelove. You're going to do that again. Yeah, that was a great. That's right. That was really an epic show, right? What was it? You were trying to outdo each other with covers. I remember that. Okay, he says, tilt your phone again, and the controls may show up on your phone. Well, usually they do, but to turn it to horizon, yeah, they call it landscape, I think. I uploaded a video of him singing HTGK on IG. Oh no, now my wife's saying IG. Uh, what is that? Home and Gardens Television? H Highway to Gold Key. What is HTGK? That must be. You got to be really into Glenn Danzig to know all the songs by the initials, acronyms. Yeah. My wife's in another time zone. Okay. Turn it sideways, says Deadite. It doesn't do anything. The nothing changes. Usually it does. My phone. Maybe the problem's with my iPhone. Maybe I don't know. I can go this way. And I can go this way, and nothing is. Usually, it does flip over, but StreamYard has done something crazy. I don't know what's going on. It's uh, it's nutty, man. Ooh, what? Shit, man, where am I? How do I get back? Oh, well, shit. Thank you, Night Tiger. That was the damn. I'm trying to figure out how. Nothing works. Does it show a camera button? Yeah, there's a camera button. See, I hit the camera button and it just turns me into a cue ball. Over here, I hit layout. There's nothing. Uh, Settings, layouts. I tried hitting a bunch of buttons. Nothing. Actually, did I get smaller? I made myself smaller, didn't I? I made it even worse, I think. I don't think there was that much space down here and up there before, right? Tilt your phone and the control. Nothing works. Nothing works here. Um, my wife says, "I dare you to read the poem, Grotz." Maybe not. Oh, I'm not gonna be reading any Aleister Crowley on my show. Does it show a camera button? So, I think that the August Ascetic says, "Yes, Greta, the I was the entity that Crowley made contact with." But I think there was another. And we need the holes sealed on the unit. Yeah, well, apparently they think there's some pinhead, pinhole, pin size holes in the line that are letting that they probably put there. No, but uh, so I don't know. Some bucks nothing you could just fix it with masking tape. I don't know, man. Just a bunch of bullshit. Oh wait, hook up that Mac. Oh yeah, I should actually. You're right. I have. I like the thing about this. Well, that's very portable. The thing about I just like this phone was so cool. I could go around and do things. I still can do it in a can show, but the StreamYard's getting to be a real pain. Uh, yeah, I forgot Deadite is. Yeah, okay. I'm remembering who people are now. Okay, help him, Greta. Play the Misfits. She's supposed to be sleeping right now, like the Atom. Yes. StreamYard says the controls should be on your phone. They are, but they're not functioning. They're not doing what they're supposed to. I think I might. I think I might deadite because I have a very low memory laptop, and I'm starting. Oh, you know what? My wife is in trouble with work because she has this laptop that's not working. I mean, it's like out of memory, and it's like we were just sent a really nice. Yeah, I'm gonna. My wife could utilize that for the time she's at work, and then she just got, yes, she just needs a, yeah, but does she have a separate monitor? Yeah, well, yeah, so anyway, yeah, that may actually be such a blessing. I th- I'm starting to have trouble with work and starting on a new work journey and having a computer emergency for work. Yeah, this may actually all work out. We may need to talk with you outside of the show and you could help us with that. Hook it up, Greta. I have a DVD drive to send you for it as well. Oh, wow. Yeah, I DVD drive because you know what? If I have so many DVDs that of things were that I've recorded from VHS from the old days. If I could get that, if I could get these DVDs transferred onto a computer, and then I could load them up to YouTube, and then I would be someone with thousands of subscribers because I've got stuff that no one's got, and I could put it up. I just didn't know how to do it. If but oh boy, could I could become I that could change my whole summer. I could be uploading all this precious stuff, footage of my dog that passed away, and stuff that happened, decades ago that I filmed back in the '80s and stuff. Parties back in the '80s. Well, yeah, some of that could be put on YouTube. Um, yeah. All right. Oh wait. It's so hard to do this. I will hook It will hook up to that TV. Oh, okay, yeah. Check the rotation button in your drop down settings. Is that on my actual phone, you're saying, Night Tiger? We need Library 88. He's a good cheerleader. He helped me get Maranya hooked up. He's a good cheerleader. Library. Oh, Library 88's always around. I don't know if he's been on today. Drop down phone settings. Oh. Oh, maybe it's some setting, yeah, on my phone that's causing this. Uh, because I was trying to hook this to my this nice tripod that was sent to me by Meyer Greenblatt, and I maybe when I was tightening it, maybe it messed up some setting on my phone. I'm just going to read these comments because now StreamYard's you have to click it, read it, and then you have to put on screen. My wife says, "Can I hook it up to my laptop to resolve being out of memory?" And then she says, "I'd rather listen to Celia farts than this dork from 10 minutes ago." Are you talking about me? Who? What dork from 10 minutes ago? No, she's got to be talking about me. Deadite 83 says, "I don't think so, Greta, but I may have an extra hard drive if you need it." Man, these you guys are so nice. You were talking about some Marvel superheroes cartoons too, man. Those would sure entertain us while we sweat to death. At least it entertained me. I don't can't guarantee it would entertain her. Greta says, "Yes, cause I'm fooked." LOL says Deadeye. "We need to get you unfooked." And then she says, I know I don't know Deadeye 83 from the Danzig fan club. I know him from here. Yes, I just figured out. Yes, I know he's B-sides because he's talking about the computer he sent me. Yeah. But, I just forget. Yeah. Because I don't even know where I live. I barely know my own name. So it's hard to know other people's names. I'm amazed. I mean, I'm amazed at how well Joe Biden functioned compared to how my brain works. To me, he seems like a genius. But everyone else looks at him and says, "Man, that guy's a fucking idiot." And I look at him, wow, incredible. I can't believe he's functioned so well because my brain has got cobwebs in it. Uh, How the gods kill. Oh yes, I understand now. That's what HTGK. It sort of sounds. Looks like Home and Gardens television. When you, it's better. How the gods kill sounds better than HTGK. Uh, Deadite says yes, yes. And then Greta says, I'm speaking to you guys from the past. Just fast forward. There's not. She didn't want to miss out on anything, but it's, uh, it's, okay. So what was it? Night Tiger said I gotta do. I wish people. Hold on. Would someone just come on and talk to me for crying out loud? Uh, how- what the hell is going on? Invite guest. Copy. Okay. Paste. This is how you get on the show. Then someone could maybe talk me through this. Okay, I need to go. Night Tiger says check the rotation button in your drop down settings. Well, he might, in my drop down settings on StreamYard, there's one that says general. Can you guys still hear me? Uh, what's going on here? My wife says, I think the other alien was named Lamb, if I'm not demented, but I'm sort of demented. This is the link to get on the show. My wife says, where did Kevin go? And then he's recharging his phone. And King Dinosaurs, yep, still hear you. Are there any Amish HVAC guys? Yeah, I don't think so, man. I guess they don't have even they don't have anything in their house like that. Now it's smaller. Yeah, I did something to make myself smaller. Let's get small. I remember that Steve Martin album. That actually wasn't very funny, was it? Uh, let's see. Layout. That didn't make me bigger.
You got to drop down settings on your phone.
On the phone or on StreamYard?
On the phone has like a rotation for the camera.
Okay, let me, hold on, let me go look. Okay, on the phone. Okay, I'm in settings. Now, what do I look for? I'm on an iPhone.
Mine has like a drop down setting, has different buttons for different things. One of them's
Well, yeah,
you
it's like,
turn on your screen so it will change to landscape when you turn it.
well, I see screen time, focus, sounds, and haptics, whatever a haptic is. Home screen and app library.
Not
Cam.
your regular set. Don't you have like a you can pull down a menu from the top, like a quick menu, quick settings menu?
I don't know. Do this is something I. Okay, yes, I do actually. Okay, I pulled it down.
Look, should be a button for rotating the screen when you turn the phone.
Oh, um, does it have
I
a?
not
Is
I
it a little
accidentally click
circular
it.
arrow?
I don't know. You have an iPhone. I have an Android.
Portrait orientation lock off. I
Yeah,
think
that's
I
it.
fix. I think I may have accidentally pressed it when I was trying to put it onto
Yeah,
the.
I do that every now and then.
But now I'm all. Now let's see if. Okay, well then, this still looks shit. What do I do now? Do I fix it on StreamYard layout?
Maybe refresh.
Oh,
The old fat truck driver.
it didn't even work. Um. Uh. Hold on.
You need elevator music for this.
Yeah. Now I know. Um.
You don't upload music to your StreamYard.
Um. No. I usually have it just playing in the background.
You know you can upload tracks, lower the volume, make it higher.
Yeah. Yeah, I
You should
know.
get you
There's
should get some elevator music and upload it on there.
right. Um, it may be that I can't change. It may be that we fixed the problem, but I can't. But I'm locked into that with StreamYard until I start another
Right.
live broadcast. It could be that.
What's going on with your air conditioner?
No, all the Freon's gone, and it's the old style Freon, so it's like $190 per pound, which seems high, but um,
How many pounds do you need?
like 11 or 12, he said.
Hey,
So it's going to be like over $2,000. And the home warranty people said, well, we'll give you $100 because
oh
the AC
that
guy presented it like, well, we really need to just replace everything outside, inside. But I think supposedly he gave them two options. One just to, replace the Freon and try to seal any. pinhole leaks there could be with something they add to it. And the guy said, nope, we don't cover that. So, you know, my wife put in $1,500 to this. Uh, and then it turns out, well, they only cover up to $1,500 anyway, but at least that would be the lion's share of it, and then we could come up with the rest. I just better try to raise all of it, because otherwise it's going to be a horrible summer, because we've got to get both of our new kittens fixed on June 19th. And the guy said, the AC guy said, if you can come up with half of it, like $2,400, I'll do it, and then you can pay the other half in two installments. But then that's just no, that's the whole summer of, well, we'll have cool air, but nothing else all summer. And but
So you're talking almost 5 grand?
no, well, no, it would be about 2,300. 2,400 is what he said, unless they need to fix something else, which I'm sure they'll find something else. But I mean, no, it's not going to be. Oh, well, the
How old's
five
the
grand
unit?
because whatever this is called, GoFundMe recommends to 5 grand, and so I thought, well, we need, you know, we'll just make it that amount. But I mean, really,
How,
yeah, that's worst case scenario.
how old's the unit?
It's probably pretty old. I just don't know, because I've only been here 3 years. It looks older. Um, but the AC guy says, I've been servicing this house for 28 years. I don't know if that means it's 28 years old. I don't know if they last that long. But I mean, I could have given you all the information on my old house, but this
It's
is
time for you to
all.
start Airbnb in a room or something.
Yeah, yeah. Um, how do I make them? So you've got a bigger picture than me. That's not fair. How do I fix this shit? Uh, oh man. Settings, camera.
My wife said we have an extra room with a bathroom, and it's got a fridge in the room and a bed. And my wife's like, I want Airbnb, and I'm like, I don't want strangers in my house.
Yeah.
Well, she
Well,
does not while she. I told her if she was retired full time, I wouldn't mind, but not if she's not going to be there.
we had a visitor that stayed in our house for a few months, and it's like right about that time, my all-star was it 58, the first Power Girl, it's just gone, and it's like, why would it be gone? There's no reason why it should just be misplaced. I didn't take it out for any reason. And then I realized, well, if you decide to go in and look at the comic boxes, the first one you're going to come to is the A box. And this guy had a little bit of knowledge about comics, because he had a stack of 90s comics. And you recognize Power Girl, so that may have been where it went. It was in perfect condition. I bought it when I was in fifth grade. It's like, that's my suspicion, because it
You
just
probably
disappeared in the thin.
saw the
Hold on, you're cutting out.
Georgia. Well, so,
This must be a new StreamYard thing, because I think StreamYard is catering only to idiots that like TikTok. I think. Can you hear me? You kind of cut out. And the other
yeah,
thing that's happened that's new is, it used to be people would freeze up, but now your picture completely disappeared, and all I saw was your name at the bottom. So that's a new. Oh, and he's gone. That's something new. StreamYard's trying to become cooler and hipper for 13-year-olds that like TikTok, I think. Uh, let me see what people are saying here. Grottu Orloff, where did Kevin go? Oh, he's coming back. Yeah, where are
Can you
you?
hear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you
I'm
fine now.
in. I'm in the backwoods of Georgia,
Oh,
headed home. My wife's in Washington D.C., so I'm going home to play.
oh. Are you gonna do some? Are you gonna do a like a live stream or something tonight or
I
something?
don't know yet. I'm going to play it by ear. I gotta do my food shopping as soon as I get home, but should be home about 5:30. I got some comics to read, a new Disney. I got a Tom and Jerry Christmas Golden Age issue I got to finish.
all the all the great literary works.
I just finished watching a series called The Agency. Have you heard of it?
Say it one more time.
I just finished watching on Paramount Plus The Agency.
No, I've
It's like
never seen. I don't
it's
know it.
about the CIA. It's a really good show. It's got Richard Gere in it.
Oh, I was just I was thinking a few weeks ago. Whatever happened to Richard Gere? Because he seems to have disappeared.
It's a really good show. Good CIA spy show.
Hmm.
Realistic. I hate that when there's all like you find a good show and there's only one season.
Yeah, did you ever watch Stargirl?
Yep, I liked it.
What about we
I liked
just
it because
started watching.
they had all the Golden Age superheroes in it.
Yeah, we just started watching. We've only seen 2 episodes. Fallout. Have you heard? You seen that?
I started watching episode one, but I didn't seem to like it.
Yeah.
I tried
I,
watching Andor, that was boring,
oh yeah.
and then Daredevil again, that was boring. So I went back to watching King of Queens. There's a new show called The Tracker. That's a really good show.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
No, I don't know it.
It's kind of like what's the one with Richard Dean Anderson from the '80s?
I didn't mean to do the solo layup. I don't know what happened. Um, yeah, I don't know. Richard Dean Anderson, that's not the guy that played Oscar Goldman, is it? That
No,
I don't
he had
think
the
he's
show where
alive.
he fixed everything with like a paper clip or a spring
Oh,
from a pen.
MacGyver. MacGyver.
Yeah,
What was the guy that played Oscar Goldman in the $6 Million Man? Wasn't that Richard
I
Anderson?
I don't even know if I know his name.
Yeah, I bet it was Richard. Someone will tell me in the chat.
I went back and watched that $6 Million Man a while back, and I forgot how cheesy it is. They had like how they used to print out the labels and stick them. They had everything inside the spaceship labeled with the label stickers. I was like, are you kidding me? The toggle switches and everything
Well, that was the
with,
state of the art back then.
with the label maker.
I don't know. Maybe it was. I know my dad always had that on the front, on the dashboard. Is fasten your seatbelt. There was a red piece of, he had one of those guns that printed out stuff.
Yeah,
That's what I always think of when I
that
think
was
of those tape
technology.
guns. Huh?
The label maker was cutting edge technology back in the day. Turn the dial, print.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Haven't even hit in the mid '90s yet. Usually it's over 100. I must have lost you. I'm at the state line.
I think I'm back, but well, you were kind of breaking up. I heard something about 100 or something. 100 degrees. It's just, uh, the wonders of the internet. Oh, what? He's back. Uh, I think he's back. Okay. What? What? What is happening? Okay. No, he's still there. His name is there. There you are. Oh my gosh, I have no idea what's going
I'm
on.
back. Am I back?
You're back.
I had crossed state lines.
Oh,
I'm about 10 miles from Metarog's house.
are you going by?
No, I'm getting on the interstate. I got to meet up with him soon, though. We're going to exchange some comic books.
Yeah.
I was today, this week, I was like keeping myself from buying books. I put them up on the list on my comic shop, and then, oh man, I want this and that. And then I whittle it down to about $30. And I'm like, no, I'm going to pass. I don't want to buy anything anymore. I got too
Yeah.
much. I got too many comics.
I heard you talking about that Archie comic called Bats. Um,
Yeah, they
that
had a couple issues on my comic shop for a couple bucks. Not a whole lot. They have some cool Dracula and stuff like Universal Monster covers.
yeah. Yeah, it was like a attempt to be somewhere between Mad and a horror book.
Oh yeah, they just listed a bunch of Mads yesterday in the new listings.
Oh, I was able to turn my camera sideways and
Woo!
look at that. Well, that actually shifted. Hold on a second. I'm gonna try. Oh, what the heck? Maybe
Why
StreamYard
is
fixed the problem, but it
why is
never.
it square now?
I don't know. I just got off the screen. I accidentally hit something. I don't know what's going on.
I bought a brand new laptop, but now you know how it is. Now I got to transfer all the files, and that's such a job. Because the one I have, it's a really good laptop, the one I have now, but the screen cracked and I cannot close it, so I can't take it.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna.
So
Oh, here.
I bought it like about 7 years ago when they had student discount at Best Buy. I've got it for $800, and now I was able to buy a newer one for less money with double all this storage and speed and everything. Now I got to see if my software company will let me transfer the program I have to my computer because last time I did that, they got mad. They said they were going to cancel me.
Oh,
I bought a lifetime program. A lot of these things, like on my phone, I got that COZ. I bought a lifetime to that. All that stuff back in 2000. I want to say 16, 17. You could buy
uh-huh.
lifetime access to all that stuff, and then they changed it around 2019 to all these things now you got to buy like a monthly or yearly subscriptions. They don't no longer let you buy the whole program for lifetime.
Well, I guess
They
that's
fig-
why they invented COVID. They were hoping they'd get rid of all the people with lifetime plans and they could start over, but it wasn't successful enough. It didn't get enough people, so they just decided heck with the lifetime plan. That's.
Well, I think they figured out they can make more money if they don't offer a lifetime just subscription.
Yeah. I think I've got this halfway fixed. It's probably just StreamYard messing up and they're fixing it behind the scenes because I've had a minor victory where I'm able to turn the camera sideways. That means I could put it into the tripod, but now they're only giving me one choice in the layouts. Okay, well, anyway, exit solo. Yeah, it's still pretty weird, but oh well. Hopefully, people are watching this on a big screen. Got lots of elbow room. So,
But now that I'm on, you probably won't get as much money in funding.
well, I just need to keep putting the link there. No, that's not true. Um, let's see here. I gotta get the link off of this thing.
I'm in Havana, Florida, not Cuba.
Yeah, I didn't think I didn't hear any water splashing, so I didn't think you were over there. Let's see.
My stepdaughter graduated with her master's yesterday. She
Oh,
works
wow.
for she works for Nestle in the Gerber division.
Huh. Why are they making why are they making chocolate for babies?
I think they make baby food. I
Oh,
don't know.
well, maybe it's not. Maybe
They probably bought out that company years ago. Was it Gerber or Procter and Gamble years ago?
Oh, I have no idea.
Remember the chain letter back in the '80s that Procter and Gamble was something about the devil or something?
Oh yeah, that was probably right about 1980. I remember, and they claimed that it was on the Donahue show, and then they said no. The head of Procter and Gamble was never on the Donahue, saying that he's glad to worship Satan. Like, yeah, people really believe that.
You remember the Tylenol scare in the '80s?
Yeah, but I think that was a real thing. Someone was
Oh, it
tampering.
was that. Oh, it was. That's why now us adults can't hardly open any bottles without helps of our wives.
Yeah. My wife is saying that her sister needs some lumber moved. Do you ever do you work for a company or do you ever do free agent stuff?
No, I work for a company.
Yeah.
I don't
So
need any more work.
yeah, well they're trying to get into freight brokering where they coordinate people that need stuff moved with people that
Oh
can
yeah,
move it. And not just with trucks, I guess with planes and ships too. So it's the kind of job that you can supposedly make good money with by working at home. So,
right. Oh yeah,
I just
that
don't
damn
know.
internet.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. So, but that they're my wife and her sister are learning about it. King
My
Dinosaur, what?
my son and daughter-in-law have a business where they manage companies by getting online workers or people to work for their network online, and they source it out to people because she's from Philippines, so they get people in the Philippines to work for $2 an hour, and the company pays them $25 for their employees an hour. So they pay them $2, they make 23 every time that person works an hour.
Oh,
So they just get contracts and then hire people to do the work online. Pay them. They pay them $25 an hour, and then they pay the workers $2, which is
huh.
good money in the Philippines. I can handle you working on a Saturday. I shouldn't be.
Yeah. Well, you got Tom and Jerry comics to pay for.
I don't want to buy any more comics. I went to the comic store, a store in town, and they had a bunch of Silver Age Harveys for $1. Hot stuff.
Oh,
I
dang.
want to go back.
I saw you had posted a really cool one. Yeah, yeah,
Most of them
of
were
hot
beat
stuff.
up, but yeah, I grabbed all the best conditioned ones. They have, they're a lot of them are 2.0 stuff.
Yeah.
But there's a hot stuff winter issue where he's melting the snowflakes in the fire, and I left that one behind. I want to go get it.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah,
And they have a bunch of the giant issues. They're fun to read, but it's like I don't want to. I'm trying to get rid of stuff.
well, that's true.
But those
Well,
hot stuffs, they're not easy. Those aren't easy to find anywhere,
so you say
especially the
you have,
Silver Age issues.
yeah, you say you have 12,000 comics.
Somewhere around there.
So do you estimate by the number of boxes you have and how many books would go in a box? Is that how you come up with the
No, I
number?
look on the CLZ app.
So you put every comic in your collection in there.
Probably 95%.
Oh,
I went through when I first got the app, and I went through all my books and put everyone in there. It took me like a week.
afterwards, did you have trouble with your vision? Just adjusting
It
it?
was fun,
Yeah, it just,
but I got rid of a bunch last year. I got rid of 10 long boxes of modern crap, so probably less
yeah.
than 12,000, maybe
So
1050. I probably added a couple hundred since then.
so you're getting rid of the 1990s stuff?
I got rid of about 90, probably 99%.
Yeah,
From
I just,
anything from 1990 to the present. I don't like. I got rid of most of the stuff that had like the slick pages, the shiny pages.
oh yeah, where the borders go to the edge of the comic. And
Yeah, paper's so
yeah,
heavy. But
yeah.
there's ones that you keep.
Well, to me, uh, I just consider it a very time period specific thing. My enjoyment was from a certain time period, and I still don't think it's because I got older, but that the comics changed. Because I would have kept going with them if they Tuesday. There's an issue of Our Army at War facsimile coming out. I'm not exactly sure why they chose that particular issue. It's a great looking issue, but I don't think it has any key issue significance. But there's a facsimile coming out Wednesday, and
What
the
year?
facsimile, I think about
What year?
1965, I think. Could, could you hear me? Mid 60s.
Get more.
I think we're
I find that after 1990, when they changed, like public and image came out, and there was less focus on story and more on gimmick. That
yeah,
consistently the writing and the art is just horrible from that point
right,
forward. When you go backwards, like from 89, about 80, 89, 86, you're still getting stories that are enjoyable to read. They have a beginning, a middle, and end,
right.
uh, characterization, plots.
But there was still good stuff coming out in the 80s, but as the decade went further, it was fewer and fewer.
That's where
Uh,
the speculation really started, was with Image and Valiant. They
right.
started overprinting books. It was
Yeah,
all
that's
about trying to get as much money out of the book and not caring about what was in it, but what they could just sell.
right.
Then, of course,
Well,
you had explosion of the direct market with a lot of these crossovers and different titles. They would call them events that they would hold. They would cross multiple titles. you go in the comic shop and they'd have posters everywhere and read this issue, then this issue,
Yeah.
Death of Superman, Breaking of Batman's Back.
Yeah, all that stuff I thought I was very cynical of at the time. The death of Superman. Well, if you're killing him, why is the comic continuing to go on? You know he's coming back. That seemed ridiculous. I didn't like the breaking of Batman's back. I didn't like the killing of Robin. I thought that was really tasteless for for the readers to vote whether he dies or not. It's like, what are you, Roman,
Right.
teaching kids to be Roman emperors? Uh, and then then they leaked it
There,
to the media. They announced it to the media. So of course the media doesn't know that that's not really Robin. That's not the Robin that was been around for decades. It was in the TV show, so they went with it. And
they were
uh,
accomplices.
yeah, well, they didn't know. And
I have to say, though, I didn't necessarily care for the Breaking of the Bat storyline for that reason, but I loved the Azrael Batman. I thought he was so cool. I thought he was better than the Bruce Wayne Batman. He was like
I just,
Iron Man as the Batman.
well, I just don't. I
He was
never read
he
any of
was
those.
he was more brutal. He had these razor sharp darts that he would shoot. And he had
Uh,
like he would build as the storyline went on. He would build more armor to his costume, more gadgets. And then if you ever read the Catwoman issue where he fights Catwoman, it's one of the best battle stories fights drawn and written that I've ever read with Catwoman.
I probably have that because I bought that Catwoman comic. I like that comic.
The
Then
Jim
the co-
Ballard art,
yeah, and I like the Spider Girl comic that was coming out, I guess in the '90s. But for the most part, it just seemed those events are what kind of I just was in college and I saw Marvel, I guess it was Secret Wars, and I thought, okay, I see this comic, I see this line of toys. I realized, okay, this is just an advertisement for the toys. These heroes are banding together because they want them to have some unity for the toy line. And I
right?
begin that second Secret Wars where they're like fighting Tom Jones, some guy it looks like a game show host. I thought that looks even worse. And of course, at DC, they had that really elegant looking Crisis on Infinite Earths, beautiful artwork and writing and everything. But and then you realize they're killing everything I loved and
It's
that my
all
older
marketing.
brothers read and that my father read. They're destroying universes of cool characters just because they're afraid it'll be hard for some 9-year-old. I figured out the multiple Earths pretty easily as a kid and thought it was cool, but they had to destroy it all. I thought it was just like I've never been one for let's kill off characters to make these comics realistic. We have to kill off Supergirl, we'll kill off this and that. I don't like that.
You know,
And
I've never read that series at all.
well,
I have it, but I've never read it.
well, people love it, and I liked it at the time, but then I realized, oh, but yeah, what have you left me with now? Everything's starting over, and you've got and I
Yeah.
didn't want it to start over. I liked it the way it was, so I kind of went to more of the reprints of old comics like Harvey was putting out. Harvey had a line called Recollections, I think, where they were reprinting old Black Cat comics in black and white, and I was reading Eight Ball and Hate, these independent comics that and I would buy I'd still go in the comic stores. I'd just buy old comics. But that whole time period
They
soured
have
me.
that last issue of Eight Ball right now on was listed on my comic shop yesterday for $11, 3.5. I have a copy. It's like a 2.0. I was almost going to
Yeah.
grab it.
Yeah, I um probably have that issue, I guess.
Someone should do the death of Eight Ball where he does an eight ball and he overdoses.
Oh, well, yeah. Um,
Like John Belushi.
right. Yeah, well, I remember that was terrible. Yeah, it was all. Yeah, I don't know. But
Did you like
so
Contest of Champions? I
I've
enjoyed
seen that
that.
comic in dollar bins. I never read it. No,
I bought that when it came out.
I just guess I just got soured to it, and I was just doing other things. I I don't know. There was also a time period where the comics started to look really cheap, and I'm not sure when that was.
Oh, I
The
think
printing,
Image started that.
well, just the printing and the paper were really cheap there for a
Not
while.
only that, we had full cover scenes all the way up to around 1990, and then it was just kind of portrait looking covers,
Yeah,
like
where the
poses and stuff.
right, the covers are generic. They could be on
And we
any
still
issue.
have that, and it still have that today. And people and these young guys go gaga over the variant cover. It's a 1 in
Yeah,
10. It's a 1 in 25. Oh, it's what's this chick from Japan or whatever? And I'm thinking, really? You like that? It looks so bad to me.
yeah. That's destroyed any hope for people in the future collecting comics because it would be way too confusing.
You ever
No.
see these artists on Instagram that do comic book art and they use the computer to draw it? It's really doesn't really nothing. It's and then they're all like excited about it and they try to send you messages. Hey, do you want to buy some of my art? And it's basically just like a profile picture they drew on a computer,
Uh,
and they call themselves artists. I've had multiple people that send me Instagram messages. Hey, I can do art for you. Check out my art, and I'm like, it's not good.
yeah.
It looks like a Disney cell, an animated cell is basically what a picture.
Right.
What's that chick's name? The Japanese female that everyone goes gaga over. I can't remember.
I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about probably.
Did she just draw girl covers?
She Monoko or something like that.
Oh, PB
Monoko.
Inoko or something like that.
Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, her art's so good. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't see it. It doesn't look like there's too much effort put into it. Yeah, that's the one. Peach Monoko or whatever.
Yeah, I'm behind in the
I
comics.
hate when I don't watch Comic Tom anymore. I used to watch it once a week when they did the countdown. But he'll commission these artists to do special covers for him,
Oh yeah.
and they'll be like trash. And you're like, oh, this awesome cover, man! Like, you gotta get. It's gonna be one in every pack. It's so awesome. And
Yeah.
you just know just because he's making money off it, it could be the worst thing in the world. But he's gonna say it's so cool. It's the greatest.
Yeah.
And I thought, it's so disingenuous.
Yeah, that guy he likes to use that word. I noticed that he uses that word a lot, disingenuous. He's always been kind of hard for me to take. I don't know. I I can't relate to what comic collecting is now. I just can't relate
I
to it.
just don't like when these channels that we've watched since the beginning, and then they get really big, and I'm sure they're making money. It becomes a business, and then it's all about them making money. So anything they present, even if it's trash, they're oh, it's so good. We need to get this or that, and you know that they're lying because
Yeah.
they have no choice anymore because they have probably people that they work for them now, and they have to pay their salary, so they have to claim everything is the best
Yeah.
when it comes to art or issues or storylines or whatever it is. And I love a lot of my friends on YouTube and a lot of these guys that have their own business where they make their own comics. But I don't want to buy someone's comic just because I got to support them. I want to buy it because I actually want it. I want to read it, and it's something that I am going to enjoy.
Yeah.
Does that make any
Yeah,
sense? Not just because, well, I don't care about it. It's a piece of junk. I'm going to just buy it and not say anything about my real opinion.
yeah. I guess I don't really follow anyone that makes comics that I know of. Well, actually, there's. I was watching earlier. I know he makes comics. Um,
Let's say, what's his name? Swagelhaus.
I don't. Oh,
He,
I
he
know who
put
that
out a
is.
comic, and I'm like, I'm not buying that because it's like $20 an issue. Most of the time, it's because the high printing costs nowadays. Unless you can get it in a high print number, which they can't, it's going to cost between $15 to $20.
Yeah.
And there are a few people that I did buy just to support them, but I get the book and read it. It's not good. The art's not good. The story's not good, and I
Yeah.
feel like a dirty whore then. Like I pimp myself out.
Well,
To be honest, just to be brutally
yeah.
honest.
I didn't know. I don't know much about Swaggle House. I assume he's an investment guy.
He used to
Uh,
work in Hollywood as a writer.
okay.
He's got good content. I didn't buy his book, but I'm just using him as an example.
Yeah. Um,
I enjoy his content though.
I I don't know
I
much.
admire, and I have to say, I admire a lot of these people that have bigger channels because they put in the work to produce daily or or twice a week or 3 times a week content. That's a lot of work. I
Yeah.
know. I backed off from doing that because it was just so exhausting.
Right.
This last video I put out, I actually I put a lot of work into it for the first time in a long time, and it spent me 3 hours on a 20-minute video because I edited it all the way from the beginning to the end, adding a lot of extra stuff to it, sounds and pictures.
Are you talking about the one where you're talking about downsizing your collection?
No, not that one. The one before that.
What was it about? I all don't.
I showed a lot of the interior pages to some of the Golden Age books I got,
Oh,
and talked about some of the sellers and books that I bought from in the past, Golden Age, that I showed them on the screen. And then the books that I showed, I actually zoomed in, and then I would put the cover up there next to it. That takes a lot of work,
yeah. I don't
but
know
it's
if I.
fun. I mean, it's fun to see the finished product. And it's fun
Yeah.
to see that it's more professional looking, but it takes a lot of work.
Yeah. I
Sound
guess I can see
effects and
it.
stuff like that. Every time I mention a price, I'll put cha-ching.
Oh yeah. You do a lot of sound effects.
But once editing's fun, but it's a lot of work. So once you get into it, it's like going down a rabbit hole. You want to produce like a nice 5 minute video, it could take you 3 to 4 to 5 hours. I just decided I wanted to back away from that and spend more time reading the books that I have. Uh-oh, I lost again. Crap.
Yeah.
Can
I'm
you hear
I'm
me?
still playing around with buttons, trying to figure out how to fix all this.
I might have to go in a minute. The stupid update on my Android, it overheats the phone now.
Uh,
Like I have it plugged in, charging, and it's blinking, overheating.
Weird.
And I researched the update. It said it's still the new update. I'm on the I-10 corridor, so I'm going to be in and out of service. Are you a sunny day guy or a rainy day guy?
Uh. Oh well. I guess I prefer it to be sunny. Why?
I'm just asking. I'm a rainy day guy. I love when it rains.
I wouldn't like to drive in the rain.
No, I'm talking about when you're at home.
Oh
Off.
yeah.
Although I do like the sunny days, I go out and sit under the tree at the picnic table and read comics. Cats will come and sit up on the table. Yeah, yesterday, or my wife was getting ready to go to Washington on Thursday night. So I don't know if she's like your wife. She has a collection of purses and bags.
Oh yeah.
So she wanted a specific uh, backpack that she had that it's a handmade one. So she pulled it out. She goes, "This thing smells so bad." And I come over. No, she goes, "There's something dead around here." So I come over and I'm smelling all around the room. We got a little alcove. I said, "I don't smell anything." And I smell her bag. I'm like, "Oh my God." So I pull out her umbrella as an umbrella and I goes, "Your umbrella stinks." I said, "It's the bag and the umbrella, but I don't smell it anywhere else in the room." She goes, "I don't know. It was up here on this shelf." So I'm moving stuff on the shelf and I'm like, "Ah!" And this thing rolls out with fur on it. And it was a squirrel that was dead. The cat, either the cats drug it up there or it tried to get away from the cats and it died up there.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm glad. I say glad you were going on that trip because the whole house would have been stinking in about a week.
Oh boy.
So I threw it out. Then my wife got up early to get ready to leave, and at 3 in the morning. So she gets me up. She goes, "Look," and there's a fresh squirrel laying on the ground in the hallway. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Oh, they got another victim.
I said, I told her that reminds me of the shed. She goes, "Yep." So when we owned another house, we had a separate shed we had for the laundry room. And my wife's a carpenter, so she had a stack of lumber in there on the bottom shelf. She goes, "Something's dead under here." So I pull all the lumber out. There's a squirrel, basically like his carcass. Pulled it out, put all the wood back. The next morning, there's a fresh squirrel laying there. I'm like, these damn cats.
I think I fixed the problem, or they fixed the problem.
There you
And
go. What was it?
I have it didn't work. It's something that I've tried probably 20 times today. I think that they were having a problem and they fixed it. It's
Uh,
yeah, it's not a
Technical difficulty.
yeah. I don't know. I wonder if anyone else was trying to do a live stream this afternoon and had the same problem. It just shouldn't have been. But okay, so finally, let me get back to the comments. Yeah, see, I haven't been able to do a very good job of shilling because I've just been obsessively trying to get the picture to be right.
You were moving
Uh,
the rabbit ears around.
yeah, right, exactly right.
The
Um,
good old days with the rabbit ears. You remember when the back of the antenna wire, the little prong would break off, and then you'd have to strip it and then twirl it up and put it under the screw,
yeah,
and then it'd come loose after a week or so, and you have to go back there again and get it to go, make it like a little horseshoe and get it up under that screw. Oh, the good
yeah,
old days.
yeah. I remember one time, the same thing with speaker wire, hooking up speaker.
Yeah.
One time, this wasn't that long ago, probably about 6, 7 years ago, one little tiny bit of that wire went into my skin and it started to create a bump there. It was really painful. And then this doctor managed to put on, with the magnifying, he managed to pull it out. That's about the only good thing that doctor ever did. Um, because he was, I remember one time him telling me, Bill Gates is a wonderful world citizen.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to convince me to do a particular thing. And no, that was the year before. I said, I asked him if he ever thought that something like that would be created, and he was talking how wonderful that guy was. And
Bill Gates is like that guy on the movie The Incredibles, the evil guy. He was the class nerd when he was a kid, and he got rich, became an evil villain.
yeah, Well, I'm being asked if there's going to be any musical guests on this telethon. Well, now that things are working, I can maybe arrange something like that now because I wasn't going to have any great entertainment when I'm in a skinny TikTok frame. That's for the birds, but
Maybe we
um,
get Jerry Lewis.
yeah,
The,
maybe.
the good old days of the Jerry Lewis telethon.
Yeah, I remember one year he came in and he was clearly not well. His head had swelled up like a basketball. That was scary.
I never saw that.
Yeah, there was this one year his head was literally round, um, and it was terrible. He explained why it was that way, and the next year his head was back to normal. But yeah,
You ever watch a show called Bowling for Dollars?
uh,
Ever heard of
no,
that?
I remember it happening. It was on. I didn't really watch it, but
Bowling used to be like the big sport we'd watch in the 70s. It'd be on all the time in the afternoon.
um, no. I never watched that. Although there's a show that's on YouTube. Did Bowling for Dollars have celebrities or just regular people?
I don't even remember.
Because I think Meyer was
I,
telling me about a bowling show that had Adam West on it and stuff.
what about roller derby? Used to watch that.
Oh yeah, roller derby. When I was a little kid, I would watch roller derby and be entertained by it, and that may be why so many of the other people on YouTube that collect comics are so into wrestling. They must have been exposed to it when they were real little kids and thought it was cool, and then they just never gave up their obsession with it. But I was never exposed to wrestling when I was real little. But roller derby, about 1970, on I got that, and I thought it was hilarious. But then it went away, so
The four things my dad would watch: Star Trek, Wild Wild West, roller derby, and wrestling.
yeah, wrestling was in Dallas Fort Worth area. Channel 11 out of Fort Worth would show wrestling at 10:30 at night on Saturdays, and that was the only time it aired. And that was way too late past my bedtime, even on weekends. I wasn't allowed to stay up that late, so wrestling was never just anything I really knew much about till the
What was
1980s
the
when it was on. Hmm.
What was the show with Jacques Cousteau?
Well,
Used to watch that. Animal Kingdom, The Mutual of Omaha.
yeah, there was the Wild Kingdom, yeah. Yeah, but as far as Jacques Cousteau, I think he was just on PBS. I think they just call it Jacques Cousteau. I don't know what they called the show, but yeah, Wild Kingdom. I remember that. That was something I. It was always on. I remember the theme song and the Mutual of Omaha ad, but I don't think I ever just sat down and watched Animal. Wild
What
Kingdom.
was the guy on there? He looked like Alfred from Batman '66 on Animal Kingdom,
Uh, I
Mutual of
used to
Omaha.
know his name, but
Oh, it's like on the tip of my
it was
tongue.
just one of those things that made Sunday the most. I just wasn't a big fan of Sundays, mainly because I knew I had to go to school the
Oh
next
man,
day, and Sunday was just there'd be mutual of Omaha.
I love Sundays. They had black and white Charlie Chan,
Well,
Tarzan movies,
that's the area we
uh,
grew up in, but
the
actually,
East Side Kids. Remember the East Side Kids?
yeah. Well, I wish I was exposed to that stuff at a young age. Yeah, Sundays. Well, I'm talking about the days before cable television in the 70s.
Yeah.
That where I live, Sundays were pretty boring. It was all sports, and then you'd have mutual. Sometimes there would be, yeah. Sometimes there'd be like the Run, Ely, Tarzan, and Twilight. And when I lived in near Seattle, they had Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits on Sunday. But
Yep.
mostly, uh, it just depends on your independent channels and what if they're showing cool movies, then then that would make a Sunday a cool day. But mainly, it was just knowing you had to go to school the next day. And Wonderful World of Disney was usually boring, not always. They didn't put the best of the Disney stuff on that. And there was 60 Minutes, which I was entertained as a kid by 60 Minutes. I think they actually had real journalism back then, and but I'm probably wrong. They probably were just as much liars then. In fact,
What was the what was that movie? Something Witch Mountain. Wasn't Betty Davis?
well, there was Escape from Witch Mountain and Return. I saw both of those in the theater. I enjoyed those. I don't remember those being on. Those were in theaters. I'm talking about.
Tia. I forget the kids. I forget the boy's name. The girl was Tia.
Man, you
I
have
forget
better
the
memory
boy's
than
name.
me. I just remember they were better than most. There was a lot of the Disney in the 70s after Walt Disney died. They were directionless and they were putting out shit like the Apple Dumpling Gang and yeah.
Oh yeah, I like
Well, I
that
don't know.
movie.
It looked as a kid, Disney movies is like ugh, unless it was
The Mr.
that
Limpet.
wasn't Disney though. That was a good movie. They put out I don't know. There was some movie about a volcano. It seems like, and they had like they're
What was the movie with James Garner, The Last Sheriff, or something like that? You remember that movie?
yeah, I think so, but that wasn't Disney.
No, it was
Yeah,
Disney-esque.
but there was Disney had an aura of shit growing up in the 70s. It was like stuff that was not what you really wanted to go to the movie theater to see is Disney. And then their the big animated movie was Robin Hood, which was very weak. But when they re-released one of
Right.
their classics, then that was an
Jungle
event.
Book.
Early 70s, they re-released Mary Poppins around 72. That was fantastic seeing the old movies in the theater.
Yeah, we just
But I
watched Chitty Chitty Bang Bang the other day. I've seen that movie. I don't know how many times.
Yeah, the end of that movie is very dark. It's almost much what the world is turning out to really be like with all this Puff Diddly Daddy and Jeffrey Epstein, that guy going around putting kids in cages. But again, that wasn't Disney either. That was
Bed
a
knobs
not
and broomsticks.
that was good, but that was from the 60s. That was just re-released during the 70s. Uh, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang was an attempt to clone Mary Poppins. You know that book, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang's Ian Fleming book? Did you know that? You probably know that.
I did.
Yeah, it's the same guy that wrote the James Bond books, wrote Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Uh, but anyway, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm like Mikey. I hate everything. I mean, in the, it's just
Oh my goodness! Growing up with the name Mike in the
I
'70s,
was just thinking that when I
you
said
heard. I
Mikey,
heard
it's
that
like,
all the time.
well,
I heard that all the time.
I would have if my name was Mike, I'd just say, "Hey, you're right. Yeah, I do hate everything. I am like that bastard, man." Because I did hate a lot of things in the set. Now I look back at the 70s, and a lot of that stuff is. I was just listening to an air check from 1978. All this music I used to hate, I think is wonderful now. Uh, 70s weren't as bad as I thought they were at the time. In fact, they were kind of
I never hated
wonderful.
every. I didn't hate nothing. I loved everything.
Well, I mean,
I was a happy kid.
disco, and that kind of
Hey,
stuff.
you were
Was
older than me at that time, probably. That's why. How old are you?
okay. Well, I was born in 65, so I was the 70s. I was 5 through 15. All right. Wait, no. Oh, you missed the disappeared. So I would have been 5 in 1970. Yeah, I'd be 15 in 1980. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so um, there may have been a nuclear explosion where he's driving. So goodbye, Night Tiger. Maybe he'll come back. Oh, what are all these people talking about, man? Oh, Myers, I see. I have to go back because I'm not. If I could just get someone on here to read my comments for me, it would be so. Oh, he disappeared. Uh, oh man, there's tons of. Uh, I can't. I'm going to read the comments, but I'm not going to click them up on the screen. My wife says, all of this stuff about the planets is crazy, like Black Diamond Rain. August the Cynic says, Black Diamond? And my wife says, Rain. Then Friar Tuck says, my mother would watch the PBA. Oh, shit. Sorry, he didn't say, oh, shit. But, damn it. What the hell is PBA? Uh, sorry, I'm not mad at the comment. I'm mad because we'll switch to something else. My mother would watch the PBA on Saturdays on ABC, says Friar Tuck. Friar Tuck says, Earl Anthony was a great bowler from my recollection. I thought he was a musician, Earl Anthony. Maybe I'm thinking of Ray Anthony. August Ascetic says, Greta, the only strange rainfall I know of is the shower of frogs that fall from the sky. Mike Night Tiger, that's what I have him labeled on my phone. Mike Night Tiger. He just sent me a text message. My phone overheated, so maybe he'll be back. Friar Tuck says National Geographic had a show on TBS when I was in my early teens. TBS was not. When was I first exposed to TBS? WTBS. That was a local station out of, I think, Atlanta. But when cable TV became a big thing in the 80s, they went national. WTBS. That's what made that idiot Ted Turner the big millionaire, billionaire. Aesthetic says, yeah, but the strange frog phenomenon keeps happening from time to time. Then my wife says, yes, some scientists believe it rains diamonds, including liquid diamonds, on Jupiter and Saturn. I wish it would rain diamonds here. Then I wouldn't have to do this embarrassing GoFundMe. Sunday says, I'm sorry, Friar Tuck says, Sundays were typically very depressing in Sherwood Forest when I was a kid because, like Grotz said, school the next day. Yeah, I mean, I hated school so much. It's just like, how can you enjoy yourself? You know, you have to go to school the next day. It was Friday night and Saturday were okay. It's just, I hated school so much. Meyer says, I ordered the Escape from Witch Mountain paperback book from Scholastic. I read it immediately after I brought it home. Yeah. Last Avenger says, Puff Diddly Daddy. Is that what I called him? I call him something different every time. I don't think I've ever heard a song by that guy. August Ascetic says, never heard of those diamonds, but I know the Martian moon Phobos has a strange retrograde rotation. This is the only show that has chat like this. Usually it's like, hi, how are you? Are you staying hydrated? My chat is a bunch of intellectuals. Grottu Orloff says, I think you have a fake troll talking smack on your bat video, lol. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Probably know who that is. Yeah, I had a video that I put up yesterday where the bat was flying around the house and it said the bat was the only thing normal in the video. Everything else is so weird. There's nothing weird about this house. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway, my wife says, anyway, I had some words for that moron. Oh no, my wife's in a battle with someone. Let's see. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I'm glad StreamYard finally started working. Myers says, running to the store, I'll join you in a few. God damn it. Let's see if anyone's donated. No. The answer is no. Oh my God. I really appreciate those of you that have donated. Um, what do I do, man? How do I do this? Why do I have a black background? Okay, we got to fix the background. Let's go and do that. No, that's not what I want. I can't make a background happen. Why is that? Now, StreamYard is not letting me have a background. Let's see if we can get these things. What's the best way, man? I think this one. They do offer some music. Listen to this. It's some really good music, man. I can feel it good in the air tonight. That's some of the worst music, StreamYard, that's ever been created in the history of mankind. This is the GoFundMe address that you will donate to. No. Anyway, we don't have any air conditioning, and it's getting real bad, man. Although right now it's not too bad because it's colder. Let's see, what is the temperature outside? Well, it's 63, but it's going to go up to 68 at 5 p.m. Can you hear me now? Does that fix it? Okay. My wife's taking a nap. All right. So I think we got rid of all the nice people have donated to the GoFundMe. Now the people will only donate if they're entertained. So now we're going to actually have to provide entertainment for the rest of the people. We're going to have to work for our money. So let's see here. Might have to actually entertain people. Love you and good luck, Grotz. Oh my gosh. I love you so much. And I don't know why. I come on the show and all I do is insult everything. I just hate a lot of things, man. I hate the 1980s comics and 90s comics, and I hate so many things. I can't pretend to like them, and I just feel like I'm just come off as an insufferable bastard. It's like Crisis on Infinite Earths was the greatest thing that ever happened in my life. I love seeing Supergirl bleed and all those characters from the golden age of comics die horribly. It was the greatest thing that ever. You're saying, Grottu, that you didn't like it? It had such great artwork. Yeah, it had great artwork. It had such great writing. Yeah, the writing was good. But I just didn't want to see all those that I don't want to see people. I don't want to see war. I don't want to see people die in the Ukraine war. I don't want to see anyone die. I don't want to see comic book characters die. I don't want. I just leave things alone, man. I didn't think they should kill off Gwen Stacy. These things that are considered sacred to comic book collectors. I don't give a shit. Um, My wife says, "See y'all later. I have a gazillion things to do, and I better take a nap first because I'm in quite a sleep deficit." Yeah, she hasn't slept all night and or morning, and then at least it's not super hot right now where she can sleep. But I've been, yeah, we've been through some rough times, so it's been real hot. Uh, Well, I was so happy to see Kevin's dog walking around. I can't even tell you because I've never had dogs or cats. I never had a cat until 2006, and then I got a dog right after that, and so I just now I can't imagine life without them. But it's rough, man. But most of you've gone through that all your lives. Um, I It's rough because they're just like children. Uh, I can put this phone into a tripod now, so let's do that. But if you guys could be so kind to just donate a little to this GoFundMe so that we can. Um, this is the address here for the GoFundMe, and just any little bit'll help. Just so because if I'm just depressed all summer, or I'm not gonna be able to do this show. Yeah, StreamYard had something wrong with it, and it wasn't my phone, and it wasn't my complete idiotic incompetence, although it usually is. This was a problem with StreamYard, and they fixed it internally while we were watching this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, so now the telethon can begin. My goal, I'd like to see if we can raise, man, if we could get this up to $1,000 today, then I think we could get this plumbing, the plumber, the AC plumber guy to fix this. Well, it's going to be raining Monday. I don't know if they can do that Monday. I don't know if they can do it when it's raining. I'm not sure. Hold on. Okay. I got this when I graduated high school. I is a brain. I don't think this is when I graduated college. Let's see what the date is on it. This was made in Oakland, New Jersey. No, the company's Oakland, New Jersey. It's made in Taiwan. It's Wilbur and Friends. Wilbur. Could have been college graduation, regardless, it's 1980s. You know what was fantastic? That skull that Kevin was showing us earlier. That may be one of the greatest skulls I've ever seen in my life. What are the people saying in the chat? Absolutely nothing. The chat is dried up. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. I'll be right back. Uh, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody comments, man. If my wife's not there to talk to you guys don't want to talk, do you? Because I never say anything back. That's my personality flaw. A lot of clothing on the back of this chair. Oh, here. Oh man, how long have you been there?
I heard you talking about the skull.
Yeah, that skull was. That's one of the greatest. Is there a manufacturer on it so
Oh,
people
look.
can try?
Look at this. I got a top hat for him, too.
Oh wow, man! Bad case of sunburn.
These top hats, they make anything better.
Oh, earlier when you were on, I don't know if you heard the missing Mars was like saying, "Think it's time for another grab bag." So I think he's wanting to do another grab bag with you.
Yeah, I have time to make it today.
I was telling him about the facsimiles that you got, and that he's not big on facsimiles, right? Because they don't smell like old comics.
Yeah.
I was
Oh, I've
telling
heard
him,
of this. I've heard of this company.
what is it? Oh, okay. Jimmy, made in is it Gammy or Jimmy? Gemmy, made in China. So Gemmy skull on might track that down.
I was thinking about making him into put a patch on him, make him into a pirate.
Yeah, maybe. Unless the light sensor is in the eye.
I think it's right here in the center.
Okay.
It's sound. It's sound operated too. That's why I shut it off because every time I pulled a piece of tape, it would go off.
Yeah, that's pretty great. There's not a way to put it on a mode where you press a button to make the noise.
It's really loud too. This I want to maybe muffle the speaker with something, piece of tape
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, I just thought that was pretty impressive. I don't know.
This skeleton's cool too. I just got this one. You seen this one?
Yeah, I did. I think I saw at least a picture on Instagram of it. So, uh, could you show us what the two facsimiles for next week look like? The
Yeah.
Fantastic Four and our Army at War. I was trying to talk those up. Did you order a lot of copies of those?
Have a good day.
Oh, you got people in there. I didn't know that.
Did I order a lot? Oh, just a couple.
Oh, okay.
You want to see what Fantastic Four?
Yeah, I'm sure they still have the barcode on the front. They haven't learned. Marvel hasn't.
Hold on. There it is.
Missing Mars said, sorry, he was mowing the lawn. What did Kevin say about another grab bag of oldies? He said he has time to do it today.
Yeah, they put the barcode down here.
That's so stupid. But that's the only
I
way
didn't
I'm
know,
ever
I
going to.
didn't know you had pink shoes on.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they match with the. I'd have. I don't know.
Look at this.
What's the deal with that? Is that a facsimile with a weird cover?
No, it's just issue 25 with a weird cover.
Okay.
It's a weird cover. Look at this.
He says, "Let me get a refill and we will get started."
Phantom Lady.
Yeah, and you got one of that pulled for me, and this one, yeah. I missed out on the Phantom Ladies they did before. That's what you're talking about. Eerie Adventures. Okay. How many Eerie Adventures did you get?
I think now. I think I'm sold out.
Oh, you're sold out.
No,
Shit.
I have one. I have one more after that.
Oh, please hold that for me too. Although I don't know when I'm going to be able to. I'm trying to pay for the air conditioner, but I'll get them paid for before, when I get out of this crisis. But oh my God. Oh, okay. So, and then the Army at War. Do you have any idea why they did this particular issue?
Let's read it. Who is the blazing enemy we dared not show on the cover?
I don't know. That must be. I bet it's some character that's appearing in some of the James Gunn TV shows or something.
You know what the best thing about this book is?
Which
The
book?
back. This one.
Oh yeah, I saw that because I looked it up on Lone Star MyComicShop.com and saw that it did have the Frankie cover. But it's nice to see one that's that white. Yeah. So Missing Mars, I recommend that you get a copy of this facsimile that he's got in front of him, and that Fantastic Four first issue of the Galactus trilogy. I mean, they're not real old comics, but they're comics. Well, this book is one you could afford. This is probably a $25-$30 book for the real thing, but the Fantastic Four, no human, normal people can't afford that. It's thousands of dollars. But
You could look it up maybe on Key Collector and see what.
yeah, maybe he says he's gonna take both, so you can put two of the copies of those. So, if he's doing a $50, that would take about a fifth of the budget. Are those like four? No, a little less. Are those 449? Is that what they said?
They're 5 and 4.
5 and 4. Okay, $9.
If he's talking Phantom Lady, those are 15.
Oh, he was talking about the Marvel and the DC, but are you interested in Phantom Lady, Missing Mars? Those are more expensive. Oh, what the hell is that?
It's a
That's
gumball. It's for a gumball machine. It's the card that goes on the front.
yeah. You don't have multiples of that, do you?
No, I can make a copy.
Oh, if you could make like a good quality copy,
I could trace
yeah.
it and color it.
Trace it and color it. He says no on Phantom Lady.
Look at this, 1969 blood.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, that's just like the ones from when I was a kid. Does it say 69 on it?
Yeah, and
Does
it
it
has
have
a
like
price. Has a price. I think 39 cents. Yeah,
beautiful? Wow.
yeah. It has a copyright 69 on there somewhere. I saw it earlier.
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw it.
Yeah.
Children's smoking pipe.
These are great.
Did I turn this on? I forget to. Must have forgot.
You are walking into your doom! Ah! This is not the way! Bad things lie ahead! You must flee! Run! Now! No! No! They are coming! Leave this place! Lest you suffer our same fate! Run! While your legs can still carry you!
That is great.
We should have a new mask coming today.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I sold my Krampus display that used to be here, so now I have I might put my new greeter might be the moon monster.
Oh,
So when you open the door, the first thing you see is the moon monster right here.
damn. Oh, I think you were about to show us the new T-shirt design when
Let me see if I can pull it up on
I haven't
tablet.
seen it yet. I don't think.
Let me try to pull it up on another device.
Myers says I was feeling sad until I saw that children's smoking pipe. Does Meyer know about that Our Army at War book?
I'll show him. I'll show it to him right now.
No.
What number is it? I can't read that.
I think it says 151.
Let me try to find.
Yeah, Army at War is in your pile missing Mars. He has. I'm not trying to get Meyer to buy your copy. he has. He has multiple, at least a few copies. I'm just trying to help him sell all of them.
I have this. Man, it won't let me go on Instagram with this tablet.
Yeah.
So wait, I could
What do you?
send you the picture.
Oh, of the. Oh, okay. Right. And then I could. You're gonna text it to me. You still getting a lot of people coming in looking for crypto comics? Oh my gosh. Oh, I just got it.
I was gonna say don't post it. You can show it, but don't post it
Oh,
anywhere.
Oh no, I won't. I'll just but I can show it here on this show.
Yeah, show it on the show. But
Okay, let's see.
I
Download.
haven't shown anybody yet.
Oh,
Just
this is the
hasn't.
world premiere.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Oh, Meyer just said yes. If you have that army or in the FF, please. He wants both. Like,
Yeah, I knew he would.
yeah, and Missing Mars says both, and I have both, right?
Yep.
Everybody. Yeah, I think Missing Mars was thinking I was trying to get Meyer to get the ones that he just reserved. Okay, let's see what I'm doing here. Oh, there's Meyer.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not much.
Hey, what's up, Meyer?
Hey guys.
Oh, I can do different backgrounds now. Okay, StreamYard was having some problem, and
My
I've
connectivity has been really not good. Like I keep getting the little loading spinning wheel. So if I disappear, that's what's up. I keep getting
yeah,
kicked out.
I was noticing it
I'm
with
getting
Night
kicked out.
Tiger, and then someone was telling me, or maybe it was one of you guys told me that Facebook was down the other day. It's starting to look kind of suspicious, like maybe there's something going on.
Yeah, I just turned everything off. So now it's just this one device is on. So maybe it'll work better. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's been patchy. It was patchy last night too. Like I don't know why, but it was. It kept going in and out.
Right.
My Wi-Fi. Hey Kevin, I noticed when you were showing earlier like some of those tricks that you have and I saw under the counter. So do you sell things like these tricks still? Like are there prices on those things under the counter that
Some
like
things I saw, but I
the
can't get most.
bloodshot eyeballs? I saw the bloodshot eyeballs under there.
They
Yeah, I
sell
got
crappy. They sell crappy new versions of a lot of this stuff, but it's not as cool, the new versions of it.
Yeah, well the cards aren't as cool. So
Yeah,
so you don't you sell you have that stuff that you have is more vintage. It's all you don't sell like the newer stuff, huh? Or
yeah, unless
sometimes
I
you do.
have a bunch of them, then I can sell
Uh,
some.
like
Like
you
I,
got
I
these
got,
monster stickers, Meyer,
yeah,
that did you already get a set of those?
I can show
no,
you.
what mon?
Oh,
No,
he'll
I
show
didn't.
you. Yeah, I was telling he got multiples of these cool monster stickers from the '70s, and I said, and so he's gonna put a bundle together for me. And how many extra sets do you have? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's cool looking. It's in good shape because it looks like something from the '70s, doesn't it?
I bought it
Yeah, at
because
least.
the Psychotronic magazine.
Oh, I
There was some.
saw that book too. I saw that you got that psychotronic film book that I have. Yeah, that's the
I got
same one
this
I have.
one.
Yeah, have you
Yes.
had a chance to read it?
No, I haven't even looked through it yet.
You'll really enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good.
I'm going to show the world premiere of Kevin's new T-shirt design here. I accidentally showed
Since
it,
you're
but
talking
here,
about magic tricks, you like this shirt.
what do you
Oh,
think?
wow.
Yeah, if you zoom in, there's magic tricks all over it. There's that
Yeah,
fake
Yeah,
blood.
it's all the good stuff. Yeah, there's the mustard that I saw the other day that I asked you about, the fake mustard. And what is his name? This is the guy from Pee Wee Herman, right?
Yeah, that's Amazing Larry.
Amazing Larry. That's it. He's so funny. He's got some funny lines in that movie, doesn't he? There's my kids used to quote Amazing Larry. Like they
He's
knew
only
this
in
guy.
one part. He's only in one part because he had a great scene in the magic shop, but they cut it out. But you can watch it on YouTube, his deleted scene.
Okay, so
Oh.
there's the scene in the magic shop. Doesn't he say some funny? Isn't there some funny stuff that happens in the magic shop in the movie? You know, that's
Well,
not cut.
yeah, but he's not. They cut him out of it.
I thought he was in it because my kids used to quote Amazing Larry, and
Well,
because
they
it's
quoted him from that part where he's having a meeting in his basement, Pee Wee, about his bike being stolen,
yes,
and
yes, that's
he's being real crazy towards everybody. And Maisie Larry's whispering to his friend, and Pee Wee snaps. He goes, "Is there anything you want to share with the rest of us, Amazing Larry?"
thank you. That's
Yeah.
exactly what my kids used to say. Thank you,
That is
Kevin.
the
That's
line that
So
made
that was the
my
line that my kids used to. They're 2.5 years apart, so they were like 12 and 15, or like 9 and 12 when they saw that, and so or maybe even younger. So they would quote movies all the time around the house, right? So they would say that line.
yeah, my friend Tom and I laughed so hard we almost fell out of our chairs when we saw that when it was in the theaters. Then he said he said he's angrily saying "Amazing Larry," and it was so funny that this guy
Yeah,
was
they
making
just
a
thought it was
joke
really
about
funny.
it.
If you guys watch
Exactly.
his deleted scene, you find out why his name is Amazing Larry and why he has that mohawk. He's just a
It's
regular dude with a sitting in a magic shop with a toupee, and he has a magic trick where he makes his toupee fly off his head and do circles around the store and then come back onto his head. And Pee
yeah,
Wee
but
tells
Kevin,
him,
it's
Pee Wee
funnier
tells
to
him,
not know. It's
Pee
funnier
Wee,
that just yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
Pee Wee tells him, well, maybe you need to reinvent yourself. And he looks out the window and sees some punk rockers out there. So he gets up and he goes out there and puts his arm around one of the punk rock guys and starts walking off with them. So he befriends a punk rocker, and that's how he gets that hair.
Yeah, I think
that's a
it's
great
better to
T-shirt
just
design.
have no explanation. Just like Darth Vader, we should have never known his origin story
Well,
and
maybe
ruined
that's
it.
why they cut it out.
I believe
What
so.
this looks amazing. I love this screen, Kevin. What we're looking at, all this stuff looks great, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Look
Oh,
at
This.
60s
that.
and
Wow.
70s.
Wow. Oh,
You
I
know.
have one of those. Yeah, I have that ring still. Oh, little
Oh man,
penny.
this is like the dream machine. I'd put every nickel I ever owned into this
Yeah,
machine.
yeah, you would want to try and get all of this.
Usually there was only one or two cool things like this in a machine. Usually it was all this other
Yeah, and this
stuff.
reminds me of the machine that would have the card on the front that would have the actual charms, some of them like stapled to the card. Remember that? So you could see what the prices were going to be inside sometimes, like 4 or 5 of them. Oh, wow. These are the stickers you guys are talking about. Yeah, I saw these. Oh, yeah, these are great.
Yeah, he's
I'll take
got.
one of everything.
Yeah, that's what I
They're so
told him.
cool. But,
Luckily, I've got
oh,
some
that's a great
credit
one.
because that Jeff put $50 down, so I can order some stuff and not feel guilty about the air conditioner.
Well, that's good. So that's really cool. That looks a lot like the mask. That skull looks like it's based on the mask from the ad, right?
Or like a Don Post skull
Yeah,
Yeah,
mask.
the
you can.
Don Post skull. It looks like the Don Post skull from the calendar.
Yeah, you can tell it's the same artist on all these stickers. Missing Mars says psychotronic squirt gun. I guess yeah, psychotronic squirt gun named himself after Psychotronic Encyclopedia of Film and Psychotronic
That's a
magazine.
great one. That's my favorite one so far. I like that right there.
Actually, originally there was a movie called The Psychotronic Man. That's where Michael Weldon took the name, and then I guess this YouTube guy took it from the magazine. So the word psychotronic gets third generation when it gets to the comic book guy.
There's just feet in there.
Oh, that's awesome.
That
That's a
would
real
be that's the Quentin Tarantino prize.
yeah, that's a real creepy one right
It
there.
really is. Who
So
the
there
hell
used
would
to be
want that?
one. Oh, those teeth. Do you remember the one that was the little plastic apple core? It was an apple core. Remember that one? It was just like these, except the charm with a little
I
loop on
never
top.
got
You
that
got it out
one.
of the machine, and it was a little apple core with a little apple.
You got all this from one person, is that correct?
Hmm.
Man,
Yeah, this stuff is great.
you're tapped into the right sources.
Is this also from New Jersey, maybe from the East Coast or something?
Let me see. It is from no, Wisconsin.
Oh,
Did this guy have other cool stuff?
He does have a lot of cool stuff, but it's
those
out of my
teeth are
price
amazing.
range. So most of his stuff is real expensive. Oh, look at there's some cool little chattering teeth.
Oh, I've never seen a lot of these. Those teeth, those feet. I haven't seen a lot of these body parts. Are really cool.
This one says bugs. There's the bugs in there. Here's a little devil charm.
Oh wow, look at that. Little gorilla.
Is it? Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
it is.
it's a little gorilla, I think.
Shit.
Here's some sharp teeth.
Some These are just great, man. This is just cool stuff. This is a nickel or a dime machine, right?
Yeah, 5 cents. I think these were. There's another foot, but it has a keychain on it.
So weird.
This is
I haven't.
why that time period was so much better than the 1980s and 90s. This is why it's kind of hard to relate to the people that are nostalgic for the 80s and 90s. I'm sorry that they have that handicap of being nostalgic for that time period. Although, you know what I saw the other day? I started watching an interview with Rob Liefeld. And this guy, Eric Breen, is right. He's like the nicest guy in the world, and you feel really guilty for hating his artwork.
Yeah,
Because
everybody seems to like him, and when I've seen him, I I agree. It's
Oh,
interesting. He's
cool.
done an incredible job of being very I don't know. He's impartial and quiet and I don't know. He's classy. He comes across a real classy guy.
well,
Seems like a nice guy.
he's from a very religious family. He almost comes across as a Mormon. He's just like a really nice guy, and he's doing a show on YouTube now. He's got 2 episodes, I think, in where he does like a live show. And
You know what?
I
He's humble. You know what? He's
what it is, yeah.
he's what you wouldn't expect him to be because you think that he would be more like I don't really even know what McFarlane is like, but he comes from the same. He's cut from the same cloth. He came from the same spot, from the same
Yeah.
place as Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane, and he's much more humble than those other two guys, from what I get.
Yeah, and he talks about saving every dime to buy comics. His parents didn't want him to buy comics because they thought they were evil. He must have grown up more on it because he talks about the liquor stores having comics, and his mother didn't thought the comics are bad because in Texas, where I grew up, liquor stores were only liquor, but the way that people in California talk, a liquor store is like a 7-Eleven where kids can
Yes,
go in.
yeah, it
But
can be. It is.
a liquor store in Texas, kids are not allowed in the door.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know where he's from, but that usage of that term is a West Coast term. That's how we say
yeah,
it.
so he's from there, and yeah, he would save his lunch money for comics. He just sounds like a really nice guy and everything. I just don't like his artwork too much, but he seemed like a wonderful guy. But I won't call him
Yeah,
an
I have
asshole
no
or
ticket.
anything.
I got a whole grip of tickets.
Now, people that like his artwork may be assholes, but he himself is not an asshole. I'm just kidding. Let's see. August Ascetic says, nostalgic, those gag items. Back in the 70s, I bought some itching powder, but it never worked at all. What a
I don't
bad
remember. I never
memory.
got itching powder. I never
I
got
don't
the itching.
either, man. It was probably
Yeah,
asbestos or something.
yeah, fiberglass. You just the kind I had was fiberglass, and it
Yeah.
really didn't
Hey,
work.
kids, fiberglass. It's like when they used to sell asbestos, literally
Yeah.
asbestos powder to sprinkle on your
But
Christmas tree to make it look like snow.
Yeah.
They seriously did.
I just got
When I
those
was in
cheap.
high school, I worked across from a magic shop. So the comic shop that I worked in was directly across from a magic shop. And the most popular selling item at that magic shop in like 1981, 1982, when I worked across from it, my friend worked there. He would sell, I mean, he'd have to get boxes of them every week. Those little snappers. Okay. I think they were called snappers. It was a little box, and inside of it were these little pieces of flash paper that were wrapped around a little bit of black powder or something, and you threw them down on the cement and they exploded. Remember that?
Yeah.
You remember those?
Yeah.
So they were huge, and so every little kid that came in there, and so this was on Cannery Row in Monterey. So outside of our work, there's little pieces of paper. It was it was the most popular thing for kids at that time to be buying at the magic shop, and they would throw them at each other. They'd immediately go outside on the deck there and on the cement and start smacking them on the ground.
What was inside Mexican jumping beans?
It was a little like a weevil or a flea of some sort, a little tiny bug was inside of them,
Yeah.
a live bug.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
used to get them a lot. They came in this little plastic uh, box, right? This little clear plastic box. Remember that? And you open it up, and there's one bean inside of there, and then it would last for like maybe a few days, maybe a week. I don't know. Like I
the
would bring it back to to San Jose and show my friends, and like maybe take it to a show and tell at school. It might last 1 week or something, and then it would
so how
stop
did they
jumping.
get them? But getting them to the store, they must have. I just don't know how the distribution process. How do you keep the thing alive? I mean, I remember it was
Yeah.
only one time a year they brought those Mexican jumping beans into the 7-Eleven.
So I never saw them in the States. I never saw them for sale in California. They only sold them in Tijuana and in
Well,
Ensenada. You had to go to Mexico to get
well,
them.
I saw them for sale in Hampton, Virginia.
Oh, wow.
Why
That's
was
wild. And you
why
could probably
was
buy them now that I think of it, you could probably buy them in parts of LA and San Diego at that time. You had Mexican markets and stuff. But well, that's
Yeah, this
surprising to me
was
that
there
they're in
were
Virginia.
no. It was not an Hispanic area, at least not then. Oh, I better give him solo layout.
Yeah, I didn't know about that's interesting. Oh, look at that. I remember that one exactly. Yeah.
Oh, these are so cool. Are
You remember
you?
that one, Ken? You remember that black cat?
Oh, I, I don't know. I,
So
I
I
might
do.
have seen it.
So that black cat, occasionally a couple of these, the black cat, the skull that you just showed, they would show up in trick or treat as a prize in a trick or treat bag or something like
Yeah.
that, loose. You might get it. That little black cat might be loose on Halloween somehow, end up in your trick or treat bag.
So are you? You're pretty much keeping all these, or are you selling duplicates?
I'm gonna fill up. Maybe I'm gonna fill up my machine to do some kind of game where if you spend a certain amount of money, then you get to, depending on what level you're at, you get so many prizes.
That's a great
So is
idea.
that going to be with
You
the
get to twist
duplicates, or are
you
you
get
going to
to
just
twist the
sell all
machine.
of them?
Dude, wow, this one I can't give this one up. It feels like it's real metal.
Yeah, that's like that looks like it's the ultra rare. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to give up anything unless
That's
it was a duplicate. I'm
yeah.
like
That's how I
Grottu. I
am.
would go through all of this and make myself an entire set and then put everything in the inside
See,
of the machine.
but that's why neither of us could ever operate a store
Yep.
successfully.
We could never sell anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen little feet before. That's cool.
It's
The little
cool because it's
green
mostly
skull.
skulls and skeletons. And this one's really cool.
Yeah, I've never seen that. That is really cool.
Missing Mars says jumping beans in New York lasted a couple days.
There you go.
He says
That's
Snapper's
how
put a ring under the toilet seat. I don't know
the
what that
Venus
means.
flytraps here would only last a couple days, but jumping beans would last a long time out here.
Yeah, I think that they lasted maybe a week. The Venus flytrap, I could never keep one alive. I bought so many when I was a kid at the
I
supermarket,
think I
and
fed mine too many flies. I think because I would just overfeed it a bunch of
yeah,
flies.
that's what my mom would always say: is that you're overfeeding. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Don't touch it. Right, that sort of thing. And I kept messing with it.
Yeah, because you just want to see it eat. You don't want to see it sit there. These are old things. You can tell they're sharp.
Yes, they didn't. Yeah. Oh, they're really.
Yeah, they are.
They
That is
stopped making them
great.
that sharp. Are you
Yes.
gonna
Look at how
sell
sharp they
extras of
are.
those?
Maybe
Okay.
there's a date on them, but I can't see it or some writing on them.
Oh, you have a magnifying glass in the store?
Yeah, but I don't think I can see it even with the magnifying glass.
Well, your phone can work as a magnifying glass if you just zoom in on it with your phone photo camera. This is kind of great. What other shows doing this right now? Like
Yeah, maybe I can
scientists.
take a picture, and then blow it up.
Yeah. That's great, man. Yeah, I don't ever remember the fangs being that sharp.
Those are
That's
really
almost,
nice ones. Those
yeah,
are really. Those are like the best ones you could get at that
yeah,
time.
they'd
And
rounded them off by the time I was a kid in the 70s.
so, I mean, this is an interesting thing. You know, you're talking about the difference between nostalgia from the 70s and the 80 to the 80s, and it's similar to. I think that this industry is similar to comics in that there was a replacement that was happening, and the people that were being replaced were of a different generation of the people that were replacing them, and that older generation, they grew up going to sideshows, circuses, carnivals.
Yeah.
They grew up loving the macabre, and they believed that part of being a kid was what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And those people, they aged out, they died and disappeared, and they were replaced by people that made Smurfs and Pokemon.
Yeah.
That says
Yeah.
Green
Yeah.
Monster on the back.
That's so cool. I don't know what that Green Monster is. The wall at Fenway Park in Boston, right?
Yeah,
I
so
didn't
that's
know that.
It's orange.
it's an
Is
orange
it a
round
baseball?
ball with two eyes.
It
That's
says Green Monster. I wonder what that's all about. That's weird.
Yeah, it's like looking at the relics of an ancient civilization, trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
it is. There's like lots of things that happened between during this time. Like we talked before. I don't know if we were talking about it. Maybe it was Cecil talking about it, about how it you can kind of we always try and find that spot where things started to change. Like we say, well, it was when they stopped putting real prizes in Cracker Jacks, but really kind of it was when they made smoking illegal inside. So that was like the foothold of busybodies. They're like, oh, we can like make people not be able to smoke. We can segregate people because of their choice of how they like to live their lives, right? And so
Right.
once they got a foothold in, then things just went. It was like a tumbling stone, like a snowball. They started
Yeah.
changing everything and making things worse, and making in guise of making things better.
Yeah. In like 19, maybe 68, 67. That's when they started cleaning up the Saturday morning cartoons because
Oh yeah.
the superhero cartoons they thought were too violent, and so then you got all the cartoons in the 70s where everyone cooperated and no violence, and
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I recently watched a couple episodes of The Mighty Hercules, right?
Yeah,
And that was
sure.
like it almost seems like that show was made for little kids, but it's got a lot of violence and horror and
Yeah.
monsters in it. Yeah. And fighting. It's got it. And so you could just see the difference from there, from like what, 65 to like 69. There was a huge change.
Yeah, they would have
Oh, yeah.
two-headed
There you go.
calves at the yeah.
Yeah, I used to ask my mom because we used to have like a yearly carnival at the Portuguese Festa, and I would ask her what the carnival, and I love the carnival, so I'd ask her, what was the carnival like when you were a kid? And she would tell me it was way different. She would say it was so much different, and this whole side was all sideshows. She would tell me about it, and it sounded like a fantasy, a fairy tale to me. But
Yeah.
she'd say there were barkers and there weren't all these big metal rides, because the carnival in the 70s became just, twist and tilt a whirl, the zipper and all that stuff. And she would say, no, it wasn't as much rides. It was more people and freaks. She would talk about the freaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be like the 30s, I guess, is when she was a kid, was the 30s.
It
Yeah.
says these are bugs, and it says to put it in the sandwich.
Oh, they're a
Put
little
it in a sandwich.
Yeah, to freak somebody out.
yeah, so
Okay.
what if they actually swallow it or choke
Mhm.
on it? Yeah,
Like, you
that's
remember the
some
plastic flies? So I used to buy those plastic flies. So I did this. I was a weird little kid, just like just like you were too. Anyway, I would take a little plastic fly. I would put it inside the ice tray in the freezer, and then there would be a few flies frozen into ice cubes, the little plastic ones. And then when people would come over, I would want to fix them a drink because I would put one of those fly ices in their glasses, like my
Yeah, but
aunt or my uncle. I was
this
like,
says put them in a drink, they float, or
yeah.
put them in a sandwich. It says.
Hmm. Did you guys ever play restaurant when you were a little kid, where you cooked in the kitchen like it was a restaurant? You made like a menu, and then you seated like your siblings or your friends. So I did this as a kid. So I would make a fake menu, and on the menu would be things I could make, right? Like a grilled cheese sandwich, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, chips, high C, something like that. And then I would say that the restaurant is open, and I would have somebody come to the front, to the foyer of my house. I would seat them, and then I would make them food. And that is also where I would put a fly in the soup. I would use the ice, the same thing. It was a bit. It was fun. I was like kind of trying to be funny at the same time as play. It was interesting. But anyway, we did that. I think I learned it from my older siblings. I think they did it first.
yeah. Oh my gosh.
Trying to open this thing.
I think I'm getting nervous, but I think that these things go a little slower than I remember. These GoFundMe's, I think they accumulate over. I'd like to get it where I could get. Shit, I don't know. Because right now it's real cool, so I'm forgetting outside, so I'm forgetting the how bad it's gonna be in a few days. Man, this home warranty company is just terrible. But then I guess that's the advantage of renting, I
Do
guess.
All
you
right,
have you'll put
here's
the
the bug.
GoFundMe, you're going to put the GoFundMe link in the description and everything for the people that are watching the video later and donating, right?
Yeah, yeah, I think I already have. I think it works. Yeah, I'll put it there. Yeah,
Oh, wow. Look
but
at
I don't know.
those.
I don't. Oh,
Oh, those are
wait, I gotta
creepy.
give him the screen. I don't know
Those are
who.
really creepy looking. Those look
Oh,
great.
those are the bugs that were in there.
Hmm.
Oh, those are really tiny, aren't they?
Yeah, they look good.
Let's see what it says. Bugs scare your friends. Put them in a drink, they float, or put them in a sandwich.
Oh boy, that's stuff that they could never write today.
No
Because
way. That's like a liability right there. That's
I
another
know.
example of all the stuff that came after the cigarette ban. Is that all of a sudden you could sue? Everybody's suing everybody for all these different things,
Well,
and
look
so
at
there's no
this.
way they could do that. They're
Even
telling you
if
to
the little,
choke someone.
I remember when I was a kid, we had these kind of candy containers.
Yeah, they had little
And
hard
you could
candy
open.
inside
There
of
was
them.
no seal. They were no wrapped in plastic. You could just pop the thing
Oh,
open and
that's
take a few
nice.
pieces. You could
They weren't
take a
sealed.
few.
Yeah.
Is that Alf? What is that?
That's Alf. Yeah. Look at there's
No.
Harry and the
Well,
Henderson.
Oh
well, I mean
wow.
it had plastic around it originally.
Oh.
No, some of these
No.
didn't. Most of them didn't. No,
So
this
in the
was before
store, you can
plastic.
just open it in the store and take the
Yeah.
candy out.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
It was a high trust society. That stuff was in an open, an open box, there in the aisle or right by the register. And kids weren't, they weren't going to take a ring pop and start sucking on it in 1986 or something.
Yeah.
High trust.
Well, the that stuff isn't from the time period of Alf. The other stuff looks like it's much older, isn't it?
Yeah, those last couple things he showed were the stuff that looks like it's from the 80s. The other stuff before
Okay.
that looks like it's from the 70s.
Yeah,
But it could still be early 80s, the stuff we've
I
been looking
never
at.
saw a machine that was so much cool stuff as what I saw just then. If that was all, that was seemed
Yeah,
like
if
all just the best stuff.
yeah, like I was saying, if that was in the machine, like a nickel machine, and it had the card on the front that had the actual skulls kind of like stapled or glued to it, showing what was inside, it would have been empty in a couple weeks or so because of the skulls. Everybody would want those skulls. That would have been a
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Where I come from, in my old neighborhood, they would have gone quick. The skulls, yeah. People would want those skulls, and the feet were really cool. I never saw those feet or the chattering teeth either.
yeah. I don't know if those teeth really chatter or not,
It doesn't look like they moved, no.
but yeah,
I had an idea years ago that I wanted to do, and it just was just kind of a ridiculous thought, but that I never did. But it was the idea of getting a lot of chattering teeth, like 50, and putting them uh, on a wall all together, lined up like a block of chattering teeth, like maybe inside of a frame, and they were all looking out at you, and they're all wired and on a switch. So when you flip the switch, they all chatter together at the same time on the wall, like a big piece of art, right?
mhm, that would be good.
I mean, it sounds ridiculous. It would be loud and obnoxious. It's just a weird thing, but I liked the idea of it, of getting a bunch of them together. I always
Yeah,
wanted to do the same thing so when I first got to the VA art department, I proposed this project, but I didn't push it forward because I got busy doing this other stuff. But at the beginning, my idea was to get a grant to make these life-size green army men that were made out of green army men. So I was going to get the Veterans Art Department to fund this sculpture, a series of sculptures. I was going to do 3 of them. And the idea was to put one at the major VA centers, Sacramento, San Francisco, and LA. And there was the minesweeper. There was the guy that was making the water crossing, holding the M16 over his head. And then the third one was the lieutenant that had a set of binoculars and a government 45 in his hand. They're all 3 very classic Marx Green Army Men poses. And so I was going to get the Army or the VA to buy me like 500 pounds of Green Army Men, and then I was going to mold them together with a heat gun and shape them over like a metal wire frame and make life-size versions of them, and you could see from when you looked at the sculpture that it was composed of little green army men. And I I sold this project by saying that the smell was a huge part of it. Is that, first of all, a lot of veterans played with Green Army men when they were kids, and that led as part of why they joined the military. And then the sculpture is going to smell like melted Green Army men, kind of, when you get close to it, and it's going to aesthetically do something, right? And I really sold it. I was probably going to get like about 30 grand to do that, and then I just didn't finish it. So now if someone's watching this stream, they could steal my idea and they could make the exact same sculptures that I just described. It'd probably be a hit. They probably would do well.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Like there was some guy that made life-size realistic versions of the Aurora monster models a few
I
years
love
ago.
that idea. Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Oh.
We're going on vacation.
Oh. Yeah, I remember him telling me he'd gotten a bunch of stuff that would have been in an old machine, and it's the first time I've seen it because I haven't been doing many shows because there's just a lot of stuff happening in the last week or so. The air conditioner not working it's like you come home and you're ready to relax, and it's like more miserable in your home than it is outside. That's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be you come home to a sanctuary from the world outside. Um,
Yeah, you're going to be wearing a lot of shorts. Plus, you're losing weight. So this summer, you're going to be wearing shorts and like Bahama Joe. Like you should get like short sleeve button ups, so you'll be cooler than a t-shirt.
well,
Okay.
I mean, I plan to get the air conditioning fixed. I don't mean to not have it all summer. That would be horrible. Yeah, we're gonna get it fixed. We just gotta, I gotta figure out a way to get the money. But yeah, I don't really
Yeah.
own any shorts, and I haven't lost that much weight, but I have lost a little.
Actually, I don't own any pants. I only have shorts.
Come here real quick.
Well, yeah, where you live is, of course.
Yep. I'm about half and half. I'm about half and half of pants and shorts, but I wear shorts more.
With it, eh, with shorts, I wouldn't know what kind of socks to wear. I don't. It seems like I only got like black socks. I don't know.
$25 a pop.
Yeah, you got to go flip flops or some slip ons. When if you're summertime.
Slip-ons. You don't have socks with them.
No, not in the summertime. Sometimes some people do. But I wear all different kinds of socks. So those little tennis socks, the ones that just go up to your ankle. You know what I mean? Those anklet ones. That's what you should wear in the summertime with your like tennis shoes or something. That's what I wear. You can wear whatever you want though. But yeah, summer's coming. It's like we used to get like, what was there? A slip and slide or a water weasel? Remember to keep cool when you were a kid? Yeah, you just wanted to get wet. You just would like throw water balloons, run around. Yeah, we would run around like I was by the pool all summer long when I was a kid. Yeah, just a pair of shorts and kind of run around like Tarzan all summer. That's what I did.
What do we do? Can't get this capsule back together.
Oh,
What's the secret?
what is it? The one with the bugs?
Yeah. I don't understand this.
They just snap together.
No, it has these weird
Oh, it's got little.
grooves in it.
Oh wow,
It's like a
have
puzzle
to be
thing.
pointed the right way. I don't think I've seen that either.
Had a hard time opening it. Mm. I'm down to less than 20 Monster High Dolls.
Really?
Remember how many we had? 103. Remember that video? It took me hours to show them all.
Yeah, I know.
I can show you them
Wow,
all. I can
you
show you them
sold a
all.
lot.
In 1
That's
5,
good. It's good that
7,
stuff moved.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 left.
And you started with 103.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's great, man. Oh, you have those Godzillas left, huh?
Did you get one?
No, I didn't, but I think I want one. Can you set one aside for me of the Godzillas?
Yeah, I have two that I opened right there. One's brown and one's like green and silver.
Are those the mystery box ones?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the Marusan mystery box, like the original, the first Godzilla toy, I think, is from the early 60s, right? From 62?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like one of those, one of the blind box ones, Kevin, please.
Okay. What's the secret to this thing?
Maybe just put it in a bigger capsule, Kevin. That would be the secret.
There, got it. But now I don't have the bugs in there.
Oh,
Dang it, I can't open it again. Yeah, I'm gonna put Moon Monster over here. Put them right
I
here.
have some NECA figures that I ordered last week that should be coming soon that I got from Big Bad Toy Store because they were on sale. I got the NECA King Features figures, the Series 1 that came out, I guess, about 2 years now. Do you remember with the Phantom,
Oh
Ming, and Flash Gordon?
yeah, I have the Mandrake, the Magician one.
Yeah, I got the Series 1 ones, and they look pretty good. They were on sale. They were there. It was all three of them. So I'm looking for. They should be here tomorrow, or maybe even
They
today.
send them to Walmart and nobody buys them.
Yeah, because there's the only they only relate to people like in their 60s, right?
Hmm.
Actually, probably people older than that. Those characters.
Yeah. I think that's why that they switched. So the line that you're talking about, Kevin, is based on that cartoon from the 80s, Defenders of the Earth. The Mandrake and the, what's his name? Luthor.
Yeah. Or it's Lothar, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Lothar. But the Phantom figure looks really good. Like that's kind of the and also the Flash Gordon looks great too, and the Ming. They all look good.
Oh, cool. Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. You got 2 boxes.
But oh, nice. But Big Bad Toy Store always gets me. I only went over there because I remember how I told you I wanted to get that Scar Son of Hulk figure. They had
See?
that, and it's kind of, it was a popular figure and hard to find, and they still had it on Big Bad Toy Store for like a regular price. So I went over there to get that, and then I got stuck in the clearance aisle and bought a bunch of shit.
So
Spent three times
it's
as
an
much as
actual
I was willing to
store that
spend.
you go to.
Look at this.
Yeah, this is an online toy store. It's like probably the
Oh.
best or most popular online toy store.
Oh,
It's called
okay. You weren't
it's
actually
called
in a
Big.
physical store.
No, it's called Big Bad Toy Store. It's online. It's a website.
Yeah.
It's like the Walmart of online toy stores.
Yep, it is. There's only one other business that's as successful as it, and it's called Entertainment Earth, and it's not as good, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's the first thing that does.
Hey, Ken, wait till you see what I just got.
Oh boy.
What'd you get?
It wasn't supposed to be here till Monday. Here's the name.
Oh. Oh, good.
Now you know what it is, right?
It's a guy on Facebook. I told Kevin about it, that he was talking about how he had made 2 fanzines, and he was only going to sell them for like a week on Facebook, or with online, and then he was only going to sell them at shows. And so Kevin ordered a few, and um, then he gave him a slight wholesale discount, not much, but that way I knew that, I'd be getting it's one is a bigger book that has old movie ads for like spook shows, and the other one is shaped like a TV guide, but it has a bunch of ads for uh, s- uh yeah, there it is. It's
Oh, cool.
ads for like shock theater and horror movies, and then
Oh, neat.
articles on Vampira and stuff, and some of the guy's original art
Oh, cool.
is in there. And I mean, they're expensive books, but they're homemade. And
The bigger book that's his older book, right?
yeah,
I don't even think I've ever seen this one.
I mean, I've seen he's shown people flipping through it on Facebook on little videos, but so I've seen it thumb through. But oh, and he said he's going to put clippings, like real clippings from old newspapers and TV guides, in a few clippings in each issue that you get. Some of the things he used to make these, he's going to give away the clippings, so there'll be little extras, these surprises in these books.
Oh, cool. It's called Clippings from the Crypt. You guys all set?
That looks like the same ghost that was on the booklet Kevin just showed us.
Yeah, real close, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna do
They're supposedly saying they're going to do another video game too.
Yeah, these are like $20 each, and Kevin got a slight discount. I mean, that is a little,
They showed the
uh,
cover.
it's a little high
Harley
priced,
Harley
but
Quinn.
this is
They
stuff
showed the
that
cover for it.
this is like my main
It's a
interest
Wednesday.
is this stuff. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
you know,
Connor and Illuminati, they're the
don't
ones
too
who work on the
much.
inside and doing covers. Dude, the best covers, the Mark Spears, though.
Mark Spears is doing one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
These days, that price point, like the $20 or $25 price point, is actually kind of the standard price point for self-published and self-produced.
Oh, I
And
didn't know that.
yeah, it is. Like people like say Cyberfrog, Ethan Van Sciver, or Shane Davis, or Cecil Says. Those comics that they sell on those fundraisers on Go Give Send Go or whatever they are, whatever different fundraisers that they do crowdfunding to make comic books. Those comics sell for $20 or $25 a piece. Um, because of the way it's set up, though, you have to charge a little more to make the amount of profit. I mean, Kevin would know more, but basically, a self-published book these days, a comic book, is going to be $20 or $25.
Yeah, he prints these on nice paper and
Oh, look at this. Oh, is this the clipping in the between?
yeah. Oh, is that what he sent you?
It was in
That's
between.
great.
Oh wow, that's cool.
I got one of the
Well,
clippings. Cool.
yeah, there's supposed to be a clipping or two in every book.
The release date
So
on it.
that's probably
It
the
wasn't
best
even in the
one.
book. They were in between the books.
Oh, well,
Let's look in the
he
book.
he made
Oh,
it
this is
sound
so
like you put a
cool.
couple in every book.
It's like the coolest book. Yeah.
Is that the same ghost that was on the cover of your book you just showed us a minute ago?
That Spook Show one?
Yeah.
Let me go look. Hold on. Let me go get it. Wow, that's a miracle. I got nothing for you.
Really?
Yeah. 53, right? I want to just pick up another Transformer then. You see that Megatron I got in? You have to actually build it, but it's pretty easy. It's like Lego, but it's not. It's like an action
What's up,
figure.
gentlemen?
Where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. On that second bottom shelf or middle shelf. Comes with this throne, comes with laser beams. Yeah, grab it. Look at the back.
Elvira, Harley Quinn.
I saw a review on it, dude. It's freaking awesome.
Oh, it isn't exactly.
Huh?
Not the same ghost.
It's easy. There's no glue or paint or anything involved. It just all snaps together.
This is cool. Oh wow.
You aren't joking. That Harley, that lens are nasty.
Look at the Mark Spears.
Wow. Why do you make Harley so fat?
I don't know, but look at the Mark Spears.
Which one's that?
It has her up close and Harley up close.
Is it the one where Harley's in the crystal ball?
I think no, she's on her over her shoulder.
This is
Oh.
impressive what this guy's done. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can scan any of these things and make my own posters too.
Or T-shirts, or yeah, anything. Frame them. Because they're black and white, they'll copy really well. Oh, wow.
Like there's enough space right here to write my name right here.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got a message. Great news. Your Safeway order has been assembled. Is on schedule for delivery. It's just like they're all happy. It's like got a big exclamation point. Great news. Yeah.
Oh, these are cool photos. Look at
They
these.
assembled my order and it was all there. Oh, those are cool. Yeah, this is neat.
Photos of kids dressed up.
Did you see the one where with the chainsaw?
Yeah, that one's all right.
That one's pretty cool.
We're talking about a new Harley Quinn and Elvira comic that's coming out.
Oh. I guess in theory I should be excited about something like that. But is it a good artist doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was no clipping in there.
Maybe he just meant he threw a few clippings in every box. I thought he meant he was putting them in every book, but maybe he's expecting most people just are going to order one book, so they get a clipping or two. But you may be the only wholesale person that bought multiple copies of each. So maybe he just gave. I was hoping he'd put an extra clipping in every copy he sent you, but
Jennifer,
oh well.
material cards from Alias. Remember that old TV series?
It's not. It seems just like a Xerox piece of paper, though. It doesn't seem like it's real or anything.
Well, I did see he was putting some actual newsprint things into their.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, maybe they're in some of the other books.
All right, let's look at the TV guide one there. That's cool. I didn't expect this to be here today. It said Monday. About the same size.
Yeah, neat.
I really like that cover for that clippings from the crypt with the TV guide version.
I never even thought about doing a book like that that looks like a TV guide. Oh, the first one I opened, the clipping fell out of it.
Oh,
it's very clever.
yeah, that's what I
Oh,
saw
there's two of them in this one. Look at it. They're real
Can't you read
newspaper
those?
clipping.
Yeah, that's what I saw him putting in.
Oh, isn't that great?
20 barrels, like number cards.
There's two in that one.
There used to be this bookstore in San Francisco that I used to go to that's closed now, but it was a real hole in the wall. Like it was a guy literally had the register was a cigar box, and upstairs was completely unorganized. And upstairs was periodicals, and he had stacks and stacks of old newspapers. He had like the San Francisco Chronicle going back like 50 years probably. And I never took advantage of it. I never did what I should have done, and which was go through and buy papers for the movie ads and the comics from the specifically probably 60s and 70s. But
Yeah.
I didn't take advantage of it. It was stupid. I would buy an old paper there. I would buy a random old paper at his shop because they were just stacks and they were like $2 or $3 a piece. And I would go for old ones like from the 20s. There you could find papers like from the 20s and 30s there, completely intact, brand new. And I would buy a paper and then I would take that paper with me and I would read it throughout the week and I would just leave it on the bus or leave it at the VA. I'm serious. I didn't even save them
Oh,
because I
wow.
thought it was always going to be there. Do you understand what I'm saying? At
Yeah.
that time. I thought that it was never, I thought this is San Francisco. It's never going to go away. It's always going to exist. And I kind of enjoyed the idea. I did it with my record albums too. I would leave stuff on buses, at bus stops, on trains, in newspaper boxes for other people. You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird San Francisco
Yeah.
thing, an artsy thing, passing
Yeah.
it on, paying it forward. The idea of that somebody's going to really be stoked to sit down on this seat at the back of the bus and find a newspaper from 1937, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe they won't, but that's what I was doing. And so I thought this stuff was always going to exist. I thought that San Francisco was always going to exist, but it's not there
Right.
anymore. My sister used to keep a scrapbook. Did you do this too, Grottu? Where she would cut out from the movie ads in the paper the movies that we saw, and then she would glue them into her scrapbook. So I can remember, you know, it was filled with everything from like 1972. I can remember all the movies we saw were in there. Fiddler on the Roof, and you could look through her scrapbook, and she would save maybe ticket stubs, and she might maybe write something in it. And then the last time I saw those scrapbooks, she had a lot of them, like 3 or 4 of them. They were in their basement in Pacifica, you know, outside of San Francisco at their house, like 15 years ago, right next to a box full of nothing but Tiger Beats, bro. Like Tiger Beats from like 1967 to 1970, every issue, that sort of thing. And it was all there, and it was just waiting to, it was decomposing and just waiting for my brother-in-law to eventually throw it all away. They had no,
no.
it had zero reverence. So I can remember saying to her, I was like, hey, I saw your scrapbooks and your Tiger Beats downstairs. And she like scoffed, like, but it wasn't like she was going to give them to me, and I wasn't going to ask for them, but I could tell that they were just in the basement ready to be thrown away. They were like decomposing. She didn't care about them.
Yeah.
Very
Wow.
sad, very sad.
I would clip out ads for monster movies that I could never see when I was in 2nd grade, 3rd grade, because they were
Yeah, see, look at
R-rated.
this. She did exactly what this guy has here. This is what my sister would do. Is she would clip this stuff out, the ads from things that she watched that she loved, including television from TV
Oh,
Guide,
that's a
especially.
great one.
Yeah, look at that. The
For
Gold
the
Diggers
Gold
for Dean
Diggers.
Martin. That's the Dean Martin show.
Yeah.
Those are great, man.
Hopefully I'll get the Gold Diggers one in my whatever copy you choose for me. Unless you want it.
So far, they all have clippings in them. I only looked at 2 of them.
Yeah, he said he was putting 2 clippings in every issue, at least of that TV Guide one, because he showed himself putting them in a little video on Facebook.
Okay, yep, they all have them in it. There's the 3rd one.
So you ordered 3 sets, so
4 sets.
4 sets. Okay. So you're keeping one. I've got one. Meyer, do you want one?
Yeah, how much what are the sets? What's the set itself?
Well, it's not a set. It's his new book and his old book.
Yeah, I call it a
And
set.
The TV Guide is his new book, and that larger book is his old book.
and they're 20 a piece or 25 a piece?
20 apiece.
Yeah, if you have extras, I'll take one of each. If you have an extra of each.
Yeah, because I'm keeping one, and Grottu's got one, so you got one. I got one more left.
Yeah, I would like one.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so anyone watching, there's one available.
Wow, look at that. So this was a short run television show, maybe only lasted 1 season, starring William Shatner, called The Barbary Coast. Now I love this because this show is about North Beach, San Francisco. This is about Chinatown. It's the Barbary Coast. This is about San Francisco after the gold rush, and
I
it
would
was a
say
great show.
make sure Meyer gets the Barbary Coast clipping in his.
Oh, thanks, man.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it was a great show. It was a fun show. It
'cause-
showed like people being shanghaied, and William Shatner was like a detective in like 1860, and he put on disguises and stuff, and he like
I
was
remember that show existing, but I never watched it. I wonder how you could see it now. Is it on YouTube or anything?
It probably is. It might be on YouTube. You might be able to see some of them on YouTube. Probably the pilot is on YouTube. I'm just guessing. You know how usually that's how it is.
I remember it being a short-lived show. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved it because it was, it was here, and so I was always, super interested in the
It
history of
was
being
like
here.
when we moved to Seattle, they always had "Here Come the Brides" on television, and I never saw that in any other area that we lived because it was took place in Seattle. They loved the show,
That was a good show.
and it was
That was
popular
here.
in its time, but afterwards it was pretty much forgotten, except there in Seattle.
Yeah,
Hey,
it
a
was
guy came in
here in
earlier.
reruns in the early '70s. Here Come the
Okay.
Brides. It was good.
A,
I like
a guy came in earlier and said, "Do you guys have any comics that are older than you?"
Ah, really?
That's a good way of saying it.
Well, he didn't say himself. He said me, and I was like, how do you know how old I am? But I told him how old I was, and he wanted like stuff way older than me. He said
Really?
he wanted Blondie. I think he said.
Holy
Oh,
shit! Ooh. Did
And I
you
was
think
like,
about
oh.
pulling out the decoder dials or anything? I mean, that sounds like
I
a guy
started
that would
talking
like.
about him. I said, I don't really have anything except some of that Little Orphan Annie stuff.
Mhm.
yeah. We need to talk to Mike about that.
This mask is older than me that I got.
Oh, okay. It's a mask. Well, so did he ever give you a date that he was talking about and back?
Did who give me a date about what?
Well, I mean, how old did he think you were?
I don't know. He looked about maybe my age or a little older, but I just thought it was weird that he phrased it like that. I've heard people say, "Do you have comics that are as old as me?"
Oh, okay.
Start talking about about themselves, but never.
So is that his way of saying golden age or silver age, you think?
I'm not sure. Hey, it's Thomas. You want to talk to?
Maybe it's someone wanting that other pair of books.
Somebody wants it.
No, I don't know. I said maybe that phone call was that. I
Oh,
didn't know.
I forgot. Yeah, there's some local people that do watch.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You said that. I wonder if any. Let me check and see if anyone's donated.
I had to put my phone in. It was like at 2%.
Oh, that's ooh, someone donated. Who
Oh,
is it?
really? Awesome.
Yeah, we're up to 225. Uh, but let me see who it could be. Anonymous. 5
What
minutes
Hogan
ago.
figure is
35.
that?
This
Huh?
Hogan figure is great, man.
Hold on. I'm
Which
not
one is
seeing.
that?
I'm
Is
not.
that is it an ultimate or
It's
is it a basic one?
No, it's one of the new basics. It's the main event series. So it's like
Oh, the new
it's the
basics are
basic
awesome.
with
They
the
have better
new
legs
it's
now.
yeah, it's basic with new articulation. But still like you can find these for 15 bucks sometimes. And this Hogan one is so great, dude. Look, he's got the
Cocaine
cocaine
eye.
eyes, the hot dog skin. He's got the hair of an old Chinese man. Look,
That's hilarious.
look at the top of his head. Look at the comb over. Isn't that great?
Oh man.
It's just glorious.
Did they
So this is
ever?
the basic figure. He just doesn't come with any accessories. There's no swap out fists or anything. He's just got these hands. But what's cool about this, check it out. If you got one of these little American flags like that right there, it fits perfectly in his hands. And you can reenact the inauguration night. Remember
Yeah.
when he
Oh
came
yeah.
out? Remember when he came out? And look, it fits perfectly. So you guys can find this. This is the Hogan main event figure with the cocaine eyes, and this just fits perfectly
Does he ever um
Let me see if Kevin's got any over here.
did they ever sculpt wrestling figures with the little nicks on their hairline, or is that too detailed?
Kevin could tell you probably. I don't have any figures that have that, but he might have some. There might be some that have done that in the past. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's neat. Missing Mars is saying, Kevin, any more for my pile? I guess we're ignoring him. He was wanting to put a grab bag together.
Oh, is he putting the grab bag together?
Yeah, he got the, well, he got two. I recommended the facsimile of the Fantastic Four and Our Army at War, so that gets him $9 in, and I guess he usually puts $50 down. So I guess he.
Look at this China figure. Okay, so this is Joni. What was her last name? Layer or something like that?
Lawler. I don't know what it was.
Yeah. So we saw her, like maybe you know her because she probably used to come on Howard Stern or something, right?
Well,
But
I
Is that a
watched
two-pack or is
wrestling
that
for
a
a while
single
during that
carded?
time period.
what's that?
Yeah.
Meyer, is that in a two-pack?
Like a backside.
No, this was a single. This is a Elite WrestleMania from a few years ago.
Oh, that one's a good one.
So this is a great figure. She comes with Rocco. She comes with this Rocco ventriloquist dummy that you can put on any figure when you take their hand off.
That's cool.
And
What's
his
he
head moves
from?
too.
Was that part
What's
of a
that?
wrestling storyline? Was that part of a storyline they did?
Yeah, it was some part of the. It goes with Paul Ellerling. Paul Ellerling.
Oh, that was. Isn't he one of the tag team guys, managers, like
I guess
Demolition
he was a
or?
manager, and this is like an evil ventriloquist dummy. He was like
I
a
don't
little
remember.
gangster.
I don't remember that gimmick.
So this China figure, so she looks great in this picture, I think, right? She looks good on the box art. And then say, for example, you wanted to search images because I looked her up because it's sad that she passed away so young and everything. And I think it's a great figure, but I think they did her dirty with this head sculpt. She was more attractive than she appears in this action figure.
She's the one that went into adult films
Yes.
and played the She-Hulk in a dirty She-Hulk movie.
Yeah.
It was probably better by far than the official Disney one.
I just
Yeah,
got the
maybe.
mask ready unboxed. Do you want to see it? It's
Yeah,
1977
let's see it.
post. 1977 Don Post vinyl mask.
What? Whoa, I've
Mint
never seen that
mint
before.
copy. It's a mint copy. I have the glow in the dark one that they just remade, and it's so much better the original with this paint job.
Where did this come from? Is this old stock or what? Is this a collector piece?
Put it over there.
I mean, that looks like it's never been touched. It looks like an unsold mask. Doesn't it, Grottu?
Is that a mummy?
It's a mummy, like a green-faced mummy.
Yeah.
Said
Hold on.
77 on it,
Okay.
and it's not a remold. It's like an original, and it looks like it was never worn. Looks like it was never sold.
Okay. Oh, his phone died, I think. I thought I saw a little circle. He said he
He
only
said
had
he was at
2%.
2%.
Well, we'll see. Maybe he'll come back. Yeah, I don't know. Missing Mars, how many older books he has? Because usually he'll I'll know if he gets in some old Silver Age books, but I still think there's a lot of stuff out in his store in the boxes that is really great that people haven't. He had a whole bunch of Super Friends comics with Ramona Fradon art. I was wanting to get. I think someone finally discovered those because people. I think someone may have bought them all up, and I don't know. And you and your brother, I think, were getting a lot of the Charlton War books, maybe all of them. I don't remember. And then but I don't know what, you may have gotten some stuff in. I don't know.
Last night I pulled a super a full on like Oscar Madison maneuver. I fried an egg with a cigarette dangling out of the corner of my mouth. It was outstanding.
Oh,
It was like right out of 1970. It's like something Oscar Madison would do. I was like, I made bacon and eggs. It took me the length of a cigarette to make bacon and eggs. You know what I mean? A very
yeah.
1970s pursuit in the kitchen, with the light on under the fan and everything going in there. And you got a cigarette dangling and you're frying eggs and bacon. Very American maneuver.
Well, Cleo was showing me a video this morning of a lady, I guess from the Middle East. She had a not face covering, but something on over her hair, and she was making breakfast, and she had it was like a baked potato, and she scooped. Well, it was a potato. She scooped out. It was cut in half. She scooped out the inside of it, and put it in something else to make baked potato to make mashed potatoes, and then where she'd scooped out the potatoes from the inside from the potato, she was like putting eggs in there and stuff. It was like
I've
looked
seen those.
amazing. You know what that is? Is that a common thing?
I've
I
only seen it in videos. It's like a Middle East street food thing that's happening right now.
oh,
That
okay.
this potato that has tons of different toppings to put on it, and you
Yeah, and
pick.
it's like the
Yeah,
potato is like the thing that holds like a bowl everything. And she
yeah,
says, I can make that. And I said, that's great. That looks really good. Uh, uh,
yeah. It's interesting. So I guess I first noticed it happening when I was in South Korea, but there's an Americanization to street food, which is a fast food version in certain countries. In like third world countries, street food can be like fast food, or it is fast food, point of service fast food. They're making it right there in front of you and selling it to you. And it's set up. A lot of it is it's hangover food, it's bar food, it's American GI comfort food. They make these giant burgers, they make these huge breakfast toast sandwiches. It's like everything on two big pieces of Texas toast that's grilled right on the street, like in Korea. And it's two eggs, it's bacon, it's cheese, it's hash browns, and then a bunch of chopped up cabbage and Korean spices and sauce, and then it's a giant sandwich, and it's $4 and you can buy them all day and all night. And so it's kind of interesting how, street food is almost, it's American food. It kind of is.
yeah.
And now, like if you live in a major city area, you've been exposed to gyros and shawarma, and so you're used to having Middle Eastern sandwiches. A big pita bread sandwich, big, which is like a tortilla. It's almost like an unfolded burrito, which is different ingredients.
Yeah. Goodness. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's
Do
see.
you remember? Well, you were overseas and you're like a dependent army kid, so you might not have been as aware of it as I was, but you were. So do you remember the inception of like the introduction of Mexican food through Taco Bell? Like when you first ate your first taco or burrito, it may have, like for me, it was almost, I think it was close to being at a Taco Bell. Like I can remember Taco Bell being almost my first like store-bought Mexican food. Like it was the first fast food Mexican food I ever had. Maybe the first like burrito, like in that style, wrapped in paper and sold at a counter. Um,
Yeah, I
but
don't
I
know
think the
how I.
country learned what a burrito was through Taco Bell, like the United States.
Yeah, could be. Although Taco Bell isn't really authentic Mexican food
Well,
anyway.
obviously not. It's Taco
Uh,
Bell. No.
but I remember watching Mexican people being given Taco Bell for the first time, and they were like, "What is this?" And, um,
Yeah, that's kind of silly. It's obvious what it is. It's just a little bit off. It's just a little off. It's the same thing. It's just a little off. But there were Mexican restaurants that we would go to at that point, like in the early 70s. But Taco Bell was like kind of the first like real fast food approach. Like if you had a burrito before Taco Bell, it would have been a fried type one that you would have bought at a drive-through, like at a burger place. They would take those frozen burritos and drop them right into the fryer. Remember that? And fry them up. They were
Yeah.
delicious. Yeah. The
Yeah.
other thing is Chinese food. Did your mother ever cook Chungking Chinese food, like the canned fake Chinese food that would come in a
No,
can?
never. Yeah, never. Oh,
So my mother did. So that was like the first Chinese food I had was Chungking before I even went to a Chinese restaurant. That's a great mask.
yeah. I mainly remember my mother kind of had certain things that she would make over and over again.
See how much
Um,
better it is?
that's the same mask. What? What? Oh
It's like a
man, that's
different
something
mask
else.
altogether when it's painted right. Yeah,
Yeah,
the one on the right almost looks like Solomon Grundy.
yeah.
Doesn't even look like
Well,
a mummy.
No, you could make it look like a zombie, like Solomon Grundy or something.
although but I kind of think of mummies as being more all white from the Universal movies. That kind of looks more like Cyborg from Teen Titans. That one you're showing right now. Just I don't know. But it's they're both great. That one's much better, obviously.
It
This must have
reminds
been
me
in
of
the back of a store. This must have been in the back of an old costume store for decades.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
like brand new Le Choi Chinese food from the supermarket. There you go, exactly. Oh, there
yeah.
she is. Yeah, that looks untouched by human hands. It looks like it's been sealed away in a time capsule.
How you doing? Yeah, this is the mintest coffee I've ever seen.
So she's getting used to customers. She's not barking anymore.
No,
She's,
gotta plug the phone in.
do you have any idea, Meyer, why that particular issue of Our Army at War was done as a facsimile?
No, I no, I saw as much of it as you did
I mean,
earlier in the stream.
there was a
No.
romance comic DC did that was seemed to be just a random issue too about a year or so ago.
Excuse me.
Which is fine with me. I like the idea of it doesn't have to be a key issue. Uh, It might just be an issue where they found all the original art, in a file, and they said, "Let's do it."
Well, that back cover advertisement for Big Frankie is enough for me. That's I mean, I don't even care
Oh
what
yeah.
any other part of it. I'll pay
Well,
$5 for
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. You could get that in the old comics, but it's just so bright and clean.
yeah.
Most of those little bit of wear or dirt on them.
So that was 151, right? That's what he said.
Yeah, I looked it up on mycomicshop.com. They would usually tell you, and it didn't really seem it has
Oh,
great
really?
art and everything, but it seems like it
Oh.
it
It's the
I
first
think it's a
enemy ace.
book you can get
First
for in the
appearance of enemy
$30
ace.
range.
Mm-hmm.
First appearance of enemy ace. I just looked
It
it up.
is?
Yeah.
Oh, first
Oh,
appearance of Enemy Ace. Okay.
well then that's a incredible key issue because I love Enemy Ace. Oh, damn, that's great. Thank you. Yeah. That's why there were those big giant full page panels of those planes when you were flipping through it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
gonna be
saw
good. I
enemy ace
can't
in it. I
wait.
just didn't know that was the
Yeah,
first time.
Enemy Ace has always been one of my favorites.
I don't have many, but me, but me too. I have got like a handful that I've had, most of my life, and uh, yeah, I've always liked it. Like I have this issue about his dog. The dog's name is Shotzi, and on the
Yeah,
cover, the dog is falling out of the plane. And I've had it since I was about 14 or 12 or something, and got it in like a quarter bin on the floor,
yeah.
on the stacks on the floor at the comic shop, and I've probably read it so many times, like
But it's
over and
not.
over.
But it's not just a dog. It's a wild wolf, right? That lives out in the forest, but they've got this bond because they're both like kind
Well,
of
in that
kindred
comic,
spirits.
he's a puppy. He's a little puppy in that comic. Yeah.
Maybe it's a different dog. Maybe he has a dog and a wolf. I don't I don't know, but I just remember him and his wolf.
Yeah, in that comic, it's like a little puppy, and it's dropping out of the plane, and he's reaching for it, and it's free falling, and he's all Shotzi, oh no! Yeah,
That's great.
yeah, it was real popular in my room. All my friends read it. It was a popular comic. It's the Joe Kubert cover, It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh man, that's fantastic that they're thinking that. You know what makes me? I'm wondering if that means that James Gunn is going to do something with Enemy Ace.
That would be cool.
Um, but I heard that the Sergeant Rock movie got canceled. That they were going to do a Sergeant Rock movie.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Um, I know
Well,
that
that
the soup. Yeah.
did you see that movie with Brad Pitt about the tank? The one, it's what's it called?
Yeah, I
Fury.
did. Yeah.
So
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's basically a Sergeant Rock movie.
I
That
know. I
movie
thought the
Fury
same
was
thing
so
when I was
good, but I
watching
felt
that
like I was
movie.
watching an old '70s war comic. It was so good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought the same thing when I was watching it. That's weird.
The opening scene is like Sergeant Rock when he goes one on one with that Nazi on horseback. Remember?
Yeah, I knew someone at junior high that looked just like that.
Did you really?
Well, a little bit. The same mouth, nose. I think he went into the Navy. I, I don't know. I'm just being mean. Of course, I'm not saying his name, so it's.
Have you noticed how there's not as many people with like really bad acne vulgaris? We've talked about this before, but remember how when we went to
Yeah,
school, there was always kids that had really really bad acne on their face, and it doesn't happen anymore now. You don't see
yeah.
it.
Now they're all just autistic.
Yes.
So they figured out some medicine where you don't have acne, but but you've got some other problem that will make more money for the
That's
big
much worse,
pharma
way
company.
worse
Yeah,
than having acne.
yeah. Yeah, but you're right. There were people, and I was kind of one of them whose faces, although there were people far worse, their face literally looked like a pizza, like they
Yeah.
had acid thrown in their face.
Yeah, there
Um,
was a couple years that it was pretty bad, and I had a girlfriend that had bad acne when I was in high school. Yeah. And it was like completely
sometimes
accepted. It wasn't like she was still a pretty girl. She just had
I mean, you
acne.
can still be a movie star. Like what is it, James Woods? You could tell his face was ravaged. And you know who
Yep.
else, believe it or not, because she wore a lot of makeup? Carolyn Jones. Because I've seen close. I have a lot of pictures of her because I always had this crush on her. The close-up pictures of her, you can see. Oh man, she had it bad when she was a teenager. Big, but enough make women wear makeup, so that's the advantage. Guys don't, so women can hide a lot, like a lot. Um, but um, damn. So um, Kevin's talking about trying to start taking care of himself physically and diet wise, and I'm going to try to start that. Although it's it's kind of hard to exercise when there's no air conditioning. But I'm
You need to set up a sauna. you could you
Yeah,
could make the
well, I
garage
just
your
setting up.
sauna.
Yeah, well, it's the sauna everywhere when there's no air conditioning. Um,
Do
There's
you
a
guys have
sauna
one
in
of
every
these? It's
room.
kind of cool.
what do you have there?
Magazine.
It's a magazine little
Store
box that you
photo.
can put your stuff in.
Oh, how many? So it holds magazines. How many does it hold? Let's see what's inside. It
So,
looks
oh, it's
nice.
magnetic glass.
What is it?
Nice. It's a
It's a magazine box.
it's like for putting
Oh, like
25
so you
issues
can
of
keep your
National Lampoon.
magazines. You can keep them on a bookshelf.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a neat idea. Where did you get that? Is that something you ordered or someone brought
Yeah,
in?
I got it from my distributor.
Oh, so they're trying to. That's like a sample to see if you want to order more.
No, I just saw them that they had it and I ordered one.
What do they retail for?
I'm not sure. I think I paid around $10.
So you'd have to charge 20, huh? Approximately.
I think.
I think that's kind of cool,
Yeah, I
honestly.
think
Yeah.
it's cool too.
So I
If you
got
see
some.
on the side, there's a clear plastic sleeve, so you can slip in,
Oh
whatever you want down in there.
yeah, it slips in
Because
from the top.
let me tell you, you know, all
Put some on
this
the
stuff.
front too.
That's
You can
neat.
take this paper out and put your whatever paper. I could put that Frankenstein flyer that I just got.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's do that right now.
Yeah, you can make a copy of the cover of what you want to have in there, and you can have all your creepies in one, all your eries in one.
That'll fit.
Yeah.
That'll fit perfect in there.
Yeah, that's cool. Because, you know, there's just something about the old style way pre 1970, early 70s, where you just go in your closet and read a comic, and you don't have to take it out of a bag and board and worry about the
Yes.
tape. Or like you had those comics on your shelf in the old house apartment, or all the or just magazines where you can just read them, and you just they're not in a box. You don't have to move boxes to get to them, like
Yeah,
this picture here where this guy's got everything just stacked. That's the way it used to be, and I miss that.
100%.
I know it's
Yeah, I do too.
sacrilege.
I do it sometimes. I unbag uh random comics, just to do what that kid has right there, to do like a stack of 20 or 30, to just get the bags and boards out of the way, and just because it's aesthetically not pleasing.
Look at
Um,
how cool that looks.
yeah, aesthetically, you want them to be. Is there something about having them all loose? That looks great, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's neat.
Imagine
Very
if
cool.
it was a color, like a color copy of
Yeah, and full
the cover of
size. It could be.
Famous Monsters or something. Hey, did you ever open up that Famous Monsters with the red King Kong cover?
No, we can
Is
look
it
at it
in?
if you want. It's in
Oh,
that
yeah. I
stack
was
right there.
wondering
We
if it
can look
was
at
at the store or at home, because I've never seen inside it. It's this issue from about 1964 where they had a contest where you know, like you can customize hot rod model kits. It was about customizing the Monster Aurora kits and
Oh shit.
changing them up. And they had a contest, and the winners are photographed in this particular issue of Famous Monsters that I've never been able to find a copy of.
Yeah, I'd like
He
to see
got
that.
like a mint version of that issue at a convention recently. Oh, you need to show us what issues of Psychotronic you've been getting. Yeah, all these people that think Psychotronic was invented by the YouTube guy that everyone's friends with, and but
I'll
you
be
know,
right back. I'm gonna go check the mail.
actually, I need to do that too. But
it
I
right
doubt I've
here.
got anything interesting. Yeah, yeah, Lady Frankenstein. That's a really good movie. I recommend it. It's probably
Wow, they
free.
made this. Look at this yellow on here. It's hard to read.
Yeah, that's the thing is that's something that's unprofessional, but you know, what
I
can
was
I
trying
say?
to. Oh, it's number 17. So it's 1719.
I remember I had the complete run of at least the first 20 issues when I was looking through that box the other week. I was
This
really
one.
into that
Look
stuff.
at this one had a sticker on the
A lot of
outside.
them do. They're from Barnes and Noble. They did that. I wouldn't consider it a flaw, though. It's
I don't care. I
not
just want
as
to read. This is 14.
yeah. That's
Oh,
good.
look at it
That
has
has
Brad Dorf.
yeah, and it's got a Spook Show article. It's got a Drew Friedman cover. It's great.
This one's pretty cool. A
Yeah,
second anniversary. So it's number 8.
that's artwork from Werewolf in a Girl's Dormitory. There, it's really neat.
Messes with your eyes a little bit.
Yeah,
Number 8. Here's number 12.
yeah, yeah. Faster Pussycat, Kill
Yeah, that's
Kill.
great. Yeah, I'm gonna
That's
get in
a,
shape and I'm gonna quit smoking, you guys. So I'm gonna. You guys are doing your thing, and I got to do
Okay.
my thing too. I've got a
yeah.
whole.
Have you
I've got to
ever? How
be a
long have
part
you
of it.
quit smoking before? I'm sorry, I'm talking over you.
2 years. The last time, which was during the pandemic. So it's been like 3 years
Yeah.
since I quit. Yeah. So I've been smoking for 3 years.
Well, we ought to do that this summer, and it's because like you
Mom,
with the
Oh, yeah.
smoking,
No worries. Thank you.
and Kevin and me, and also uh uh I'm trying to remember. He goes by Bone Daddy. I was trying to think what is
Gary.
his YouTube. Yeah,
Gary.
yeah. I just was thinking. I'll be put. He always has Bone Daddy, so people watching knows who we're. He's with what he's kicking with alcohol. It's like maybe we can all kind of try to uh, keep ourselves psyched up about it over the summer. Give me
Yeah.
a
what
reason
number
to
is this? Can you guys
live.
read that? Number
Huh?
4.
Number 4. It says number 4.
Yes.
It has David Carradine and it has
Yes.
James Bond.
Huh.
Yeah, that interview with David Carradine, if you open it up, he's interviewed by my friend Tom Renoni, and he was pretty good friends with David Carradine, and so my friend Tom did quite a few interviews for that magazine, and when he's interviewing someone, trust me, it's going to be a good interview.
Cool. I'll read it tonight.
Yeah.
Here's number 7.
That movie's called The Velvet Vampire. It has Celeste Yarnell, who was she was one of the real beautiful women in Star Trek in one episode. I've got an autographed picture. She was like Miss Rheingold Beer, 1964. I
Hey, these
remember
What
when,
colors are
episode?
better in person. These
yeah,
colors are better than in person. The camera can't even pick it up.
That was
yeah.
amazing.
Celeste Yarnell, I think, was in that episode. Who mourns for Adonis? She was the one that Apollo fell in love with.
Okay.
So let's put them in the magazine. So I can put all my magazines that I'm going to take home to read in here, and then
Yeah, that'd be your psychotronic. Yeah, you could probably
that's
fit the
my.
whole run of psychotronic in two of those boxes. There was about
Oh
four
no! Oh yeah, and a
issues.
few of them. Yeah, I think it
Uh, how,
holds.
mu-
I think it holds 20. Let's see if it's right.
it looks like that would hold 20. Yeah.
1, 2,
I'm starting to get hungry, man.
7 in there right now.
I might have to do a part two of the telethon tomorrow. Let me see if I've raised any money at all. This is getting embarrassing. Let's see. Damn, we're gonna be fucked if we don't. Yeah, we're still at 225, but it's still a good start.
It's dead in here too.
It's dead in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if earlier Trump said he's going to talk to Putin on the phone 10 o'clock Monday morning, and then talk to Zelensky as soon as that's over. So I think imagine if that war ends it's announced the war ends on Monday. I think it might help with the general feeling of malaise and depression, and I think maybe it might. So
Here's all the books I got from that old man con a couple weekends ago. How long ago was that? Maybe a month ago.
I just don't know.
This is what I picked up. I don't know if I think my phone died, so you guys didn't even see what I picked up.
I've got that one. That's a great cover with that mummy or whatever right there in the
I
back.
thought it was supposed to be Lincoln for a second. It kind of
There's
looks
you
like
with the shadow. There's you trying to catch that bat at your house.
Yeah, it looks that's you. That's you the other day. Yeah.
next time the bat comes, I'm going to use that cover. I'm going to find that cover on mycomicshop.com and take a screenshot so I can
Was
put it
that
on.
just one bat? Because I mean, that bat was going up and down the staircase, right?
Yeah, it did look kind of like there were two bats, but
Yeah, I
I
think
just
there's
don't know.
two. The video looked like there were kind of two.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
got to be gone. I guess because I haven't seen them. These are that's weird how much red space they have at the top. That's below and it's like it's off center a little bit. It's
Well, it's
just
part of the. It's the wing of the plane, right? Going
oh,
across
it's
the
the
whole.
wing of the plane. Yes, sorry. Oof. Missing Mars says, Kevin, find me old comics in shop. He says,
I have old comics I can send you.
okay.
We can make them a box.
Yeah,
I'm tethered to this plug right now.
these are stuff he got for himself at a convention. But
Yeah, these are great. I've never seen any of these in real
I
life.
have the
Like as a
graphic
kid,
novel.
I have that one. It's great.
yeah,
You have that?
I got it when it came out. I'm sure you did too. That is that ghost issue I'd never seen in my life. That's a later period one.
That cover. Yeah, I'd never seen that ghost either.
I picked all these up because they were like mint copies from like a dealer overstock because they had multiples of each one, and they were a
He
Yeah.
buck.
did?
Yeah, and they were a buck a piece. He had a
Oh
Wow.
long, like
man, those
two
are
long
great.
boxes.
I didn't know that.
These are great. Some of these have these earlier ones, like this one, might have a pinup back cover. The back cover might be that image without any
Yeah,
writing.
yeah. I was looking. Most of them are like that.
Yep, it's
That's
great.
great. Oh man.
Oh, that's beautiful.
For a buck, and it was a mint copy. Oh, you know what?
Oh,
They're not mint anymore because they every copy had this piece of paper on the front page. You know, like a chamber paper, but it wasn't chamber paper.
uh,
It was like an index paper, and it had all these check marks and dates and issue numbers and
right.
value and all this information. And all that information that he stuck in there, thinking he was doing the right move, ended up
Uh-huh.
sticking to the comic.
It transferred.
It had like a reaction with it.
So
That's
so he
that's
was
wow.
tracking what these things were worth
Which
and
was nothing.
And I had to pull them out these papers, and it was like left a little it left a mark on each one that I had to pull out. I could have
That's
just
that
a
left
great
it.
cover
cover.
I've never
I could have
seen
just left
that
it in.
either.
I never have either. I have some of these that my mom bought me that I thought were hokey, but I still liked. But I never had that UFO cover. That's amazing. Tono and Kono, the Jungle Twins. Hominid Masters.
Missing Mars, these are for his own collection, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know. Oh, that one's great.
Wow, I've never seen that. That's great. I love that face, that the Grimm's Ghost Stories face.
Yeah.
Wow, 48-page issue. Never seen it. Looks great. Sam the Skeleton Man. Wow, great find, Kevin. That's beautiful.
That one I think I have. I'm not sure. Man. He had a piece of paper inside every single one of them.
Yeah.
Whoa. And there were multiple copies of each issue.
Uh huh.
Wow, really? That's strange. That's a
Why
trip.
would he do that for books he's selling for $1? What did he say inside that they were worth?
No, the values were more than that. It was probably something done like 2 decades ago.
Oh,
You couldn't sell them, and then it just got handed down to somebody else for cheap, and he just blew them out.
yeah. Missing Mars says, "Pack me $50 worth, and I'll PayPal you, bud."
Cool, I'll do that. Hey, didn't I already have this one, or am I looking? Yeah, I already had this one, didn't I?
Yeah, you had it with a sticker on it. There's yeah.
So I got two of that one.
Yeah,
I think that's the bad thing about buying lots. You get them cheaper, but you're gonna get some doubles.
yeah, but you got it without the sticker. So,
There's another double. I recognize that color.
Evan, I need your PayPal address. Says Missing Mars.
Here, can I can post it in the chat,
Oh yeah, I
right?
think you were given a wrench that day. My wife was giving out wrenches. I don't know. Perry and Kingsley are great. Do you know who they are, Meyer?
No, I don't.
Do you hear that weird electronic music in the background? Well, I can't hear it now. It sounds like robot music or the theme to a game show from about 1970. It was Perry, Perrey, and Kingsley. They had insane robot electronic music, happy music from. Oh, there it is. It's- okay, there's the send him money. Everyone send him money. That says there you go.
What number is this? Lucky? Oh, it's lucky number 13. It says lucky
13.
number 13.
Now, see, he had another magazine that he did back when he was younger that was that was sold on the street in New York, and it was the size of that clippings from the Crypt TV Guide looking thing. That his original Psychotronic magazine was a fanzine that was done that was more like a punk rock thing, and then he had his book published, and then I think maybe he had the second book published and then he started this magazine. And that's that eerie that from my childhood that I was saying, you got to get that with the swamp creature.
Did that echo go away finally?
I never heard an echo.
Hmm.
Is there an echo?
Not anymore. Oh no, I still hear it.
Maybe you're hearing the dog snoring. I don't know. Oh, that put it in my pile, right? That one's I've got a order with when I make my next order. That's from my wife. She's a big fan of Big Boy. I am too, but
I got
he's
this. There's a big boy ranch salad dressing that they sell here that is so good, you guys. I mean, it's so good. I put a picture of it on Instagram.
I know, and I was like, I just looking at the bottle was so cool. Is that available on Amazon, or people could order it in other parts of the country?
I don't know. I didn't check. It might be available on Amazon. I get it at Safeway, and it came from my son. He told me the absolute. So what they eat is fried chicken and chicken tenders with only that. Like I was at their house, a while back when I first, like a year ago, and I noticed it's like, geez, how come you guys have 3 jars of Bob's Big Boy ranch dressing, all different flavors? And he said because it's the absolute best. It's the best dipping sauce for vegetables, for like celery and broccoli and fried chicken. And so that's what I've been doing with it. It's so good,
Well,
man.
yeah, and then the bottle afterwards, you want to save it.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm going to save it.
Kevin, could
I'll
we
look and
see
see if I
inside
can.
that? I'm
What's
sorry.
that?
I was asking Kevin if we could see inside that. I'm so sorry. What did
No,
you say? You're
no,
looking.
I was done. I want to see that too. I want to see that cover even more.
Cleo
I can
tells
try to
me how.
reenact this. I can try to reenact this cover.
Look at that.
Cleo
He's
tells
pulling
me
a
how
shrunken
cringe.
head out of a magic hat.
Yeah. Cleo tells me how cringy it is that I interrupt people constantly on the show, and
I interrupt too. I just did it.
it's just I really feel she could really make me feel shitty about that
I
I
have to
just come
interrupt,
across
otherwise
as.
I forget what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe that's what I'm doing. I just don't have the best social skills, and I just feel
Yeah.
like an asshole.
I looked up Perry Kingsley and I noticed that he's got this, or they have this album called The In Sound from Way Out that I already have on my music on my
Oh,
playlist.
so you know
Yeah,
who it is? Yeah,
yeah, I
okay.
just didn't recognize. I just didn't know the name. I know the record though. I know the
Well,
I know the sound.
well, those of you watching the show, look into that. Those
The
artists.
In Sound from
Like
Way
the
Out, Perry
Superman
Kingsley.
thing going to be working on.
And it's like two
Like
guys on
Superman.
electronic keyboards, kind of
They're
at the
doing
very
Yeah.
crazy thing
beginning
with
of
Superman.
I don't.
electronica,
Different
like
Superman.
I don't know
66.
if it's
And a
them,
crazy
but there's
story.
an album called Barnyards and Orbit, and it might be them, and it's
Superman,
like country
Kryptonite
music
something.
done that way. It's
They
hilarious.
just think that, yeah.
So what was
The
that?
whole ice
So
cream machine.
so at the beginning, the birth of electronica involved, what was the name of that top 10 hit that was like
Huh?
about Sputnik, or what was it
I wonder if
called?
they're probably working on that Superman.
Oh,
What was it?
Telstar.
Yeah, Telstar. So that was kind of right. That was like the breakthrough
Yeah,
into
that was the guy Joe Meeks. He was like the British Phil Spector. I think
Telstar.
he met a untimely. Oh, well, we got to get the. What was over? Well, look at
Thank
this.
you for remembering the name of that song, because no one else, I mean, I gave you no description.
Oh well, that this I've never seen inside one of these.
Look at this.
Having said that, I probably already have one of them, but I don't know. I'm not sure. This is all like free code
Electronica.
stuff. I think reprinted.
Oh. There was relevance. There's fried chicken on the way, and I do have Bob's Big Boy ranch dressing in the fridge, so I'm going to be eating it very soon.
You're ordering fried chicken or
Yeah, it's part of my. Remember how it said good news, or it said
Safeway?
great news? Great news! Your Safeway order has been assembled and is on schedule to be delivered. There's a 9-piece fresh fried chicken in that order. And a lot of cookies. For some reason, I like when you order stuff from them, it'll tell you like certain things. Like for me, it'll usually say your order has 27 servings of protein or something like that, or maybe more, 57 servings of
Okay.
protein. But today when I when I ordered, it said something like your order has 37 servings of grain. And that was because I ordered 3 different boxes of cookies, 2 loaves of bread, some bagels. Yeah, I ordered a bunch of bread. Yeah, and fried
Missing Mars
chicken.
is saying PayPal is saying there's some problem with your address. Should that be a K instead of a P?
No, P's right. Spell the
P
rest is
22 at Cox.net.
P Johnson 22 at Cox.net. Yep.
Yeah, is that how Missing Mars is paid in the past? The same one?
Yeah, same one.
Hmm. Everything electronic seems to be going haywire. See, StreamYard sure was problematic. I hate to use that word problematic.
PayPal's doing some changes too. When I went in there earlier today, it looked different.
PayPal was, yeah.
Yeah, looks different on there.
I want to try and make some models this summer. I was just looking at, just noticing that I need to make some models. I've got so many
Yeah,
unmade
I've got
models.
some models I need to build too. Got to get some
You know,
model kits.
summer's a good time to make models because it's if you do it in the morning, it's like the perfect temperature for painting. You know what I mean? Like from 10 to 2 or something, like, before the heat of the day and after the cool of the morning in the summertime is like the perfect time to make models. The paint
Yeah, I never thought
dries
about
at the
that. Yeah.
something about the temperature to make it perfect, I think.
Oh,
That's neat. I've never seen that issue. Look at the
yeah,
He's
size of that
sticking
neither.
a
snake. He's
fish
just
right
shoving his
inside his
hand
mouth,
down this snake's throat. That's so weird.
punching him in the mouth.
But the fangs are right there. Isn't that cobra gonna bite him right in the top of his hand?
It's a chance he's willing to take.
Yeah. Maybe he's immune to cobra. I don't know. Ah, there it is. Is this the issue that we need to look at?
Yeah.
So that's probably one of the contest winners we're looking at right here with that destroyed
It's got to
train.
be
And
the grand prize. Yeah, maybe.
he's got the metal shackle that he got at the hardware store. This looks
Yeah,
great.
he gets a toy. He gets a train and combines it with the Aurora kit.
He probably heated up like a little metal rod or something and see how he did the damage to the train there. Kind
Yeah,
of
he
like how I
raised.
destroyed my car when I made it crash into the champagne glass for driver's ed.
Yeah, he raised up Kong's left arm, so it looks like it's about to smash the train.
He's a mint copy of it too.
Yeah, I
I
know.
love these. I
You
love
can't.
when you find these. I've got a couple like this that were, they made so many, but it's so cool when you get them because it looks brand new. It feels brand new. You feel like you're opening. It's never like you can find copies of this era of Warren sometimes that have never been opened before. Right, Grottu?
Yeah, the tear. What does that say? Something from Tucson.
Terrible Terror from Tucson. What a great mask.
What? What is that?
Tucson
Is
is
this a
South
guy?
Korea.
Is this a kid that made his own makeup, or is this a homemade movie? What was that? Oh, look at those leeches.
Okay, here we go.
Greg Gelman. Gelman. These are all the kids.
Yeah, maybe they're not going to show all their kits, but
Whoa, look at that. What is that? A ducktail? That hairdo? That dude second from the left.
yeah.
For this kid, grew up to be the Joker.
These are great pictures. See a lot of horn rim glasses up there at the top. These are readers.
Yeah, Charles Joseph Whitman. Let's see.
These are our people.
Yeah.
These are our people.
There's the one girl.
Pam. I like how it says where they're from.
They probably remember when they just used to give out addresses too.
Yeah, that was always one of my favorite things about comic books was the letters pages and also those American Seeds ads with the kids' pictures in the back. Because you look to, and also like even the radio ad, the radio station ads or something, you look for where you live inside of the
Yeah.
comic book.
Yeah.
Like you would have loved to have lived in near, whatever Paradise Park or whatever that, the ad with Superman holding the roller coaster. I always thought that, wow, I want to go to that place.
Yeah.
Palisades Park.
Palisades. Yeah.
That was a really good video that was put up recently about Laughing Sal. I sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
It was really well done, and it showed a lot of good footage of Playland and showed it as I remember it as a small kid in like 1970 to 1972. It's how, and in that movie, there's a lot of footage of how it looked when I was like 6.
No. Tired. It just hit me now too. All right, man. I'll see you later. I'll be back in a while. Dude. You guys have a good one. Have a good one, Tyler. None of these bags fit these boards. Yeah. All these bags go through each board and trim a little bit. Yeah.
Hey, you ever watch any of those East Side Kid movies with like Hunts Hall? You know what I'm talking?
Freaking annoying. It is.
So remember how I was talking about how my mother was like highbrow but had occasional lowbrow tastes? Like I even mentioned how she told me when she was a kid she liked freak shows. So when I would ask her about her favorite movies when she was a kid, she told me about Republic serials and the East Side Kids. And she would even say Republic serials. Like she liked the serials every week at the theater, and she liked the Bowery Boys, the East Side Kids.
Yeah.
And so then later I watched them as an adult and I realized why she liked them. It's kind of like the Backstreet Boys or something. They're fun movies, but they're kind of like, you could see why teenage girls would have liked that. You know what I mean? Those kids, they're like kind of heartthrobs or something, right?
Well, I never thought of that.
A
I
couple
thought
of them are. Yeah, they are. Yeah. It was a thing. It was part of it, I think. I did think that when I watched it later. I was like, oh, I can see why she would like this. These are like kind of tough street kids, and in 1940 or 1938 or whatever, if you're growing up in a small town, you know what I mean. You fantasize what it would be like to be these kids. You know.
Yeah.
Or as a girl from a small town, you fantasize what it would be like to have one of these kids as your boyfriend who's like a ruffian who solves crime mysteries, you know.
Yeah.
Your sound is breaking up, Grottu.
It is.
There's something up with your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear
I
you.
was holding, I think my hand was over the microphone. Yeah, the Night Tiger was talking about the East Side Kid.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I was talking about how I used to hate Sundays when I was a kid because TV was so boring. And he said where he lived, they ran a lot of cool old movies.
Yeah, here too. Yeah, he was right. I liked Sundays for that reason as well, but I disliked him. So I liked Sunday morning and Sunday during the day. I didn't like Sunday evening. So what you said was right. So when it was 7 o'clock and Marlon Perkins' Mutual of Omaha would come on, and it would be right before Wide World of Disney, Wonderful World of Disney, that meant the end of the weekend. That meant that it's the beginning of school the next morning. So those two things together did make it was like it harshed your buzz for for school.
Yeah, and that like that Mutual of Omaha commercial theme, it's almost like it's a real sad dirge because it's like
Yes, it's
it's
the
kind
end
of
of
a
the week.
sad thing, you know. If you
School
think about it,
tomorrow.
the way they sang it.
School tomorrow, brought to you by Mutual of Omaha.
Yeah, yeah, man.
And then it would be, wonderful. The happiest Chihuahua. And you're like, fuck.
Yeah, the Wonderful World of Disney was always lame. Almost always, not all. Once they went into some haunted house or wax museum or haunted house or something, and it was neat. But
Yeah, they would have the 2-parters, and some of them would be good, like Mystery of the Haunted Cove or something like that. Those would be
yeah,
kind of good. They did a few of those, but then you'd get like Run Cougar Run, which I enjoyed. But I watched all of them. I still enjoyed all of them. But yeah, I mean, it would be kind of it's a bummer. It means school tomorrow.
yeah. Well,
It
I
was
think
still great though. There was a great feeling of unity. And what I mean by that is that there were only 3 stations to watch, and every kid in the country was watching those shows we're talking about right now, as well as Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, Mork and Mindy. There was a feeling of community. I hate the word, but unity, because everybody would talk about it tomorrow, the next day at school, and at work.
yeah,
Everybody was connected through the media at that time and
right.
entertainment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It at least gives you a common language that doesn't exist anymore. Although there is, in terms of some things are really popular, but usually they're video game I don't know what's popular now. Roblox, Minecraft, uh, Fortnite. Seems to be usually video game things. Um, Jurassic Park or World or whatever it's called now. Um, Dog and cat kid books really popular now, which aren't bad.
My
And
grandson watches Paw Patrol. He's into Paw Patrol.
okay, I'm aware that's popular, but I don't know
I
the
don't either. I haven't watched it.
quality of
He
it.
just has the gear, and
I
he
know that
talks
the
about it.
Dogman books are fun. The I don't ever played any of those video games, although what I've seen of Fortnite it looks like a parody of a video game. Like they're at least having fun with it. Um, to me, Fortnite, at least when it first came out, seemed like a Mad Magazine parody of a violent video game.
I used to play it when it first came out. I played it a lot. I kind of got addicted to it. I would play it every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
I think I got sciatica and hemorrhoids from Fortnite.
sciatica is where you get the pain in your legs from your back.
Yeah, mostly it's from sitting. It's like a pressure on a nerve. And the only
Yeah.
way to really relieve it is to stretch and do these different exercises, because pain medicine doesn't really touch it. And I used to get it so bad that I couldn't walk. It was pretty bad.
I've had it bad before too. Um,
You have to walk with a cane. I would walk with a samurai sword because I don't have a cane. So I would walk around the house like Zatoichi with like a bamboo samurai sword. Yeah.
wow.
The lowest I've seen is 1,500, best offer on eBay for like a 9 2 maybe. Probably get them for 1,000. Yeah, maybe. I'm ready for 1,000. I'm ready for 1,000. That's, I mean, it's a $1,000 comic all day. What about ungraded? You can't find them.
Why would you want to try to find one?
For him. Oh, yeah. It's the only drum.
Get a reprint for them.
I have.
Yeah, it's like it sucks. It's as you get older, you sit more, and the more you sit, the more you get both of those problems. So I haven't had those problems in a couple years, and because I'm more active now, but just
Well, you're not completely
video games, I'm not joking, playing video games really did cause both of those problems to flare up in me, because I was sitting for long periods of the time, concentrating, staring at this screen for like 3 or 4 hours a day. Yeah, so boom,
Right.
hemorrhoids, boom, sciatica. Because you compress, you're sitting and it compresses the sciatic nerve that's like under your butt cheek, and it goes all the way up your back and down your leg.
Oh, well, I know that hemorrhoids, it seems like I had a horrific case because years ago, 20 years ago, and I think it was because I was coughing a lot, just really intense coughing, and I think that's what caused it, but it might have been some other factor. My father was in the hospital, and in these hotel hospital rooms, the cold air coming out of the air conditioning unit, and I'd be sitting there next to his bed, and it seems like I got really sick with the coughing, and I just couldn't stop coughing. And then I just couldn't stop coughing. And then I was and my father passed away, and my oldest brother said, "You got to go to the doctor about this cough because you're going to ruin the recording of the funeral." Like, because they're going to audio tape it. Like, does anyone listen to? It's like, hey, I'd like to listen to that recording of my dad's funeral tonight. Who does that? Like Bud
Yeah,
Court from from
I don't know
the
your brother, but I
Harold
have
and
older siblings, so that sounds like the final flailings of Big Brother. The final grasp at control of my little brother is to at the funeral uh, criticize him for
And
doing
so,
something wrong.
and so
But
I'm
I'm just
so worried
halfway
about
joking.
coughing during the funeral because it's going to ruin it like it's some opera performance. My God, that was so horrible. And I guess I got something for it, but felt awful. It's just, that just made me feel so terrible that I was committing the sin of coughing. I know that he was going through pressure too, and strain, but man, it's degrading.
So I got 2 copies of this one. I could sell. I'm gonna sell one of each of these.
Okay, so if anyone's interested in either of those are I vouch for those magazines. They're great.
Yeah,
The
Missing
extra
Mars might be
covers.
interested in those too.
Yeah, I was. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I was thinking of that. Maybe he would be. I don't know if he's only
It can
into
be part of
comics
his.
or if he likes
It can be
movies
part of
too.
his box if he wants it to be.
That
Yeah,
Faster
man does not
Pussycat
live by
cover's awesome.
comics alone.
What is her name? Satana something? What was her
Tura
name?
Satana.
Tura Satana.
She was Japanese American.
They should have made that. That should be a model kit right there. Speaking of which,
Oh,
hey, Simon just got this red Sonia model kit, Kevin. That's amazing. Have you seen that? It's new. It's freaking dope.
is it a model kit or an action
Yeah,
figure?
it's a 1/10 scale model kit, and it looks amazing. It's really well done. It's beautiful. Just came out. He said he special ordered it.
But
Maybe
you
I'll
have to
have one
paint it.
coming. I can't remember.
I mean, it's
I
a
think it's something
symbol.
like Titan models. It's something new model. It's really well done. I opened it up and looked at it and everything. It's beautiful. It's really nice. Almost looks
Plus, it
like
has
kind
to
of
be built
Frank
to paint it,
Cho.
right? Huh?
Yeah. He actually Jude is going to paint it. She's really good at
Oh,
painting.
okay.
But it looks kind of like Frank Cho. I would describe as how she looks.
Okay. Well, my thing is I can paint monsters really well, but when you've got to paint, I think I could paint a girl okay. You just got to get the makeup right on the face, so you can really make her hideous. Um, um, 'Cause you get someone that's used to doing Star Trek model kits and stuff, and you hire them to build a model kit for you and paint it. and they're not used to being around girls because they're Star
Yeah.
Trek people. They sometimes can't get the look right.
Yeah,
And
I'm laughing because you're reminding me of the Vampirella model that I had that I painted when I was in, I guess, 8th grade, that looked ridiculous with the black eyelashes and with the red lips. It was the Aurora one.
yeah, this one is not the Aurora. The Aurora is here somewhere.
Yeah, and it turned out horrible, but I still had it for years and years. It's
See,
gone now, but
I painted this. This is one of those garage
that looks
kits
good.
from the
That looks
90s.
good.
This guy came in last week and he was showing me all these pictures of on his phone of the models he's built, and he was showing me the Supergirl one. And like you said, the eyelashes, he said he couldn't paint right, so it's just a big black. It looked like she had a black eye, so he just gave her 2 black eyes.
That's great.
Oh man,
Yeah, mine was all
that's the
goopy and
Aurora.
fucked up. Yeah, okay, so mine, the eyes were all goopy and the lips and the fangs, it was all goopy.
Yeah, it's also a very small kit, so it's hard. It's just hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, my goodness gracious me. Um, this is where all the cool people are going to this website, GoFundMe, to help me have air conditioning
He's right there.
because the show will end very soon if I have heat stroke. So you're welcome to donate to that. Also, it goes over well with the wife when it's like, oh, well, you're gonna do your show. You've got such wonderful friends. They donated that money, and it's supposed to. You're gonna go do the show with all those bastards that couldn't even help you out. It's how it is. Um,
A little
make it
bit
seem
goes a
like
long
you're
way.
decent people so that I'm allowed to do more shows. And we were just talking about Tura Satana. She was a friend of this lady named Delilah Jones. Now, Delilah Jones, Cleo told me that there's this burlesque queen from the late 50s, early 60s. She was a little girl and during World War II and came over to the country, right? And she's this beautiful, stripper, right? During that era, that golden era. Well, she's real conservative. And so these modern burlesque people, these Antifa type, the type, the people that are into that now, it's pretty much all women, uh, despise her. And, it's the same thing with Tempest Storm. Her last few years, they really hated her because she dared to be conservative in her older age. But Delilah Jones, I'm friends with her, and so is Cleo. She's got a book about her life. What I want to get. I think her real name is Doris Golke, Gohlke, but she went by Delilah Jones. And so I can't wait to get that book and read it. But anyway, my wife was talking to her last night on Facebook about this creature from the Black Lagoon, Universal Monsters makeup, and she's saying, "Oh, that sounds cool." She says, "Well." She was trying to find the episode of this show where she has me show the creature from the Black Lagoon makeup she just ordered in this really cool 3D looking creature from the Black Lagoon hand mirror. And so she found the episode and sent it to her. So she may have been watching this woman who's friends with Tura Satana. That's what made me think of it. Last night, she may have been watching a show from, I don't know, April of. So anyway, I don't know if I have a new subscriber. It would be cool if she was subscribed. But I told my wife in this closet here, I've got a poster for a movie she was in. It's not called The Untouchables, same time period, but it's called The Touchables. It's the same time period, early 60s. And I said, I've got a poster, and I think I might have another movie poster with her in it too. And I said, I'll show him on tomorrow's show, which I can't really do it now because my wife's sleeping because she hasn't been able to sleep for 2 days because of the heat in the house. But it's cool. It actually got cool today. So anyway, I can't get
So
in that
she was
closet without waking up my wife.
So she was LA based, this dancer, this stripper, this model, Delilah Jones.
I can't tell you that 100% sure. I'm guessing isn't everybody? uh,
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you got New York, but if she's making movies, then she's LA based. And then at
Probably.
the same time, San Francisco at the beginning and even into the 50s and 60s, San Francisco was actually the leading city in the entire country for live dancing. It was famous for it. The Condor Club and Carol Doda were
Oh
like the
yeah.
most famous all nude dancing. It was the first city in the United States that was allowed to have all nude dancing.
Yeah, I know
Um,
Carol Doda.
so I think she might have been here. She probably was big enough that she came and danced here at the clubs
Yeah.
in San
Oh,
Francisco,
she
but she
definitely
was
would have.
probably based in LA. That's why she was making those movies and doing print and stuff
On
like that.
Yeah, on Facebook she posts pictures of a lot of the yeah, it's probably so. I yeah, I don't know, but
But pretty awesome special time. And then that, like you're saying, is another thing that was co-opted by these people that are driven by identity politics. So it's kind of weird how they would jump into a thing like burlesque and well, it's not weird. They kind of stole burlesque in a way.
yeah, they did, but it's no longer for men. It's now for other women, and it's something that's like a body positivity thing, and then you go to
It's
see
a
like the most.
counterculture LGBTQ thing. You know what else is like that? In some cities, roller derby has become that as well.
Yes, yeah,
So
well,
I took
yeah,
my kids to roller derby a few times in Sacramento because we discovered that I discovered it came back and it was close to where we lived. And we got free tickets at the beginning and I actually liked it. So we went a few times, but it was very much a progressive crowd.
yeah, it's a punk rock. It started as a punk rock crowd, and well, and a lot of those girls are the same girls that do the modern burlesque, and
Yes.
it's but the most famous of these modern is Dita Von Teese. But you go to see
Hmm.
one of her shows, and then the MC is going to be this guy named, well, it's a woman, but that acts like a guy named Murray Hills, and but it's a woman dressed like an old 1940s 50s burlesque announcer, and then they've got then she does her vintage performance.
Beyond
It's
vanilla.
very authentic. But then you've got the next one that comes out might be a guy that you've got to watch. You don't want to. It's
Come
not like the
to the
way it would have been.
cabaret, old chum. Like Joel
Yeah,
Gray from Cabaret, right?
yeah. It's all a bunch of. It's a. It's not. Uh,
Yeah, I'm trying to
well,
think of what it is a bunch of. It's not hibbity jibbity. It's something else. Is it ballyhoo? No, it's not ballyhoo. It's a bunch of what would my uncle say that what we're talking about is he would say
bullshit.
that yeah, bullshit. He would say it's
Yeah,
bullshit.
but oh my gosh, this dog is hungry. So, has anyone else donated? Let me check. Oh, they have not. Oh man.
Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your cash to Ken.
Well,
There's so much that you need to share. $5 or $10 will help to get him there.
well, I I'm trying to think what
Give a little bit.
I wish
Give a little bit
I need to
of your
talk to Jambo. I
fun.
could probably talk to him through Instagram just to get his advice on air conditioning and prices. The unit is um I mean they pulled the fake wood off the wall so you can see the unit in the basement. See what you got here is this this shaft that's hollow, right? The air goes up here. It comes out through these vents here. They're just closed up. And
Halfway up
then
the
the next
shaft.
level, it comes out through several vents. And uh, there's vents over here. But anyway,
You think maybe that's where
it's,
the bats are coming from?
well, the vent goes all the way to, it opens up on the floor of the attic where I have all the, the comic book area. But down in the basement is where the air intake is. And this inside unit, and then I don't know where the Freon is kept and what part of the air conditioner. I don't know anything about air conditioners. I just know that this piece of wood is off. So over here is this unit. It's the Rudd High Achiever. And I don't know how to tell an old, I mean, I don't know how to tell a vintage. So there's an air intake here, here, and here. And then it goes up through, you know, and here is this is an air return or something that goes up through the floor in the next room. And I mean, there's a beat up, I've never even tried to use it. Oh shoot, someone knocked my, there's picture down. In here, there's a air conditioner, but
Okay.
look at all that mess. Um, I don't, yeah.
So are we? This is the ground floor we're on right now.
No, I'm in the basement. This is with the pinball machine. This is the basement.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you're like halfway underground. That window right there is out.
Yeah, well, the ground is ground level's right about here.
Okay.
Over on that side of the house, it's a little higher. I'll show you where that unit is. I'll go outside and show you. Anyway, this is what they took off, and it's because he was trying to get the part number off of this, and then, but this has nothing to do with the heating. The heating is done by a boiler, which, by the way, I ought to. If this boiler goes out, I'm in real trouble for next year when it gets cold. But so I've been told that I need to um, drain this every week or so. So there's a hose coming out of it that goes to that drain. So let me do it while I'm remembering. And it shoots out boiling water from this hose. But I'm not sure why you have to drain the water periodically, but that's what I was told. So I just better do it so there's not a problem. Here's a bunch of doors that used to be in the house. I don't know where they went, but wherever they used to be, they've changed the door frames or something, or they've taken out parts of the walls where these doors, they're cool old doors that could be reused possibly at some point in the future. But
Or they're kind of. They remind me of the Winchester Mystery House. You know, where you open a
yeah,
door and it's a brick wall. You could
yeah.
kind of you could do that in different spots around the house if you wanted.
Anyway, this is what keeps us warm. This boiler, which is older, apparently, what I've been told, to replace it is like $17,000. Is what I've been told, and I think the AC guy was wanting to replace that unit I just showed you and the one outside, and for about 12,000. That may be why the home warranty person just said no, no. But I, what we're going to do is maybe get a second opinion from a different AC person, and let the home warranty, because they should kick in because their limit apparently it's ridiculous. Their limit is $1,500, and you have to pay $1,500 to have the home insurance policy. So everyone says, well, why not just keep the $1,500 in a bank instead of giving it to them to maybe give back to you? And they're just giving us, what says on the GoFundMe is wrong. They're not giving us 200; it's actually 100. And so it's just like a total ripoff. And so, so I'm just emptying this out because for some reason you do it. Gold Key Geezer. This is what he does. He inspects these things. So if he ever watches, he could maybe tell me why I'm doing this. But and then Jambo is the AC guy. You know what? It would probably be cheaper to fly Jambo here for say, come here and hang out with us for a week, and you can play pinball all you want and hang out and be fed and help us fix this air conditioner. It'd probably be cheaper than all this freaking mess. That
Still
would be a
smoking,
cool thing for
still smoking barbecue. Yeah.
what? Oh
I
yeah,
said
well
still smoking.
yeah.
I pay attention every time you talk about what you guys are ordering. That place sounds really
Oh
good
well,
to me.
last night, yeah. Well, we got stuff from the bargain menu. It's hopefully it's gonna be bought by another person soon and continue on. But
Oh, really?
yeah, it's for sale. It's for sale. The build that and the building next to it.
Oh, really?
So if you would like to rent a barbecue restaurant, this is the place.
I would not.
I mean, you and people out in the viewership world.
Everybody out there, yeah, people out there.
Yeah. Uh,
They have a great menu. They got a great established menu, so you could, keep the
yeah,
same
maybe.
staff, same cook, or set it up yourself. But it sounds like they got a great menu.
Yeah. What's the status? You were talking a year or so ago about maybe making a Jack Kerouac trip across the country. Is that
Yeah,
still
I'm
on?
still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. I don't know if I still have to have work done on my car. I don't know if my current car could make the whole drive, but I'm still thinking about it. And maybe even just making it's very inexpensive to fly from Sacramento to Des Moines.
Sure.
It's
Or you could rent a car pretty cheaply too,
yep, that too.
and not worry about that. Okay, I think that's enough draining. So it'll fill back up. I guess maybe they just want fresher water in there. I don't know. Maybe it goes stagnant. These
But yeah, I've
doors are
thought
so.
about it, and it would be fun, but it all depends on how the GoFundMe goes. You're going to need to get the air conditioner fixed before you're going to get me out there.
Yeah, well, the air conditioner's got to be fixed. If we've got to figure, we'll have to do something. I don't know if we have to.
So if
I,
the audience is looking forward to the idea of me coming and visiting for a week with Cleo and Grottu, and we'll do videos of us playing video games and looking at comics and playing pinball machines and listening to music and hanging out. Uh,
we can
you gotta
go out and see
gotta
the.
get the air conditioner fixed.
You know what I've never seen is that Clint Eastwood movie, The Bridges of Madison County, but that's just about 50 something miles away. So you can see all the painted covered bridges. And I stood in the bedroom where John Wayne was born. That was pretty cool a few months
Yeah,
ago.
it is.
I don't know how long ago that was.
They had a lot of really cool merch at that gift shop. Do you
I
remember? Do
know,
you
man. I
remember that?
keep knocking
I'd like
myself.
to go to that gift shop and buy a T-shirt or two. They had some cool stuff.
I kept thinking I should have gotten
A
a
hat and a
coonskin
T-shirt.
cap.
Yeah, one of those
But
caps would be cool.
I don't know. Some of it seemed kind of expensive. I don't have a cowboy hat. I thought maybe I should get one from the John Wayne, but they were like $120. But maybe that's what they cost. I don't know. Yeah, actually didn't buy anything. I don't think at that museum. Someday I'll go back. Okay. Um, Kevin, are you still there? Oh, let me see what's going on. behind the scenes. Well, he's sort of still there. Whoa. This cat likes to walk under your feet. That is not safe.
You know, if in that bat video, if you could just set something up for him to climb up, he would have gone right. He was really trying to, when they were flying, he really wanted to catch one of those bats. He's
Yeah.
he's up
Well,
for it.
well, Alan, the bigger, older cat had actually kind of snagged the bat last year because they emerged about on the same day every year. Um, maybe these flowers only bloom for like a week or so, but they're orchids. They were looking beautiful last weekend, but they're not so much now.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, got a bunch of orchids stuff. Okay, so here, that's that window unit. You see
Okay.
how I think if maybe it could be cleaned up and gotten running, but I don't know how to do it. But we definitely need some air conditioning in the basement. And this is a broken window, but it's double paned. This really is very run down. But this is the unit out here. It's a rude achiever. Right now, it's an underachiever. But I don't know exactly where the Freon goes. Does it go back here? I don't know anything. I just know I need about 11 or 12 gallons of it in each gallon, not gallon, pounds. I don't even know what I'm talking about. But each one supposedly is $190 a pound.
So I don't know. So did it work last year? It worked last
Yes.
summer, right?
Yeah.
So where did all the gas go? That's my question. Is there a problem with the system? How come it needs to be completely refilled? What happened to all the Freon that was in there?
Well, I
This is
guess
why
it
we need
leaked, or maybe it wasn't
Jambo.
fully.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, does it need to be completely refilled, or could you just give me a few pounds to get, just
And
give
then
me a few
what's,
pounds to
yeah, I
just
don't
sort of cool
completely
off?
understand. I don't know.
But if it has to be completely refilled, that's a lot of money. And so I guess that's an old enough unit that it uses Freon. But the government doing this makes it really, kind of makes it really hard to be a poor person in the United States. It's like,
Yeah, you have to rent. You mentioned it
yeah,
earlier.
I
That's
think
why,
that's
I
what it
mean,
is. They don't want people owning. They want
I've been
everybody.
renting for about almost 20 years now. I've been a renter for almost 20 years.
Yeah, they probably want everyone renting from BlackRock, and they don't really want home ownership to be a thing. But
Home
so
ownership in California is very, very expensive. Um, so I live in expensive places on a median income. So I the places that I have choose to live are a reflection of how I grew up. So I can't afford to live the way I lived when I was a kid. I don't have the money that my mother had, but I can afford to live medium income in touristy California environment because I prefer it. It's safe and clean. Right?
yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't
even
know,
in
man.
San Francisco, where I lived in San Francisco was about the nicest neighborhood to live in San Francisco.
Let's see now. It's warmed up and it's starting to get unpleasant in the house. This morning it got down to like 49, or it felt like 49 with the wind. But now I'm going to have to turn off the lights, which
Mhm.
I had these lights going for the show. But
So you have to have in order to live the way that I've lived, you kind of have to just divest yourself of personal of belongings. So like you have to either have lost everything or be starting all over, or choosing to liquidate things because you can only afford 1,000 square feet in California. You
And
know,
that's my problem is I've got this sickness that I guess everyone that
Mhm.
watches this channel has, and I've just got too much stuff, and I just I don't know, man. I don't know. So, but I know that there are a few people out there that care, and I appreciate it. I really appreciate it, man. Not everybody, and some other people that care, but they can't financially help. I understand that. What's going on here?
Oh, I haven't looked at the chat at all tonight or
Oh,
today.
Paulo is there saying good evening, guys.
Hey, Paulo. I enjoyed your
Yeah,
guys' show, Paulo. I was watching you a little bit yesterday.
yeah. I didn't get to see it last night.
I've gotten to I heard Paulo for a couple years now mention Jared Osborne, and I've gotten to where I enjoy him on Paulo's show. I like Jared and Paulo together.
So they're still doing it on Paulo's channel.
Yeah, well, it's a new show that he's doing. I think it's
Yeah.
called Cavern of Chaos or something like
Oh,
that.
right. Yeah. Let me see. Well, I guess I'll try. I'll do. I'll have to keep doing these telethons, hoping I'll raise some money. At least maybe we can raise some money before a couple of weeks. Well, I know this next week it's going to be a little cooler. The way it is right now is going to be about as bad as it's going to get.
Hey,
But
what if remember how you guys were just talking earlier about kind of this feeling of malaise or this general depression that's kind of setting in a little bit, probably, nationwide a little bit.
yeah.
Um, what if we get a Doge check? Everybody gets a 1K from Elon Musk,
Well,
nine hundred ninety-eight dollars.
I thought it was going to be 4K. Yes,
Well,
that
that'd
would
be
be
great too.
great. And also there the talk about
That could happen.
doing away with the IRS for people that make less than 200,000, and people that make over 200,000. I don't have anything against that, but I know that if you make over 200,000, you shouldn't be worried where how you're going to pay your bills at the end of the month, unless you're just massively bought boats and all kinds of things. Uh, I think that would completely change everything in the country. And I'm sure they have plans for a violent, fiery
Yes,
summer. But
that
if
could be
they
the
would just send
counter.
those checks, exactly,
That
it
could
would
counter
counter
that and
everything.
cancel
It's
out
like what?
the fiery
Trump's a
peacefulness.
good guy.
Yep.
That it's almost like they need to do that. But yeah. Um, and where my yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe someone will help out. I, it's just like uh, um, yeah. Is Trump back in the United States now?
I don't know. The last time I saw him, he was in the UAE, I think.
Okay, those that must have been just a few minutes, about an hour ago. There were all these messages from Trump popping up on the top of my phone from Truth Social. I think he was showing how he was being received in there. Yeah, which is a very modern place, right? It's like UAE is like living on the
Yeah.
planet Krypton or something.
I don't know. I
I mean,
haven't been, but yeah, it seems a bit more advanced.
where they show the way they show Krypton in the comics. I mean, the 1978 movie Krypton seems like a dying world. Even before, it's like everybody's old. There, you don't see young people. Um, you know, even Superman's mom looks like she's about 50. You know, it's like everybody's old, gray hair. You remember there was no, you didn't see it. The way the comic book portrayed Krypton, it was young, vibrant society. So when it the planet blew up, it was more poignant. I'm not knocking the movie; it's just the decision they made. Um, they all live kind of underground. Yeah, I was talking to my wife earlier, and she was talking about Glenn Danzig and you know, his movies and the women that he hires to be in his he's made several movies, and his girlfriends over the years and some, but he said to some interviewer that his perfect woman was Lilith. The reason I bring that up is someone's got this video on YouTube in front of me. It says the lost book of Adam and Eve has been found. It terrifying secret. It was just a sound. Let me see what that is. Dogs barking. Sounded like something at the door. I don't think that was anyone at the door. See what nonsense is happening out here. What is all this brouhaha? Nothing. I don't know what that was. So anyway, you you know there's some kind of apocryphal story, or I don't know. You know about Lilith and Adam and Eve, or you know have any idea what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know. I mean, the only Lilith I know is Dracula's daughter from like
Right,
Vampire
that's
Tales.
exactly where I'm going with it. Well, Lilith, you know, if you know about the Bible or Bible study, okay, Lilith was supposed to be the first woman created for Adam, and what was the deal with her? Something went wrong where she was evil. Yeah, I don't remember what exactly. I can't remember, but I think that she wound up going out and something demonic about her. I wish someone would tell me. But then Eve was created, and then all, but she was taken out, or maybe she was, maybe there was. I have the story. I just know that she's supposed to have been Adam's first wife, and but she was so. I was so, you know, she was saying, well, he must have studied. Well, I know he studies the occult, and but he's not. I don't. He's not a Satan worshiper. You know, he believes in God and demons. Talk about Glenn Danzig, not. But so my wife's thought was, oh, he must have read about Lilith. And I said, and I kind of laughed and I said, I think that Glenn Danzig's probably talking about this. And I pulled up a picture of the Haunt of Horror Marvel magazine. And it's like the coming of Lilith. And I said, in the
Yeah,
Marvel comics, it was Dracula's daughter, and she kind of looks like Vampirella.
yeah.
And I said, I'm pretty sure Glenn Danzig is more
I
as a
would say
comic book
100%
guy, and that's probably what
because
he's
everything
talking.
else is taken from that,
Yeah.
from you know that stuff
So,
from us,
you
from our
know,
stuff.
so
He's one of
you
us.
know, it's probably a combination of both. You know, because she was thinking that it's like an evil woman that I don't know, so. And then I saw there's a new version of Lilith that's in Marvel Comics that I've seen pictures of, or maybe trading cards where she's got like the pointy 2 points coming up on her head. Do you know about that version of Lilith? I think it's from the 90s. But
No, I don't think so. I have the giant sized chillers with her on the cover that I've had
oh
forever.
yeah, that's where she first appeared,
I
right?
think it's
And then
giant
she,
sized chillers #1 from
I,
1975 or something like that.
I bought it right off the stands. Yeah, I
Yeah, me
still have
too.
it.
I have it.
It's an amazing cover. Yeah, that was I think
It
what
was
he
one
was
of the, it was like
talking
the
about.
third or fourth giant size I ever bought. That was like the beginning of, so my first exposure to giant size and annuals and really Marvel comics on the whole is like 75. It was like, it was like the first real availability that I realized that I could get these if I figured out the right day of the week to go to Safeway, basically.
Oh, okay. So Jared only has 5 hours of StreamYard per month. I wonder why. But I
Huh.
still have oh, maybe that's
Okay. Oh shit, he's gone for a second, or he's gone for a while. I enjoyed your guys' show, Paulo. I like the what would I say, the even tempered feel of it. It's a everybody. It's a very calm show. I like it, and refined. Like I caught you guys talking about Strontium Dog, I guess, a comic that I really liked. But yeah, it's a deep show. It's good. You guys talk about comics and new stuff that I don't know anything about. That's one of the things I like about the other couple members of your panel. Like they'll bring stuff and they'll show things that I don't know anything about. And so it's interesting seeing it, the new things that's coming out, new comics. But if you're just now joining us, Grottu is doing a GoFundMe telethon to help raise money to fix the air conditioning unit there at the hotel so that he can continue to preserve all of this nostalgic ephemera and culture, uh, artifacts, significant historical artifacts. And he needs proper temperature control, climate control in the hotel, and so that's what he's raising money for. So every little bit helps. 5 or 10 will help him get there. Now he's officially gone, but he'll be back in a couple minutes.
I'm back.
There he is. There he is.
That was I got a phone call. When you get a phone call, it knocks you off StreamYard. But I wanted to take it because there was some night tiger, and
Oh, cool. What'd he say?
I guess he's home now, and he's going to be doing a show tonight, 8 o'clock Florida time, 7 o'clock my time, Central time. That would be what, 5 o'clock your time.
Yes.
He's asking if I wanted to come on it, and I said, well, let me see what time it is now. It's already 5:30. I said, well, I'll talk to the wife. I've been doing the show all day. I wouldn't mind doing it. Uh, I don't know. It'd be kind of imposing. Can I promote my GoFundMe on your show? That'd probably be a dick move, but uh, um, I could say, hey guys, watch my telethon tomorrow. I could promote it, but I don't think it'd be right to put a GoFundMe address on his show. But if I go on, I still haven't even been upstairs to the comic room today because I was still going to see if I had that Space Mouse book. But maybe I'll go on there. He says he's going to have Steve of I it used to be I like Disney comics or whatever, and now it's I don't trust Disney anymore. Well, that's not what it's called, but he changed it to whatever happened to Disney, and didn't he change it like that? Because
Yeah, I think so.
you get embarrassed when something you love so deeply turns into total shit. Then you have to say, "Well, I love the old stuff. I don't love this." It's the problem putting some product in your name. He's going to be on, maybe someone else, but I have to see. Uh, let's. Paulo says, "Yeah, we're all pretty. Yeah, we're all pretty chill going through everything we know and like about comics. I've been having trouble sleeping though, so now when I host, I'm really knackered. See, it's even over there. Everyone's having trouble
Mm-hmm.
sleeping. We're all fucked up all over the world. Oh shit!
Hey,
Nothing here awaits you. Get out while you still can.
wow.
That is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life.
No! Do not go further. It's a trap. You do not
Paulo says, great. Kevin just made sure nobody gets to sleep.
Hey, have you guys watched any videos, or Paulo as well? Have you seen this guy? His name is Hercules Petix, Petix, and he does long form, like hour-long videos reviewing comics. A lot of it is undergrounds and independents, but also he'll do stuff from the Silver Age and the Bronze Age, occasionally Golden Age. It's good. Have you heard of him? Hercules Petix. It's very good.
I don't know. I'd
Yeah,
have to.
yeah. Look him up. He's good. He does this. I forget what the he's got. His channel has a long name. It's like Hercules Petix Museum of Comic Book History or something like that. But if you just look up Hercules Petix, Petix, it'll come up. He's got a real good voice, and he has this kind of cool introduction where every time at the beginning of his videos he'll say, this is Hercules Petix, comic book historian, comic book reader, and gift shop employee, I think is what he always says, which I like that introduction. He says that he makes sure that you know that he's a gift shop employee, which paints a picture.
Yeah, I think
That sounds cool. Hercules.
But yeah, it's
Petix.
good. Hercules Petix. I recommend
I'll look him up when we get.
I was reminded because of Paulo's show. So Paulo and Jared remind me of Hercules Petix. Very laid back, deep analysis of comic books and deep knowledge.
Yeah. Paulo says didn't know it, but just subscribed.
Yeah, it's good. He has good videos. You guys check him out. Let me know what you think.
I'm gonna look at real quick.
Now we're ready. If that happens, you better go run and buy all the lottery tickets you can because your luck is screaming.
But yeah, her mom and dad, they used to have a medical business, so that's why a lot of the shit's in storage. Yeah. So you're always hoping that they get sick of it.
Yeah. Right, clear out some space and hey, you want this? Yeah.
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It turns out I'm already subscribed and I've already have the bell rung. So I guess
excellent.
I subscribe to so much that I but I doesn't mean I watch it, but I subscribe to it for some reason somehow. But
this guy's videos are good. I just checked it out too, and I realized he's a small fry like us. I figured, I thought this guy would have had a couple thousand subscribers or more.
Let me go back and look. How many subscribers does he have?
He's got the same as us. He's got 855.
Oh, that's more than me.
Yeah, but he's in the same as us. He's in between 850 and 900 or something, or between 800 and 900, under 1,000. Under 1,000 is all the same, basically, I think.
Yeah, shitty.
Yeah, but this guy's got good content. I'm looking at it, so I've watched a lot of these videos. He this like rip off comics. This one rip off comics number 9. He looks at spends an hour looking at Magnus Robot Fighter. Tons of cool stuff. Lots of underground stuff. Unusual things.
Yeah, because I see that he's got whole 45-minute videos devoted to one Atlas Seaboard title, like Wolf the Barbarian. He's
yeah, I'm looking at one. He did Lois Lane number 68, an 80-page giant, and did an hour and 18 minutes on one issue. So he goes through the entire comic and talks about the ads, the stories, the art, everything from cover to cover. It's pretty fascinating. It's good.
Is he?
Got Death Rattle 1 through, spends an hour on Death Rattle 1 through 3 looking at Richard Corbin art.
That's good. Does he ever show himself, or is it just always pointed at the comic?
It's just his hands look on the table looking at the comics so that you can see the comic up close. And
that's good. That's good. I mean,
which is the way that I've done most of my videos. That's how my channel always was for a long time. All my toys and comic videos were always showing just my hands and a close-up of the subject.
That's fine. I mean, even the personality still gets through. But I've always kind of preferred to see somebody too. There's just something about it. It makes it more like a like a real show. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It gives some personality a little bit, seeing someone's eyes. I don't know. It kind of gives you something to relate to. But you should be able to get enough of your personality through your voice and what you say that'd be all right. Yeah, yeah, but it was there's a let's not talk about the person, but the person that you recommended the other day, you said, I really like this person. Have you, it was like the week before that's, I told you about that person. I just discovered her. Do you know what I'm talking about? The lady,
No.
uh, uh, you said this person's really great. It's girl.
Oh, that young girl, that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
real
Don't talk.
edgy.
Yeah, yeah. Don't talk. Yeah.
She was
Uh,
on Piers Morgan.
yeah,
That's where I first saw her. She was on Piers Morgan. That's where I
okay.
saw her.
All right, but
And then I
I
watched
thought
her
I
videos, and
okay.
that was the
Well,
one I,
that's
yeah.
yeah.
We don't have,
I
that's
think
all you need. We're not
I
saying her
thought that
name or anything.
I
If
thought
that
we were.
bothers you.
No, I just no. It doesn't bother me. I was telling you about her a couple weeks ago, but maybe you already knew about her but didn't realize it.
I
You know what
hadn't
I mean?
watched her videos. I think I had probably only seen her on that appearance, I think.
Oh, okay. So you
But
already
I
knew
didn't
her, but you
remember
didn't
that you
know
told
her.
me about her. I didn't
Okay, all
remember
right.
you told me
So
about her.
all right. I was thinking did you forget? Because I'm forgetful. That because it's
Well,
that
we're
is.
in like, so I'm in like this daisy chain of people that
Yeah.
all have the same algorithms, right?
Oh, okay.
So
So you
so
don't
it's
know. Yeah.
you, it's me, it's Snake, it's my cousin Jay, it's Kevin, it's Cleo, right?
Yeah.
And so I send different videos on a every couple day basis to different
Yeah.
people, but I realize at the same time they're probably have already seen this or are going to see it shortly. I don't even need to
Yeah.
send it
No, no,
because
that's
at
cool. No,
this
I
point we
appreciate it.
all, yeah, at this point I've sent enough links of the, you know what I mean, clearly the algorithm knows that we all, right, you know what I mean, so
Yeah.
we all see the same stuff relatively pretty much.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's weird because they're always listening and uh
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Some of the stuff that will come up, like sometimes doesn't it seem like the camera might be on somehow?
well, I just know that yeah, like
Because
Kevin.
sometimes it seems like the phone knows about things and I'm not talking about them.
Well, Kevin starts getting ads for stuff for his dog, after he posts on Facebook about his dog, it's like,
So I put on a
okay.
pair of scrubs the other day, just like for like pajamas, just because it's scrub season to wear his pants, right? An old pair of
Okay.
like medical scrubs. Wearing them
Yeah.
for half the day, and then an ad comes up on my phone for scrubs. And I didn't say anything about the scrubs I was wearing, didn't take a picture of me wearing
Ooh,
the scrubs.
that's creepy. Did you ever have any Zeroid robots?
Yeah, I did. Well, I had one and my brother had one. So for a while I had two basically because my brother didn't play with his toys. And then they got destroyed because I was too young. When I had a Zeroid, I was like 6 and I didn't appreciate it and didn't take care of
Yeah,
it.
that's the deal with me. I was looking at those pictures, so in my scrapbooks, the family albums last week, and I said, okay, that's the particular Zeroid I had, the blue one, and this was the play set I had. So I was able to look that up on eBay to see what they go for, and it looks like most of those Zeroids don't work anymore. They're hard to maintain working ones. Um, but I'd like to replace that Zeroid I had and a few other things I had. Um, I thought, those are pretty darn cool robots.
They were really cool little motors that could fit into all different things, and they had like sets that were like uh, what were they? It was like a race set, but it was for your Zeroids, and the Zeroids could move around. What were they? It was like a tram or something. How would you describe what those Zeroids things were? I
Yeah, I
only
guess
saw him in the
so.
commercial. I never saw one in real life, only in the commercial.
Yeah, I've
Hey,
seen
John.
someone. There's someone on eBay that's got a really cool video that shows those things running around on the sidewalk, all working and everything. John Goris says one problem I have with a Superman trailer is why is Superman even giving anyone an interview? Why does he have to explain himself to the press or do PR work when there's there's weak to defend out there? Well, because his girlfriend's a reporter, and that's he wins some notches with her. I think that's the whole thing is like by giving Lois Lane that interview, that that's a lot of brownie points with the I would think, wouldn't you? I mean, it's like that's going to further her career tremendously to have an interview with Superman. Uh, but I guess at this point in the Superman movie, he has obviously revealed that he's Superman to Lois Lane, which I assume happened at some point in the comic. And that is that the way it is in the comic now, that it's just Lois Lane knows Superman. I assume that's the case.
I don't know at
But
all.
when I read the
Probably.
comic, she still didn't know. And I'm sure that happened in the 80s or 90s, or at some point they just went ahead and okay, he she knows who he is. Uh, they wrote something into the comics mid 70s that I don't know if it's been fully accepted, but they wrote a storyline that explains that the lenses on Clark Kent's glasses are from the glass from Krypton on the ship, that the little ship, not ship, but the little
I never heard
little
about that.
the rocket that sends him to Earth. The
Right.
lenses are from like the glass window, and that way he can do his heat vision through the glasses without melting them. And the when he puts on the glasses, it creates some kind of Kryptonian light refraction or something that makes his face look different to people. It alters his face. So he puts them on, and suddenly, because they show that other people are looking at him, and he does not look like Superman. Because that's always been the thing. Any kid said, "Well, how are Lois Lane so stupid?" So he puts on some glasses and maybe parts his hair on the other side, is what Christopher Reeve did, but that was never done in the comics as far as I know. But that's something Christopher Reeve did, and alter your voice a little bit, and people are still going to know you're Superman. So,
How
but
about how it doesn't even? It used to be an important thing that he went into the telephone booth to transform. That's completely doesn't exist anymore because
well,
there haven't been phone booths for 50 years or something.
yeah, well,
I
even
don't,
that
I don't
was
know. It
they
feels like
played
it.
with that.
Feels like it's been 50 years.
Oh, yeah, well, it was even in 1978. There weren't phone booths. That's why they did the joke in the movie where he runs
Yeah.
to the phone, but it's an open phone, and he just. Yeah, there haven't been booths like what there were in 1938, really, because the phone booths we remember are all glass. So you change it a phone booth, people see right through the glass.
Yes.
Uh, but the really old phone booths were wooden, and you were kind of hidden in there. It was like a little closet. But
Yep.
then I'm sure there were like, you know, bad things, acts of, the, things that we shouldn't talk about on YouTube going on hidden inside the phone booth. So they probably opened them up. I don't know.
In the old build, so there's a few old buildings in San Francisco that I've been inside of, and in some of them, there's like a bank of those old wooden phone booths where I
Right.
mean they're separate and there's doors that close and just little windows. And yeah, you could definitely do things inside of those phone booths. And there's like 8 of them in a row. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like wow. And they're all
Old,
beautiful, heavy,
but
thick hardwood. Yeah.
yeah, old bus stations, and they're antiques and beautiful, and they keep them there because it's part of the beautiful decor of the place.
It's
But
usually across from the shoe shine. So then they also have these shoe shine booths too on the other side. Yeah.
it's just, you know, you're gonna wind up in the '60s with people shooting up heroin in them and stuff. So you know,
Exactly. That's probably it. That makes sense.
but or you know, other things probably went on in
Yeah.
motels. I don't think they do it in a phone booth,
No,
but
but
then, you know, you get to the point where it's just like, well, if he's that fast, if he's as fast as the Flash, he can just transform and you don't even see it.
right.
And that's what they started doing with Superman. He runs across the street, and all of a sudden he's in Superman, or he just lets himself fall out a window, dressed as Clark Kent, and by the time he goes down a few floors, he's like swooping up as Superman. Or, well, they do that with the Wonder Woman too. They just have her, but you know that was all part of the original, uh, part of just the way the character was. Like certain things that seem corny, there were reasons for them. Like Superman says, "Up, up and away." That was for the radio series, so you knew when he was taking off. He doesn't have to say "up, up and away," but it when you don't have a picture and it's the theater of the mind that okay, he's taking off. You hear a wind machine and he says "up, up and away." Okay, he's flying now, so you can visualize that. Uh, and then they put it in the comics, but. Uh, That's why that exists. Uh,
Yep.
uh, oh yeah,
Here's Kevin's store, Gotham City Comics. Comics, collectibles.
and then he says, "And why does Superman act so emo, getting totally triggered at her questions?" Now that, John, you have a good point there. If I saw a regular guy do that, I'd lose respect for his ability to maintain frame. Never mind to do anything else. Yeah, he did seem to get more upset than I would think Superman would. Um, Paula says, I was just Googling Hercules Pedix, just found he was an Arizona based, he was in an Arizona based punk band called Irving in the 90s. Oh,
Huh.
okay. Maybe
I don't know
Kev
if we've
would
looked
know
at this
about that band.
before. Have I shown you this book before? Hollywoodland by Kim Deitch.
You haven't. I've seen that book around, but I've never owned it.
This is really good. So this is this kind of pseudo historical old Hollywood, and his style is real. What would you say this is like? It reminds me of like those straight comics, like Target, or you know what I mean, the ones that are this like flat kind of art that they made fun of sometimes in National Lampoon. What is like the 30s style?
Yeah. I know. I am a fan of this artist.
It's so
I've
good, you
never
guys.
had
It's
that
really
book.
good. So he does clearly. Kim Deitch grew up in LA, and he does this really good historical stuff about like what we were talking about earlier about growing up in Los Angeles in Hollywood in like maybe the 20s and 30s. But this is almost like a macabre satire is how I would describe it. It's really good, you
Yeah.
guys.
That looks like a regular strip that was running in like an alternative newspaper that he's collected in this book. Yeah, that's cool.
There's a really good story in here about this giant. I think we've talked about this before. It's related to Laughing Sal. So they had these giant machines that would play chess, and there was a person inside of the machine controlling it, and it was like this giant chess playing genie or something like that, I think.
Huh.
It's like a carnival. It was a carnival attraction, and it was like this large paper mache like sheik or like Bedouin or something, and he had an arm that was controllable that moved, and you would pay money to sit down across from him and play chess. And inside of the machine was a guy who moved the arm that had like a magnet in it and would control the black pieces, I think. And and they hired. It was a kind of like it was a carnival trick type thing. The person that was inside of the machine controlling it was like the best chess player that they could find that worked for the carnival, actually, that could beat almost everyone. And
That was willing to sit in a hot booth all day.
that was a part of the story. Is that the story? I think it's in here, but it might be in a different book I have by Kim Deach. I can't find it yet. But inside of the machine, yeah, there's a guy in there that is roasting, and then there are other machines, and then it becomes a nationwide thing, like Laughing Sow, where these machines are all over the country, and there's dudes that are like that are getting drunk inside the machines, that have girls inside the machines with them, right?
Yeah.
And that's what his stories are about, is that aspect of it, of what it's like to be the wild man of Borneo, what it's like to be what was his name, not Rickety Cricket, but it's like Rickety Cricket, the guy who was originally the wild man of Borneo in San Francisco on Market Street, but then that bit got too old, so then he was called Oofty Goofty. So then he became this guy that would walk up and down Market Street and North Beach, just about like the Barbary Coast time that we were talking about, that old show with almost exactly like the 1880s, 1890s. And people would give him a nickel and he would let you hit him with a stick or a dime to punch him in the face or kick him or something like that. And at one point, John L. Sullivan gave him a quarter, I think, and broke his back or something, hit him so hard that it broke his back.
Oh.
But yeah, he would like let people put cigars out in his hand. It was the beginning of it was like a live street one-on-one freak show that was happening.
Wow.
Real, and that's real stuff. You could like Google Oofty Goofty and it will come right up, everything I just told you. It's a weird story.
Yeah, I remember these machines when I was a kid where you would put in a coin and a real animal would do something. Like this chicken would be in there and it would start dancing to some music. And I think they must have heated up the floor where it's dancing. But there was one I remember where this bunny rabbit, you put it the coin, and then all of a sudden there would be projected building on fire, and then he would get out and get into a little fire truck that they have a sound effect like he's going to the fire. It's like he was a rabbit that was trained to be a fireman inside this machine, and it was like a real animal that was kept in this machine all day to do tricks for people.
I've never seen that. Where was
That
this?
was
Like, what state was this in?
San Marcos, Texas. I know that
Yeah.
these machines. I remember there was a rabbit. I'll have to research this. A rabbit. There
So
was a rabbit, and there was one with a chicken.
there used to be this place in San Marcos called Snake Farm. You know what I'm talking about? Where there was like a chimpanzee in like a 20-foot pit. It was really sketchy and creepy and ill,
Uh,
like kind of run down. Still exists, I think, Snake Farm, outside of San Antonio. I never saw live animals in vending machines or in arcade machines
yeah,
here
yeah. That
in
was
California, and I've
that's
seen
an
lots of
old
old
style
ones.
thing.
Yeah.
It was probably the very end of it in the early '70s. John Goris asked about those dance competitions in. Oh, my tiger says you can continue your GoFundMe on my stream. Oh, cool. The um, anyway, those dance competitions that were there was a movie, Jane Fonda movie. They shoot horses, don't they? About those competitions. Yeah, they people would. It was like
Dance
torture.
marathons.
Yeah,
Dance
dance
marathon.
marathons is what they call them. Yeah. Yeah, I know about that. That was one of those. You can and people have written whole books about the kind of anti-nostalgia books where you can write about all the really horrible things and all the decades that we revere and think about heartwarmingly. There is always horrible shit under the surface. Always, it's
Yeah.
people, it's human nature. I just heard that one of these, they're criticizing one of, what is this lady? Well, let me look her up. Just a second. Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you fine.
I'm looking at this news. It says at least 28 killed, dozens injured as tornadoes hit Missouri and Kentucky. I had no idea about that. Millions without power. And then it says apocalyptic wall of dust swallowing Chicago. And then I'm looking at I hate it, but I'm looking at the Drudge Report. They're trying to say Trump is panicking, and he was raging at Walmart, saying, "Eat the tariffs." They have to frame it like Trump is panicking, but this is Pedro Pascal speaks out on political chaos. Fuck people that try to make you scared. Fight back. Don't let them win. Let's see. Oh, this is what I was trying to find. They're listen to this thing. I'm shit. I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Oh shit. The
The other
Drudge
day I went
Report.
to the bank, and when I walked up to I went to the bank the other day just to go inside to get quarters, just to go inside to get 4 rolls of quarters. I already had the 220s, right? So I go in and there's nobody, no customers, just the girls, and there's 3 of them, and they're all kind of together, and they're like looking at something on one of the screens, like fixing it, or discussing something. But one girl has her teller thing open, and so I go right up there, and I pull out my money clip, and I tell her that I just need 4 rolls of quarters. And the first thing I do when I pull out my money clip is it slips out of my hand and it hits on the counter and makes a loud, because it's metal. It's one of those
Yeah.
metal wallets, and it makes a loud sound. And I go, shit, like that. And it was completely silent in the bank. And I said shit really good. And so the girls look up at me, and I go, I'm sorry. I go, I'm sorry. Excuse me for cursing. And they all like giggled a little bit, and we're like, it's okay, no problem, sir, like that. And I could see that they all liked me a little bit right then. I was like, wow, they like me. They did. They like thought they paid attention to me because I said shit, and they looked and made noise, and I apologized, and I could see they were on my side if something went down.
John Gross says, fuck people that try to make you scared. Does that include Stephen King? And Missing Mars says, is Coven Modoc LLC? What? No, I don't. What are you talking about? Gotham City Comics? Uh, and I don't, I
Uh,
have no idea. Uh,
that
oh,
sounds
my
real
camera
familiar.
just went
Modoc
crazy.
LLC sounds familiar, though.
StreamYard just went nuts again. Look at, no, I'm back. And PayPal, I have no idea. I've never paid him with PayPal. I can't tell you either way.
Yeah, I've never used PayPal. I don't use it.
But haven't you done it before, Miss? Wouldn't you remember Moda? I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, don't worry. He doesn't need your payment like right now. I'm sure you can call him at the store. He's not on the show anymore right now. You can. Oh, you had that card. Maybe he thought it was written on the card. I don't think he has his PayPal on the card though. Or does he? I'll make it bigger. Does it show PayPal? I don't know what that is. That's like, oh no, those are
No,
websites.
I don't think it has PayPal on here.
Anyway, uh, so I was reading this Christy Noam, who's I guess in charge of Homeland Security. they call her Ice Barbie because they think, well, how dare she be pretty? But they say she's trying to do a game show where potential immigrants compete to be fast tracked into being citizens of the U.S. And they say, isn't that horrible? Um, like it's
What would that
you
be
know,
called?
Hunger Games or something. It's like I don't. They're trying to say that's just shocking that she would do that. Um, but anyway, um,
The Price is
oh,
Bueno. I'm trying to think of what would the show be called.
well, I
Yeah, I'm
see
trying.
these people on Facebook, and whenever I see it, it's like, okay, I've got to get rid of this friend. And usually they're people that have, before been okay, but there's they're defending that James Comey and the seashells that he just happened to find in that arrangement. They're saying that just means get rid of him, like vote someone else in. It's like I can't believe they're upset about that. It's such a ridiculously horrible thing that they just say, oh come on, you guys are just exaggerating. It's like that's what. But if that had been said about one of them, uh, they'd be clutching their pearls in horror. Oh man. Um, I just found a treasure trove of Peggy March videos on YouTube, but they're all German. See, this is in Germany. You can tell, but she's singing in German. I had heard that little Peggy March became huge in Germany, and now I'm seeing she did all these filmed videos back. Looks like about 1969. Looks
I'm gonna
pretty
have to look
cool.
her up. I'm not sure I know who you're talking about. Let me look her up.
Oh, little Peggy March. What? Uh, then she became Peggy March. Man, what is her big? I will follow him. That was her, right? Little Peggy
Okay, I
March.
know that
I
song.
will. Yeah, yeah. Let me make sure. Let me make sure before I embarrass myself. I thought it was. No, I will follow him is not Peggy March. That's
Oh, dude, I'm losing my Wi-Fi.
oh you are?
Yeah,
Okay, well that's
it's
okay.
I'm still here. It just took. Yeah, she did. I will follow him.
Yeah, it
I
is.
just
I
know
will
I'm
follow
losing
him.
my Wi-Fi because when I just searched Peggy March, it like was a black screen with the circle spinning for like 4
Oh.
seconds before it started. So
Oh, I see
I
what you're
I
saying.
might lose connections.
Well, it seems like the complete infant. What I've noticed today during this broadcast, it seems like the whole country, the infrastructure seems to be falling apart. StreamYard, every state around here is in flames, destruction. But Missing Mars, I have paid Kevin before in PayPal, but history only goes back 90 days. So I don't know, man. I guess the thing to do is to do you have Kevin's phone number, Missing Mars? Just call him up. You don't have to you don't have to use this show as an intermediary. You can just call him up directly anytime. Um, because you
You
know.
know, I noticed it was near apocalyptic here yesterday, Friday afternoon. They were out of brisket at the gas station. It was a horrible thing.
Yeah, he says I'll call him. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. I may be on Night Tiger tonight because that'll give me a different audience. Of course, an audience that probably hates me. They're not, but I don't know. The different pocket of the comic book community. That gonna that's the people that like me already watch this show. If they don't watch the show, unless they just happen to, oh, this guy's cool, but I gotta doubt it. I'm I'm used ever since third grade when I first got a pair of glasses, I learned to be hated and despised. Oh, let me see what you got there. Wait, what was the Monster Piece Theater? What is
This is
that?
really good.
What is?
It's really good. Let's pull them over and look at them. So these are by Tom Scioli, the guy that did that large format. He worked with Ed Piskor for a while. He's
Oh, that, yeah,
he did that large, what was it, the large Hulk one,
the
right?
Hulk and Fantastic Four. Yeah.
So this is really good. So it's called Monster Piece Theater. There's 3 issues so far. I talked to Kevin about this recently, and I don't think that there's a 4th issue coming out.
Okay, did you get it? Oh, it's a comic book.
Yeah, it's a comic book. Look, it's Godzilla
Oh,
meets the Great
yeah.
Gatsby, and also there's like Sherlock Holmes will be in here, and the art. Wait till you see the inside; it's great.
Well, I have a couple of Godzilla books by him. Is that one of the Godzilla books with a different cover?
No, this is much older. This is from like last year, I think,
Oh,
October 2024. So it's not that much older. So this came out last summer.
okay.
This is before the Godzilla thing that Marvel is doing.
Yeah, but what I don't
Not
understand,
associated with it.
but he's still doing a Godzilla comic, or at least I still have a few I haven't gotten from Kevin that are in my stack.
Really, really good style in here, and it's
Yeah.
just you'll see everything is cool about it.
What I don't understand is
The color
Toho
separation
seems to
is good.
have an agreement with 3 different comic companies.
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like it's in the public domain, right?
Yeah, like he's doing it. Godzilla's fighting the Justice League, and he's fighting the Avengers. Or maybe they're just going from one company to the other.
X-Men.
Wow.
Yeah, he's like Godzilla versus the X-Men right now, I think is
Has,
what's
has
coming out.
has this guy maintained the channel after his friend passed away?
No, this isn't that person. This is another person. This is
Oh,
a this isn't the guy that co-hosted the show with him, I don't think.
but he's someone that worked with that guy.
Yeah, worked with the 3 of them, made those large format Marvel.
Oh, so the guy that worked with him maybe was the writer, and this was the artist, or I don't know.
I don't know exactly. I just know that they did different ones. Like this guy, I think just did the Hulk one.
Okay, so they're people that move in the same circles.
Grand Design, it was called Grand
Yes,
Design.
right. That's what it was.
But I
So
could be wrong.
these are all a group of
Paul is probably
friends.
correcting me in the comments.
No, nobody's.
But look in here. This stuff is really great. Look, it's Kirby, right?
Yeah, that is cool. Which book are you showing now? What's on the cover? Yeah, that's one that I actually have that issue. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I have it. But I don't have the one after that, I don't think yet.
Yeah, I think this is 3. 4's not out.
Well,
I'm
just
looking.
sitting there, it looks like a magazine from 1928 on your. It looks really elegant sitting there until you realize it's a Godzilla comic, and then it's that says monster, not masterpiece.
Yeah, it's cool, huh?
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, that
This
makes it look very elegant.
this was pretty good. This was that free comic book day Will Eisner. I actually read
Yeah,
this. It was good.
I know. That's one of the next things I'm going to get with the money that Jeff put down for me there.
Here's the blank cover for that Wacky Races, and it wraps all the way around the back. So I'm going to do something here. I'm going to do
Oh, okay.
my own Wacky Races cover. Here's that Thriller
Yeah,
facsimile from about a month ago.
yeah.
Here's all the books that I got from Mike
Oh,
in
yeah,
Thailand.
yeah,
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 I got this Jimmy Olsen. It's really cool with these aliens doing this march,
yeah.
marching into battle like the Minutemen, but they're alien Minutemen.
Oh, Paulo was talking about this guy Tom Scioli. Is it
Okay,
pronounced
cool. I
Scioli?
knew he would know. Yeah,
Apparently, he's been around for a while. He did something called Godland. Yeah, I like his style. He's okay. I approve of him.
yeah, it's good stuff. This is my new reading rack. So
That
this
looks
is
so good with the old, with the Fantastic Four there and the more fun. Those are both books that are going to be the next ones I get.
this is what I pull from comic wise that I'm reading. That's new stuff. That most of it comes from Kevin, and
Yeah.
this is the comics that I'm reading. It's all the absolute Batman run right here.
Yeah.
Here's Fantastic Four that's happening right now. Number 5 is coming out. Here's Babs.
Yes. And you already know about the first Galactus story too. Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Mark Spears Monsters, Creep Show.
What is
Golden
that
Age
comic like
reprint.
inside that Mark Spears Monsters? Is it?
Oh, let's take a look at number 4. I'll show you. Let's make a stack of comics to
Does
look
he
at.
do the artwork inside?
Yeah, yeah. Yes. It's pretty cool. It's been a neat story. I read the first, I don't know if I can't remember if I read number 3. If I haven't read number 3, I need to reread it, or I'm missing number 3 or something like that. I can't remember. Maybe I need Kevin to send me number 3. I can't remember. Yeah, it's beautiful inside.
Oh wow. Looks like it's difficult to read though. Just kidding.
Yeah, there's a lot of words. It's boy, it really smells of like industrial printing or something. It's got a real smell to it.
Missing
It's more, I don't know
Mars.
what it smells like. The inside of a pair of new Nikes. Kind of smells. Yeah, like the inside of a shoe box, a new pair of shoes inside of that box.
Missing Mars. Kevin says he received the money. And Missing Mars says nice.
Aroo! Yeah. So it's a real Universal Monsters callback thing that's happening here, and it looks like it's a painted, but maybe it's a program. I'm not really sure.
Where did this guy come from? He just seems to have.
I don't know.
All of a
Kevin knows
sudden,
much
everyone's
more
talking
about him.
about him.
Kevin knows a lot about him. He's popular. People really like his covers. Let me see. Do I have? Yeah, I'm missing number 3.
Yeah, here's Kevin.
Here's number 2.
I got thrown out, I guess.
Well, it wasn't by
Didn't your
me.
phone die? Here's number 1, which was that cover that we all really liked because it's a reflection in an old payphone. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Collector's Choice.
What is it?
Collector's Choice.
Collector's Choice Comics?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
And then here's the free comic book day.
Oh.
I'm always real paranoid about these racks, you guys, because I don't want my comics to get that crease right there. But then again, at the same time, what do I even care? It's not going to, you understand. It's not like I'm bending them over and pulling them. And so anyway, I keep boards behind there to keep them flat so that they don't do that. But even if they did, once again, it's a situation of no one's ever going to own these comics except me and my kids. So, and they're never going to become so valuable. You know what I mean? This is really good right here. This Three Stooges. So I want to tell you about this guy. Have you ever heard of? Hey Ken, have you ever heard of an artist, a golden age artist named Norman Maurer? Maurer. Maurer. Norman Maurer.
I don't offhand. I'd say no, but I'm not sure.
So I only know about him from Lev Gleason because I used to read and buy all those Daredevil comics, the old Daredevil from the 50s, Lev Gleason. So I was familiar with this guy's art. So I picked up this Little Stooges reprint from Kevin, and it has Norman Maurer art and he also wrote all this. And so I read this, and then it just so happened that a couple days after I read this, in my algorithm pops up the Three Stooges meet Hercules. And so I
Yeah.
watch it, and I find out that it was written and directed by Norman Maurer. And then I look up even more. Maybe I wikied him or Googled him or something, and I found out that he did a bunch of work with. So this was a golden age comic artist that ended up in Hollywood as a movie director, producer, writer, as a filmmaker,
Oh.
working almost exclusively with the Three Stooges. He made multiple movies with them, like Three Stooges and the Jack and the Beanstalk, Snow White,
Oh yeah.
and
Right.
Hercules. Maybe when they go to the moon, I forget. But anyway, it was all by this one guy, Norman Moore, and it's pretty good. See, look.
Is that American Mythology Company?
Yeah, Norman Moore writer, Norman Moore artist. Yeah, American Mythology Productions.
Yeah, that's where they're like kind of hip Hardy Boys kind of guys or something.
That's exactly right. That's it. Look right there. About 1970 or something.
Paulo said he did a bunch of Western horror and war comics for Atlas in the 50s.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Paulo. Yep. What else? I don't know what else to show you guys. There's just more comic books and toys and stuff. Where was this? It was right here. Look, here's like Gabe Kaplan standing next to an orangutan. It's just random. It's not like intentional. It just ended up there. Sometimes that happens. Things organically end up together. You know what I mean? Not
Right.
like you know. There's a lot of DC figures. It's all like DC figures, and then a couple Rambos and a Judge Dredd and a couple Swamp Things. But otherwise, these are all 6-inch DC action figures.
Yeah, with the air conditioning not working, two of my those Marvel blacklight posters got blown off the wall. Luckily, they weren't damaged by the fans trying to stay cool. So I'm going to put them in a different location in the house, not the bedroom. Since the bedroom's no longer the comic book room.
I think my groceries are here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
My son and my daughter-in-law just gave me this Aquaman. They found
Oh,
it. They found it at like Goodwill, and he got it for me because he knew that I had these other ones.
oh, it's part of the same series. Looks like, yeah.
Yeah. Got a bunch of bags we have to carry into the kitchen. Oh, I just got a whiff of the fried chicken. Just smelled the chicken. It smells good.
Meyer, Three Stooges #1. I just saw.
Are you still there?
I can hear you. Yeah.
What's going on, Kevin? Are you busy?
Yeah. Three Stooges #1. I got
What is it?
a facsimile of Three Stooges #1.
Oh, you have that?
Yeah.
Is that new?
Yeah. I just got it.
Well, if you have another copy of that, I would take one.
Want that?
Yeah, please. You got milk.
You just got your shipment.
Yeah, I just got my groceries. Here's the fried chicken. Leave that bag. You're gonna leave that out? You're gonna eat that.
Where's it from? Safeway.
Safeway.
We have Safeway out here.
What's that?
We have Safeways out here.
You do? Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, could you show that Three Stooges #1, or is that the last one?
It's right here.
Okay,
Ooh,
it's the
ooh.
American mythology people.
Hmm.
Okay.
That looks great. Do you have another one of those for Grottu too?
Yeah.
Look, like,
Yeah.
Ooh. It's just a loaf of bread. It smells good.
in a few
So I got
minutes,
a couple of these.
I'm going to sign off for dinner in a few minutes, but I'll reemerge on Night Tiger stream in about an hour, maybe. So that will force me to actually show comic books, which I guess is what I'm supposed to be doing on this channel, in
Oh,
theory.
showing comics.
Well, I don't know. I think people think it's a comic book channel, but oh my gosh, I'd rather look at pictures of pizza.
So I like these fresh. These come from the Safeway deli. They're fresh, never frozen pizzas,
Yeah,
and you bake them yourself. What I like about these is, as you guys know, I'm a single, living alone bachelor guy. So sometimes I won't eat an entire pizza by myself in one sitting. So I'll cut this in half, and then I'll cook half the pizza and eat it, and then I don't have leftover crappy hard dried pizza left over.
I
Right?
like how you say sometimes I won't eat a whole pizza in one sitting. Like, what's wrong with you? I understand that.
Well, really, the main reason is because if I don't eat the whole pizza, the leftover now is ruined. It's not as good as if it was fresh. So it makes more sense to
Yeah.
only cook half. Yeah.
Yeah, that could you is that dressing, that ranch dressing handy where you could show that?
Yeah, check
Uh,
it out.
yeah, because Cleo's the way I just went and yeah, yes, we need to. I need to get this for her. You say that this is your son says, and this is the best. He looks a little different. Big Boy's been altered a little bit. His face is a little different.
Yeah, he
But
looks.
he's still
His
cool.
hair's different. He looks different.
Yeah, but yeah. So I don't think that's available here. We got to look on Amazon.
I'll look it up and I'll see what I can do. And if it's not, then this will be an outstanding ingredient of something to send you guys in a care package or to bring with me when I come to visit.
Care
Bring me some of this.
package, big boy. Yeah, I can't
It's
imagine.
so good. It's really good. It's and really like thick, heavy, like it's like this is the best ranch dressing I've ever had.
And so they eat what with it besides salad? What do they dip in it?
It says salad dressing and dip. You can put it on burgers. It's outstanding on a burger. It's great for dipping broccoli and celery and carrots in.
Then you dip. You don't dip chips in that, do you?
You could if you wanted to. I mean, it would be over the top, but you could do it. But I mean, you could do it. You like it's great on a grilled cheese. I know, you know what I mean? It's like you just spread that on one side of the inside of the grilled cheese and it just completely elevates the grilled cheese. It's great on anything.
It's far more interesting than talking about comic books.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, I thought for a second. I love it when they sometimes make a quote unquote mistake at my local Safeway, and they sometimes send me two of things. So I thought that they sent me two of these. So this is my favorite Danishes from Safeway. It's these lemon Danishes. They're outstanding. Because they have like every flavor, and then they have like combinations or whatever variety. I just like the lemon ones. Sometimes I don't think these sell as well, and when they're almost ready to expire, the person who packs these groceries, it's possible that they might work for or know my son, and we have very recognizable names and last names, and we even live next door to each other. And my son works works for this business, and he's been there for a long time. So sometimes I get friend deals where they send me two about to expire. They send me. I'm like, wait, I only ordered one thing of jalapeno bagels, but they sent me two.
Oh, that's cool.
These are great. These are French bread jalapeno bagels that have melted cheese and jalapenos on top. Very bread heavy grocery order today. I got 2 bottles of signature root beer. That goes with the milk.
That Coke tray looks really good there.
I think all we have left is cookies. You guys ready to look at the cookies that I ordered? Oh boy. So we got the chocolate chip, the fresh chocolate chip there. We got
chocolate chip,
the chocolate chip, the oatmeal raisins. I know something about roaches. I know about kids. I know about kids sitting on my lap. My hair turns white. My leg hair, it turns white in the sun. Oh, these are my current favorite. These overjoyed sugar cookies that have like cake frosting on top. Yeah, it's a very it's a very pot smoking heavy kind of like grocery order. Just a bunch of carbs and sweets and some fried chicken. Yeah.
It must be like Travis Bickle workouts to work this off.
Look at it. Look at it. Oh, this is just a bunch of dough. It's like a big ball of dough that I'm going to consume. It's a big ball of dough. Look at that.
My God.
And then here, let's look at the fried chicken. Let me show you how let's put the dip into action. Real quick, what I have you here. So here's the chicken. This is a 9-piece. It's not a bad price. It's $9.99 for 9 pieces of fried chicken. Have you seen what the prices are at KFC lately? Like, okay, I don't know if you guys ever as a family, but my mom, when we would go to the beach, she would often buy those big KFC family meals in the 70s, where it'd be a big bucket of chicken, like, I don't know, what was it, 20 pieces or something? And then the sides, that's like $50 now or something, guys. It's like really stupid. Okay. So here we go. This is this fresh fried chicken. Let's get the dip out.
Ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich. Cold outside?
Because I'm in a long sleeve.
Yeah.
Warm out. It's all right. I'm still to the point where this is fine.
So I like this dip so much, or this ranch, that I don't even want to waste it like by like licking the spoon and eating nothing but ranch. So I'll like rub most of it on my chicken like that. Then I just take my chicken, look at this ranch dip from Big Boy. You just take your chicken and you go like that.
Just a big boy.
He's got the big boy ranch.
Hell yeah. He knows what's up.
Who's saying hell yeah? Are you watching this on the TV screen at the shop?
It's like blue cheese. I can't stand blue cheese. But all big boy blue cheese with French fries. I don't know. It's just good.
It's just the name.
Maybe. I don't know. I was raised with Bob's Big Boy growing up. So we go on trips. Mom and Dad would always stop at Bob's Big Boy.
See the little puppy I got?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
It even makes the bone taste good. So it makes you eat every bit of chicken that's on the bone until at the end you're like sucking the ranch dressing off the bone and throwing away the bone. It's a great strategy for consuming chicken.
Wow.
The hamburgers are good.
It's the only thing I don't get.
Yeah, but the burgers was good. And then with a split pea soup.
You know, folks, 364 days a year, the Grottu Orloff Show is brought to you live, in color, and perfectly free here on YouTube. But only one day a year do we ask you to help us continue to help you by providing you with nonstop entertainment here from the Hotel Orloff. So today we're asking for just a little bit for a lot. You give us a little bit, Grottu will give you a lot. A little bit of pleasure, a little $5 or $10, and then for the next 364 days, he's going to provide you guys with just a bunch of fantastic entertainment.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an air conditioner fixed. So if you want to hit the GoFundMe, I'd really appreciate it. John Goris says, I used to love that dried onion mix you'd blend with sour cream and use as a dip with chips. Been over 40 years, but I got a hankering.
Yes. That French onion dip, you could mix that with that really thin, like plain yogurt that the Indian people drink, and you just mix that and drink it. You could just make, you could probably drink this. If you thinned this up, you could just drink this. Maybe add it to a little bit of like a little beef bouillon or something to thin it, and then put it into like a Slurpee cup. And just drink it. All right. We're gonna have some bread now.
So I'm feeding the cats.
So this bag thing didn't really work because now everyone has too many of these bags. would have made way more sense if we stuck with the paper. With the paper is much more easy to dispose of. It's biodegradable. There's things that are better about the old,
the other way.
grocery paper bag. But now everything comes in the plastic bags, and
Right.
I don't have any room for them anymore, so they just go directly into the trash.
So why were the paper bags gotten rid of? I never understood that.
I don't either. Don't they seem to make more sense, right? Why did they get rid of them?
I think a 3/4 ton truck and a taxi cab. I brought back from
The same day?
No, thank God, no.
That would be like, you have the worst luck in the world,
Yeah,
dude.
no. Thank God, no. It was about 5 years apart.
Which one was the worst, or you don't know?
Oh, the 3/4 ton truck. Oh, you don't even want to know.
That
Dude,
was
my
first?
200 SX went from SX to an accordion. It was like,
You didn't break your legs?
no. Thank God. It jacked my accordion.
Was that a car or a truck?
Yeah, it was a 200 SX.
Before it was Nissan, was it called Datsun? And they changed to Nissan. That's the rental car I had, was a Nissan. It's pretty cool. You know, it's so loaded, aerodynamic. You use no gas, dude. When I reached it, I didn't have to spend any money in it.
Wow.
It still was above full.
Wow.
Well, John Goris, what are you working on film wise right now? Are you on a project right now?
Artist thing. Like 11 by 17. For $10 each, you buy two, you get one free. Is there a particular character you're looking for or something? Star Wars? I don't think I have any Star Wars posters now. I don't think so. Everybody's gonna be looking for a Star Wars to get signed over at Fusion. So now there's one of the kids are growing up. Christian Hayden.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, the prequels are popular now.
Yeah, it's really weird. 4, 5, and 6. Just our generation.
Seriously, though, it is cool to live in a small town. And my son really did say, when your order comes through, they know who you are. And trust me, they'll do a good job. And if there's ever a problem, let me know about anything. That's what he told me. So,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, he's already working on Halloween. He says, got the Halloween spectacular almost done. Gonna fiddle with it till late October. May start another robots, mutants, stop motion thing as a side project. May already have started. That's great. Well, that what sucks is we got to wait till October to see the Halloween thing that's almost done. Oh well.
I can't drop $50 on 6 episodes.
Show itself, yes, for crap, the whole show.
Yeah. Dude, when they released it, House of Youth was going on. $20, $30, fine. You know, Christmas, but yeah.
Excuse me.
Robert, can you give me a movie? Can you that shirt that's on top of the money box? The black t-shirt.
Daredevil, Cold Day in Hell.
Maybe. Might be some over there.
These are over here.
I've never seen
I
some
got
over
my
there.
You guys hear me? Oh.
Yeah.
It'll be in the
Come on,
front.
man.
Cold Day in Hell, I'm not sure. It'll be at the end then. It'll go by the end. It'll be
Can you hear me?
the older stuff.
You heard of a movie called The Accountant 2?
Yeah. I've heard of it.
It's loud. Holy cats. Shit. They've got a movie, The Accountant 2 here, but I've never heard of The Accountant 1. I assume it's some violent Death Wish kind of movie.
Yeah, kind of with Ben Affleck. He plays the accountant. Ben Affleck
Yeah.
plays the accountant. I haven't seen it.
Well, you rarely see R-rated movies at the local theater. It's almost always kids' movies. So. Dungor says, I find very definite due dates really work for me. It gives me time to figure out what needs fixing, what gets a pass, what I can't afford to get involved with.
Is it on Netflix?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been watching it.
Is you reading his other books, Mark Miller's
Let's
stuff?
go see this Scottish phone booth. I want to see how it's coming here.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's a Scottish phone booth here at the town square that was peeling paint, and someone just like painted it with a brush or something several times. But anyway, they've sandblasted it and they painted it with auto paint, so it's supposed to look really good now. To get things ready for the town's
This is the town square, right?
Yeah. So they did this about a week or so ago. I want to look at it close up. I remember that Dr. Fibes had one of these on his, his property. I wish he'd return.
Yeah, I think so. There's also, he has a lot of them, and he says that's all in the same world.
Right.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. There's one, maybe it's Jupiter's, right? One where they're all, there's like, just the world is run by just villains. Forget what that one is called.
Yeah, I think you recommend them. I just started it. So.
Oh, looks really nice.
That'll be stuff. Are you doing any of that? Anyhow, thanks a lot, man. I'm glad to have visited your military.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason.
Where are you going, Town Square?
Yeah, I want to look at the phone booth. Been restored.
Pull at 1 in 10, 1 in 6, 1 in 25.
Are you going to get a copyright strike for this Chuck Berry music?
Here,
I
let me
hope
mute it.
not.
Hold on, I'll mute it.
Yeah, that's probably not a good thing, actually. It's like the door has been removed. I wouldn't get it. You there? I wouldn't get it. You still there? Hello? Uh-oh.
I'm here. I had to go to the kitchen to get my chicken and my
Okay.
ranch dip.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a copyright strike. It would be a
Right.
copyright claim, and they usually let
Yeah.
you remove the music. But I don't know. I think that was so distorted. I don't even know if they would detect it.
Mhm.
But
I'm a boomer. I always call it a copyright strike when it's not really a copyright strike.
well, yeah, I don't know. Copyright strike is more severe. There's a lot of guys from here that died in the Civil War. Because this town's going to have its sesquicentennial, which is 150th birthday, celebrated in October. So they have a war memorial thing over here, so you can get a sense.
Just for our European viewers, what exactly? Which side were they fighting for to free the slaves or to keep the slaves there in?
They would be fighting for the North, for the
Man, the good guys, the
so
Republicans.
yeah. Well, let's see. So Civil War. Can you see? Civil War is goes all the way down, and this would have been a rural place all the way to all these guys, and then
So
more
where do you
on the
think?
next column.
Does it say what battles, or I mean, where would they have all
No,
gone to fight? Because they
no, it's
weren't
just
fighting in Iowa, right? Were they fighting in Iowa?
no. They would have been taken somewhere else. Then World War One is just a little bit here. World War Two is about the same amount as the Civil War, a column and a little bit here. Actually, yeah, World War II, it goes to there. World Civil War is about that many more. And then Korean War, just 6. Vietnam, 7. Desert Storm, just 1 guy. But the Civil War, they, got a bunch of farmer kids from here, took them to the other side of the country. That this wasn't a slave state.
Right.
Anyway, weird. It's kind of strangely disproportionate.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. I didn't see any Civil War ones here. You know what I mean? At our Memorial Park, I think it just kind of starts. I think in with World War One. I didn't see any Civil War memorial or any
Uh, They
names that went back to the Civil War from here.
take them all the way across the country over mountains to go fight. I think
Yeah,
that,
when and in from California, we're in this isolated place where it's real, where there's, there was no slavery here,
but grabbing them from here
just indentured servitude,
and
just Chinese people building railroads and digging in gold mines. That's all that was happening.
all the guys here look like John Wayne. They're all about 6'8", 7 foot tall, farmer kids. Uh, that's just the ones that died, by the way, right? That's not just the ones that served, right? Or am I wrong?
No,
That
I don't know, but yeah, it's probably just the ones that died.
Wait, I didn't even look at what it said. Yeah,
But I
usually,
mean, you just have to look to see what year they died to be able to know.
yeah, it didn't tell me that. So
Oh, okay.
if that's just the ones that died, that means there was a lot more. Um, so I don't know. It's well, I'm gonna run and pop back up on Night Tiger's channel.
Yep.
Up,
It was
yeah,
good hanging out.
yeah, it was probably
Thanks
just a
everybody for
minutes.
watching. And
Yeah,
Grottu really needs help with the air conditioning unit, and every little bit helps.
yeah. I mean, it didn't really look like it today. I wasn't sweating and cloudy headed because it's really cool out here, but it's going to get bad over the next few days. So if you can help out any, that'd be great. And I'll see you guys on Night Tiger Comics channel here before too long. See you.
Talk to you guys later.
All right, bye. How do I end this? Oh, there we go.